You are watching the Vodka stream.
Boop! What is happening, everybody? How we doing? Holy crap, the sun is still out. What is happening? Yeah, it's a little weird. Vodka stream at a new time, 90 minutes early. Ooh, watch out. Yeah, that's right. I know it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment for sure. I know. But you know what? Gave it some consideration, thought, I think this will be better for all of us a little bit. I did do that poll where I said, like, okay, if I were to change the time, would you want it to be, this time, that time, this time? And it seemed like people wanted 5 o'clock my time, and then people wanted to keep it the same. So I was like, all right, let's cut it down the middle. But yeah, so I mean, it's only like a half an hour after I usually do the normal Film Junkie live. So, but yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting, but I kind of like it because now I don't have to wait around. Usually, I'm like waiting around if I'm not working on like a film review or something like that. I'm just kind of just waiting around, watching like the Giants or something, or watching a podcast, and just kind of just waiting. So, but yeah, I think this is where it's gonna be. We're gonna be, starting these things at 6:30 Pacific Standard Time. It helps for people on the East Coast too. That was like one of the things that I was always noticing, like how the start time was always 11 o'clock that time. So, but anyways, cheers, guys. Happy Friday. We made it to another Friday. Of course, new time, same vodka. Got my little spritzer right here. So cheers, guys. Delicious. All right. Refreshing. But yeah, we'll be talking some, I mean, we've been talking about it all week. The BVS little discourse that came back, and we'll get Rebecca in here in a little bit, and yeah, we'll talk shop and we'll talk all that, and we'll get a panel in here too. So good times. All right, we got Triton right here. Yes, restored the Snyder first, released the Aircut Batflex solo film. What's going on, Mask of Shy? Yeah, that is your art. That is your art. That well, I mean, not my icon, but I know we used for Rebecca. I know that was part of like your art right there, so that's pretty cool. And new art is going to be coming out when it comes to Alessandro, talented dude. All right, we got Officer Spooter. Can't wait. Well, it's finally here. Galactic Fearsome. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. We got that guy, Bertz. Gaming on one monitor, Dave on the other. Well, there you go. I like that. 1-6 shape. Hello, everyone. Watching some hockey playoffs. That's right. The playoffs are happening in hockey. I always, not a big hockey guy. I mean, I could see myself really getting into hockey. I finally went to a hockey game, last year, I think it was. Yeah, it was last year. I don't know. What or was it earlier this year? I think it was actually earlier this year, to be honest. For the first time, and really enjoyed it, and I could see myself like really getting into it. But yeah, I always forget that the NBA playoffs and the NHL playoffs are at the same time. Phil, you love BVS. We all love BVS. That's right. Ahoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Let's talk some BVS. Yes. One of the best ever. I concur. I mean, it's definitely in my top 3 for sure. When it comes to, it's my favorite Zack Snyder movie for sure. So, yeah, and we got Scott, Mr. McCollin, bringing back Rebecca. Like I've been telling, yeah, I know, it was long overdue, and I wanted to have a one-on-one too to, get her origin story. You know me, I love to get people's origin stories. We got Miss Susie Satin right here. Good to see you, Tet. What is going on? Let's see. All right. We got Droga. Good to see you, buddy. All right. Axel, always good to see you. Nate, what is happening? Personally liking the time change since I'm Eastern. Yeah, exactly. I figured, like I said, and I think it works out for me too, because, one of the things that, let's face it, sometimes the vodka streams can go 4, 5, even 6 hours. It's happened. 6 hours has happened. And that could get late for me too, especially after, I still work during the day and I get up early. So I immediately log off and just crash. Now, being a little early, if it ends at like 11 o'clock my time, the latest, I have some time to sober up, drink some water, drink some, liquid IV or something, kind of sober up a little bit and just kind of, so I'm not waking up tomorrow like, and I got some things I need to do tomorrow. So I don't want to wake up like that. Josh, Rebecca knows her stuff, and she basically the Snyderverse equivalent of Oracle for BB. There you go. That's what it's all about right there. I know. We're gonna dive into some things too. I mean, we kind of talked about it last week. Obviously, she was part of the panel, the Full Circle panel last week. And then I was like, all right, perfect. Perfect timing to get her on for one-on-one this week for sure. This vodka stream feels weird, but I know, right? It kind of feels a little weird that, like I said, the sun is still up where I'm at. So I'm like, whoa, this is strange, but we're going to have to get used to it because I think, like I said, it's going to help. What's going on, Kevin? Good to see you. We got Snake right here. Happy freaking Friday. All right. Cheers to you, Phil. We got Miss Nighthawk, Steph. Good to see you. Good to see you, my dear. All right. I know it's already Saturday for you. You're way into the future. You're way into the future. So, all right. We got Curly Gray. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Do you think the anti-Snyder people actually read comics? I think some of them do. Some of them don't, of course. It's funny too because I posted, because I post the shorts that I post on YouTube. Anytime I do a stream, I try to do at least 2 shorts from the main topic. So I posted a short today, and I haven't even looked at it, but it started like it's gotten a lot of engagement. That's for damn sure. The one I posted today, it starts off with Zach actually talking the actual quote that these articles were that pulled from the commentary. It's funny. It's like and some people, of course, push back. I was talking with somebody. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to fully engage because I can see it turning into a shit show. Like, oh man, I wasn't in the mood to just like answer like back and forth because obviously you're going to have the people, and there's certain someone, is knowledgeable about stuff and is a Batman fan. Sorry, my cough is still kind of there. But yeah, I was just like, oh man. And I haven't even I kind of like just ignored it, but I've noticed that it's just still getting a lot of engagement. And I'm like, I can only imagine what the quote tweets look like. Because let's face it, there's some people out there, especially when people that are fans of BVS that quote tweeted the direct's first article that all the other articles were posting from. It's just kind of funny because I saw some people get dogpiled on when it came to that because, yeah, you know how it is. But I'm sure some of them do. And again, it's just some of them just didn't like the approach. But I mean, one of the things that we talk about is like, okay, you didn't like his approach, but to say that he just got it wrong is like that's a weird thing. It's like, no, he made the movie that he wanted to make. We all appreciate it and really enjoyed it. I don't, you guys wanted this, which is kind of what he said. He wanted that superhero romp. That's what you wanted. What's going on, Patrick? You watched Scream 6? Awesome. Cool. I haven't watched it yet. Mama Film Junkie is here. Good to see you, Mom. Mother's Day is approaching, so hopefully you guys have some plans with your moms right there. Speaking of moms, did you guys see that I posted? It was like a 19-second TV spot from The Flash that emphasized mom. Ooh, that thing's going to hit you right in the feels when it comes to mom. It's going to pull those mom strings. That's for damn sure, which naturally it does, obviously, when it comes to Barry. Hey, we got a $20 super chat. Nicholas, thank you very much. Glad you were early delayed at BWI Airport for the near future. This makes it better. All right. Appreciate it. So glad you like I said, this is going to be the new time right now because like I said, it felt right. But thank you for the $20 super chat. Not sure what BWI is, what airport that is, but that sucks. Just talk to Scott about obviously when it came to Full Circle, he had an adventure when it came to delays and whatnot. So anyways, all right. Hey, Ben Everts is here. Great. Yeah. All right. Hopefully you're not being sarcastic. Is it okay? Because I have my other screen now hooked up. It's broken, which I got to get a new screen. It's got like a third of it has like lines on it. So, but I've decided finally to get a splitter and opposed, so that the normal angle wouldn't have worked. And I thought, this is a little bit more. It's a little bit more, intimate, I guess you could say. That's what we try to do here on the Vodka stream. Get intimate. All right, who else we got here? Make sure you drink your Ovaltine. I haven't had Ovaltine in years. Can't even remember that. What's going on, Mr. ACS? Good to see you. All right. Might be showing up later on Borrow. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for starting early. Yeah, hopefully we can get some more, people on the East Coast more engaged. So there you go. Baltimore. There you go. So you're in Baltimore. All right. Baltimore, Washington International. That's what it is. All right. So we got Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. Cool. Good to see you. Hey, Jason McKenzie, Pirate Ship, baby. Always with the good super chats right there. Thank you, Jason. Cheers, brother. All right. Thank you for the $40 super chat. You are awesome. You are awesome, sir. Always good. We're just not used to. I know, right? I know. I got to look sharp now for the Vodka streams for sure. So, all right, let's go ahead and get my guest in here, and we'll talk a little shop with her, and we'll talk some BVS, and then let's get this party started. All right, she was on last week, Supergirl Radio, of course. If you follow her on Twitter, and that's all got to say about that. Miss Rebecca Johnson, how's it going?
Hey, Dave. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming on, and thank you for coming on last week, of course. But perfect timing just to be like, hey, let's do a one-on-one this week because my God,
it's all my fault. I'm sorry for dredging it up, but
entirely your fault.
I'm glad people are talking about the critical reception because I've been trying to talk about it for like a year and a half, actually since 2016, because the reviews were garbage and I lost a lot of IQ points reading them verbatim. So I'm glad people are actually talking about them now.
Yeah, and we're gonna dive into it. It's just funny because when that first article came out from the Direct, and then I saw you comment on it and say like, "Hey, you're not even sourcing the thing," and that was my number one thing. Was like, yeah, why didn't they actually source the And then of course they said the Q&A, which I was like, wait, it's not the Q&A. I was like, I remember taking the video and going, okay, where in the Q&A did he say this? And then I couldn't and that's why I hit you up and went, where is this question at? And technically it wasn't even a question. You just mentioned the layers and then he talked about it. I don't know. It's always so weird when it comes to the way that they try to translate it through an article.
Yeah, we were just having a conversation about what people thought about it. It was harmless. When I saw that article, I was like, I cannot believe this is controversial to people. Of course, this is correct. Everything he said in the articles, which I can only assume didn't link to the video because they don't want you to actually see what he actually said and in the full context in which he said it. But when he talks about how people went into the movie wanting to have a superhero romp and that's not what BVS gave him, that's exactly correct. And I can give you, if you want receipts, I can read out some quotes.
We're gonna dive into it. We're definitely gonna dive into it.
But that's exactly what because I went through nearly 40 reviews of the negative reviews from the top critics of Rotten Tomato in 2016 after BVS came out. And a big word that crossed around all of the reviews is that they wanted it to be fun. Yes. They wanted it to be a fun movie. The critics love the F word. And so that's what they wanted. So for him to have said that was entirely 100% accurate. So I don't know why people got upset about it. It's so strange.
Yeah, well, like I said, we're going to dive into it, but I want to get to know you a little bit more. I want to get to know your origin story when it comes to, jumping into this whole thing, Supergirl Radio, of course, all that. So yeah, obviously I know you're from Alabama, which is where I was born. I don't know if you knew that.
I didn't know that. What part?
Fort Rucker, Alabama, which is basically, it's south. You know where Dothan is?
Oh yeah, that's way south. Yeah,
close to Dothan, in Enterprise. But yeah, I'm an Army brat, so I was born in Fort Rucker, and then we moved to Washington. Then we moved back to Fort Rucker and spent like 3 years, and then I came out here to California. But yeah, some people are just like, what? Alabama? What? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I'm an Army brat. That's it. So
cool.
Yeah, I'm familiar a little bit with, of course, Alabama. But yeah, you're from Alabama. What part of Alabama are you from?
Birmingham. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So you're
Yeah.
pretty much right up there. So
Yeah.
never went to Birmingham though. We went to Montgomery. I remember one time, and it was awesome. This is how awesome my parents were, because I'm obviously a big Batman fan, and we didn't have a Toys R Us anywhere near us. The closest one was Montgomery, so we took like a day to drive out to Toys R Us to get this Batman kit that had a mask, the chest piece, and a little like glove thing that shot like a dart.
That
It
is
was
so
awesome.
cool.
Right. I know. That's how awesome my parents were. We took a trip to go to, we didn't go to an amusement park or anything. We went to Toys R Us.
R.I.P. Toys R Us. That was
I know,
always
right?
a
I
great
miss,
experience.
man, that was so, that was an amusement park
Yeah.
for us kids. I mean, you walk in there, I mean, I always went straight to the figurines. That was always the section. But I mean, I would walk down every aisle of that. And it was just so great. So great.
Yeah. I miss going to stores like that.
Stores like that and Blockbuster Video on
Oh, yeah.
Fridays. Those were the days too. Eventually it's going to get to the point where we have like on our VR headsets, we're going to just mimic, when you want to pick a movie, it's just going to there's going to be Blockbuster should really jump on this, make an app that it's like you're walking into a video store to find a movie as opposed to just, wouldn't that be cool?
I would actually be into that.
Yeah.
That was a whole experience, just walking into a Blockbuster and going up and down the aisles.
Yes.
And seeing if like the VHS this is back in the day. I'm an old
Of
lady,
course.
but like you had to like pull the thing off to see if the tape was behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had like the plastic covers that were behind the actual like cover, and then if it wasn't there, that means they're out.
Yeah.
And that was always disappointing when there was like a movie you wanted to watch and they didn't have it. And then of course you'd ask like the person behind the counter, and they'd be like, well, I mean, we do have all these returns. They might be in there or something like that. They have a big pile of like tapes that were in that people returned throughout the week, and they didn't put them back yet. But yeah, it was an experience. I remember
it really was.
Yeah. I was always limited at two movies that we could, watch. And then of course, if you had a friend that was spending the night or you were spending the night somewhere else, I mean, it was a party. It was a party.
Good times.
But Blockbuster should jump on something like that when it comes to like a VR like app where it just mimics that. Just saying.
You don't even have to watch a movie. You just have to have the ability to walk around the store.
Just do that, and then exactly. Just to have that experience right there. But so when it came to getting into all this, obviously podcasting and everything, and what you're doing right now, what drove you to start it all?
So I've been podcasting since 2011. I was a big fan of Lost on ABC, still am. It's, in my opinion, one of the greatest TV shows ever made. I know some people didn't like the finale. I loved it. I have a lot of unpopular opinions, so I'm okay with that. But I was a big fan of Lost. And so I listened to a podcast called The Lost Podcast with Jay and Jack. And it was so fun. It was like hanging out with other friends who liked Lost. And I wanted to do that because when I would talk to my friends after a Lost episode, we would have really good discussions. So I kind of started dipping my toe into how do you figure out how to do a podcast and what equipment do you need and all that kind of stuff. And then I really started seriously podcasting when I did a podcast about ABC's Once Upon a Time. And so I did that for about 3 seasons. And then I was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. And so I didn't feel like doing a podcast while I was going through a chemo treatment. So I kind of stopped doing it for a while. And then my friend Andy Babak, who does the Flash podcast, if you go to flashpodcast.com, it's been around for a while. He knew that I was a big DC fan. And so he asked me, like, after I'd finished treatment and all that, he was like, there's a Supergirl TV series coming out. Would you want to start up a podcast about that? And I was like, yeah, that actually sounds like a lot of fun. I'd wanted to kind of get back into podcasting after my treatment. And so we started Supergirl Radio in 2015, about a year before the show started. And we read through Supergirl comics and looked at JLU and looked at Smallville and the Helen Slater movie, which I was a big fan of when I was a kid. I still defend that movie to this day. I know it's not a great film, but I have ways to defend it. Again, unpopular.
Great. I had a big crush on her. Big crush on her.
She's a great Supergirl.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so we've been doing Supergirl episodes. We have over 400 episodes that we've done. And even though the show's off the air, my friend and co-host Morgan, we just have so much fun talking about Supergirl and getting together and chatting with our our listeners and our viewers, because we live stream every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Check us out at youtube.com/DCTV podcast. But we just have such a fun time that we just continue to talk about Supergirl. So we'll talk about Sasha Kaje in the Flash movie, and ramping up to that, we'll do a lot of stuff related to the Flash and Supergirl. So we just have a really good time. I've been a DC fan since, Tim Burton's Batman movie came out in 1989. I think people of my generation, like, that was really transformative for a lot of us. And that actually made me love film. It wasn't just like, it made me love Batman, but it also made me love filmmaking. And so I always think back very fondly to, that Tim Burton Batman movie. So that's kind of the short of it. I guess I've been YouTubing for a while. I am what you would call like a professional content creator in my day job. But I've been doing video editing since 2001, 2002. I graduated from the University of Alabama with a degree in broadcast television production. So I actually learned how to direct. I learned how to edit. I learned how to floor manage and all that kind of stuff, do camera operation. And so I actually worked in television for 14 years after that. Wow. At Turner, which is in Atlanta, tied to Time Warner. I think they call themselves the Warner Media Group or something now. But
something
basically,
like that now,
yeah, I know they always change names, so I don't know what they are now, because I don't really keep up with it anymore. But I used to be part of the group that would package up episodes and metadata and send it off to like Amazon and Xbox and Sony and all those groups. So I lived the dream for about 14 years in Atlanta, and then I came back to Alabama. So I have a little experience in shooting my own stuff. I shoot video and edit video all the time for my day job. And so I have a lot of fun with that. So actually, Zack Snyder has inspired me in a lot of ways, because I use my iPhone quite a bit to shoot video. It's really, for me, it's not about the camera. It's about, the skill and what you do with it. So so that's kind of a short synopsis of me with my DC history, my podcasting history, and kind of what I do.
No, that's cool. I mean, no, you're right about that, because it's amazing what you can do now with just your cell phone, and like what he did when it came to snow steam iron. Snow steam iron. I mean, the fact that when, after all what happened with of course Justice League, and him just taking time for his family and everything, and then just to shoot something like that, and you're just kind of going like, how
What is iPhone 7?
Like, how did you actually do that? That's crazy. Didn't Steven Soderbergh do something like that too? Didn't he actually shoot a full length with an iPhone? I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't actually know. I know there is a film that is like considered, I forget what the title is, but there is a film that was considered to be the first feature-length film shot on an iPhone.
I think he might have did so. I remember like there was something about that. I don't know. Somebody probably in the chat will like chime in on that. But no, it is pretty amazing like what you can do with that phone now. And then, and then like you were saying, it's like, even like when it comes to just creating content, I mean, sometimes just doing, something with just your phone can be, long as you know how to, I mean, I guess you could just keep the entertainment level. High Flying Bird. Okay, Scott is saying that. I don't know, is that what the movie? I guess that's a movie. I don't know if that's Steven Soderbergh or what that was somebody else, but yeah. But yeah, you're right. I mean, you can do so much. Unsane is that what it was, the Steven Soderbergh one? Sorry, I'm looking at the chat.
I'm gonna have to check these out later.
Yeah, I think it's Unsane. Yeah, because it was like, Soderbergh's movie. Okay, so there's High Flying Bird, and then there's Unsane. Did he do 2? This guy's crazy if that's the case. Okay, all right. But yeah, I remember hearing that he was like, he shot it completely with an iPhone. So that's pretty crazy. So, but yeah, I mean, I haven't watched any. I think I actually did watch Unsane. Maybe I did. Oh man, I'm trying to remember that. Anyways, but yeah, there's so much that you could do with all that now, and there's so much, especially when it comes to like this and how easy it kind of is. And like you said, I mean, even like your interview was like, I chose to do the vlog style, which, man, my arm got tired. I remember you were like shooting with your time with him. It was like straight on. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. I was like, maybe I should have did that, or had somebody hold at least my phone when it came to that. But I mean, people want to just hear what, what you have to say, and as long as you keep it spicy and it's not boring. I mean, and editing and stuff like that. I mean, it keeps the content flowing. So High Flying Bird was an iPhone 8. Okay. So yeah, looks like he did 2 movies. Interesting.
I'm glad to know that. I'm so inspired by that because I think a lot of people don't want to even attempt making a film because they're like, well, I don't have the big budget camera, I don't have all the equipment. But don't let that stop you from going out and trying to make something because you can shoot 4K on an iPhone now. I mean,
Crazy.
it's awesome.
It's crazy. And there's so many things you could do too with it. Like, just one of the things, I mean, I love editing too. I learned editing in high school, actually. When I took video production, I mean,
Cool.
it was the whole deck with everything. You had the little jogger knobs and stuff
Oh,
like that.
you were working with linear editing. I've
Oh
done
yeah.
that too, where if you messed up, you had to rewind the
Yeah.
tape and go back and do
Uh-huh.
it all again. Yeah.
Exactly. That's where I learned how to edit, and I fell in love with it. And I remember just wanting time with that thing all the time, like anytime that I was making something, and I just wanted time with that because it was just so fun to do that. And the way that it just the machine worked, do that, you did the in and out, and then it would do
Yep.
like, and then it would
Yep.
just like do its own thing, and it was just so much fun. Now it's click 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 click, and you could just do so many things with your computer. But it was so much fun with that whole system and that whole deck and everything. It was, and I just immediately fell in love with it. And it's fun because especially if I do like a sketch or something now, or I remember one thing I always like, when I would do my casual Batman character, I remember just even trying to do like, okay, I'm going to try to have me talking to me, and just do a quick edit where I'm like, flip the camera. So then of course you could just do an edit right there. Stuff
Yep.
like that.
Yeah.
Just fun to accomplish. And I remember when I did that, people were like, how the fuck did you do that? And I went, it's just editing. Just editing,
Yeah,
It's a simple edit.
editing's where the magic happens. So
It
that's really
really
cool
is.
that you do all that.
Yeah. I remember like the movie Tremors?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There was like I remember the filmmakers watching the commentary, and they talk about like a certain edit that they did where they panned it over. It was during the when Bert and his wife were like taking on that graboid that came through their wall in the basement. There's like a pan where they go like from them over to the worm. It was 2 different shots, and yeah, during like the pan over, they said there was like a quick little edit right there, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a cool little technique. And I remember seeing that when I was like younger, and I was like incorporated that with other things that I did. I mean, editing is just that's where like you said, that's where the magic happens.
Yeah, people had to get really creative back in the day. I recently watched the 7-Year Itch with Marilyn Monroe. I'd never seen it before. And even though I wasn't crazy about the main 2 characters in the film because they basically like cheat on this guy's wife
Yeah.
together, it's a terrible story. They're
Yeah.
both scumbags.
Really.
But what I liked about it was that they did a technique that's just actually really simple, but it looked great for that time, where they would sort of move the camera from one composition to like they would go from like the right to the left, and it would
Yeah.
reveal some other scene that was dissolving in. And I was like, that's a really simple thing to do, but back then that would have been really difficult. I mean, now it's easy. You can just right click and add a dissolve in Premiere, but for them that would have been difficult, but it looked great. So I was actually really impressed by that, just because it was so much harder to do that then.
Yeah, seeing the like you said, seeing old movies and how they try to accomplish. I mean, look at even like Back to the Future Part 2. When I watched that, I'm like, yeah, you could see the seams. Maybe you could see where they're trying to do like the edits and whatever the hell. But back then, back in the 80s, like 80 when they were probably making that in 88, 89. Just the fact that they accomplished certain things where you had 2 Doc Browns, you had Marty and Marty Jr. in a shot together, and how they accomplished something like that. It's kind of funny because when I would do like little short films or sketches or whatever with like friends, I mean, later on, I mean, so many years later, you had to actually utilize some of those techniques that they were doing way back then, because even though we can do it at home, I mean, it was still, okay, how do we accomplish having, 2 people in a shot? Oh, you have to have your camera propped,
You have to have it
wide shot.
static. Yep.
Yeah, wide shot. And then when you edit, you can zoom in to make it seem like the camera is moving. And I remember I try to accomplish that just in my room. I was like, I want to have a a thing where it's me talking to both of my personalities. I'd made this something a long time ago, and when I did it, I just was like a wide shot, and I did all 3 shots and just spliced them together, and made sure I didn't cross any lines. And then I just zoomed in with my editor just to like make it seem like, oh yeah, it's the camera's moving, guys, look at that. Wow, it's amazing. But it's
that's awesome. I think if you and your viewers, like, maybe we should make a short film.
we
Like,
should.
maybe we should all team
I
up
am
and make a
down.
movie.
That's what I'm talking about. No, I'm down. I mean, like doing all this stuff. I mean, I miss that's why I like when I do sketches and stuff and I try to get creative with certain things. You have to like really just, I mean, it's fun to talk and do all this kind of stuff, but man, sometimes I get that itch where I'm like, can we just like make something and somehow we can, and you know what, you bring up, and the fact that we're all in different states, we should probably try to figure out and try to do something kind of cool like that. I mean, obviously you have a green screen, it looks like, because you have your
I do.
background.
It's not great. I need to get a
Yeah.
new one because this one
But
is
no,
kind of fuzzy.
to be honest, I mean, it looks pretty good. It looks good. I mean, nice background. I love that you have Lois back there from PBS.
She's my girl.
Yeah, she really. I mean, but at the same time, I mean, I've seen people that have like green screens and they don't know how to properly light it. I mean, that's the thing, is lighting it is the bitch. I mean, I have my green screen too. When I do Film Junkie Live, I have my light right here, light down here that gets it all, so then there's nothing that looks pretty crazy, but yours looks really good. Yeah, that's learning green screen. Learning green screen was a lot of fun. Me and a buddy of mine, he started like getting into it, and I was like, oh yeah, I want to learn this. And that makes it a lot easier too when you actually want to have 2 of you. You can actually do a lot. When you have a green screen, you could do a lot.
Yeah, I think maybe if we ever get the itch, I think we should form a production team.
We should do something.
And
I'm thinking that there should be something here, but no, yeah, it's a lot of fun, especially. And then, of course, do you ever get into like After Effects or anything like that?
I'm not great with After Effects. I know some basic things in there, but my focus is mainly just cutting things up and sort of crafting a narrative. But I would love to learn After Effects because I'm just no good at it.
It's interesting. I mean, it's hard and it takes a lot of time. It's tedious. And I remember one time, long time ago, when I was doing, I've talked about this before, when I was on an Android phone, YouTube, I was handling their YouTube for this website, and I decided to do like, I think it was like Star Wars Day or something like that. And I was doing this thing of like HTC phones versus Samsung phones or whatever the heck. And I was like, I want to do the lightsaber effect.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, okay. So then of course I went to YouTube because I always tell people I went to the University of YouTube learning all this stuff.
You can find a tutorial for anything on YouTube.
You really can. It's so great. And so I learned how to do it. I was like, okay, but it was like, okay, it's frame by frame. And
oh yeah.
Yeah. So I did the whole thing. I had my brother's like legit looking lightsaber, which, so it was easy to obviously just you follow, the white stick that's on there. And then, yeah, it took like probably 2 days to accomplish for like a small scene, but it turned out very well.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And but I really haven't I mean, that was like over 10 years ago or something like that. I really haven't touched After Effects since then because there's a lot of things there. I'm like Adobe Premiere, I'm like all about.
Yeah.
I love that thing so much.
Great.
That's my preferred editor. Anytime people go like, what about Final Cut? I'm like, no, Adobe Premiere.
Yeah, I agree. It handles captions really well too.
Because
sometimes I need them. So yeah, Premiere is awesome.
Yeah, Premiere is great. So yeah, let's start diving into some of this BVS craziness, which was like, my God, again. Like I said, it was like, okay, I'm reading this Q&A and I'm going, where in the Q&A did he say this? I don't know. Is it what the hell? And sure enough, it was, of course, during the commentary. I mean, first off, doing commentary with Zack was great, and your time with him was fantastic. And I love the points that you brought up and everything you talked about, and I love that how he has seen your work. I mean, I talked about this last week, but I wanted to say it again. I just love the fact that it started off with him praising your work because he's seen it, and you know, that had to be like, I mean, on the inside you must have been just you know.
Yeah, well, it's funny, like, because I'm on Vero, you know, I'll link out to my live streams that I do about the critical reception, where I
Yeah.
read the review all the way through. And so I'll you know, post them up there, and sometimes I've seen him where he liked the post, and I was like, okay,
Yeah.
he probably likes a lot of things, but I did not know he had watched them. And I think what's remarkable about Zack Snyder is that the negative reception never seems to bother him much. There was at one time he called out Scott Mendelson for reviewing a leaked trailer, but that was the only time I can think of where he like called a reviewer out. But he seems to just make the movies he wants to make, and it doesn't really phase him much. And I think that's such a good example of how to handle criticism, because I don't do that very well.
Yeah.
So I need to take a page out of his book. But I think it was very informative to me to read through these reviews, because it helped me learn. Because I review Supergirl TV episodes, we talk about films and things like that, and so I've kind of considered myself a bit of a film TV critic. So I always try to review things as fairly and objectively as I can. And so reading through those reviews helped me learn what I didn't want to do. But yeah, so that was really awesome that he had maybe even watched one of them, or
Yeah,
at least part of it.
when people go into watching something, or you know, whether it's a TV show or going to the movies, and they already have in their heads that they're going to hate it, I'm like, what? I don't understand that. Well, anytime that, I mean, I might not be hyped, like I'm not hyped for Little Mermaid. What the hell? There's a moth right there. I'm not hyped for Little Mermaid. Am I going to go see it? Yeah, and I'm going to go in, and I'm just kind of hoping that that something impresses me. You know, I'm not going in. I remember even on Wednesday's show, somebody goes, "Oh, you're going to hate watch it for us." I'm like, I don't hate watch.
Yeah,
I don't do that.
what's the point of it?
Exactly. I'm not going to, I go in. Yeah, I might have low expectations. Sure. But then I'm just hoping, like, impress me. Like, you know, when it came to Aladdin, like, if we're talking about live action Disney movies, I wasn't big on Disney movies when I was a kid, like the old Disney animated ones. I never really watched them. Of course, we had them all. My mom was a fan. I just never really watched them. I just wasn't into it. I was into more, you know, just sci-fi and whatever the hell. But so when it comes to live action, I'm just like, okay. But Aladdin came out, and I was like, I'm not really hyped for this. Let's see what happens. And I walked out going, all right, better than I thought it was going to be. And I was like, thank you. At least it was better than I thought. When I went into Dumbo, I was going, what is this going to be? And I walked out going, that was actually really good.
Was that the Tim Burton one? Yeah, it was actually pretty good. Yeah.
Because I felt like that was a Tim Burton movie. It had a great cast, and not to mention he had to take like an old animated movie that was a half an hour long, if that, and extend it to a full runtime. So and it's just sad because that's the one that flopped.
Yeah.
You know, that one really flopped. Nobody went to see that. I'm like, why? It was a great
film. It was a solid film. Yeah. I agree.
But I mean, I like to go in and just be like, hey, impress me. Yeah. Sometimes I'll come out and be like, yeah, that was not for me. But I don't like to discourage people to be like, hey, don't see this. It sucks. And I'm like, no, it's not for me. Might be for you. Just wasn't for me. This is how I feel. If you want to go see it, I always try to be like that when it comes to reviewing that or TV shows, you know?
Yeah, I always try to go into whatever I'm reviewing, thinking I'm just going to review this for what it is, not what I want it to be. And I think that's the mistake a lot of critics make, is that they say, "Well, if it's not exactly what I want it to be, then it's bad." But I think you have to take in art for what it's trying to present to you. And I always think about, like, you know, from the first frame of something to the end of the frame, or the end frame of something, did it accomplish the goal that it set out for itself? So I always try to kind of keep that in mind. And I always go in with low expectations about everything. I'm just like, I'm starting from zero. Let's see what you got. You know, that's kind of how my approach is.
That's good. So when it came to, I mean, obviously when it comes to BVS, coming off Man of Steel was an interesting thing too, because I mean, I guess when Man of Steel came out, It was, I mean, obviously there was like there was a discourse there too. And I guess you could say there kind of still is a discourse, but not as much as BVS. That's for damn sure. I think it was just because, when Man of Steel came out, people were hyped for it. And I think for the most part, it set out to do, and that was one of the things I was even thinking about this today. I wish I would have actually brought this up when I had my time with Zach, because obviously I was talking with Man of Steel and it was right at the start. I actually wish I would have brought up like the whole, like, what was just to be approached to do it, and to have somebody that is Christopher Nolan to just be like, hey, how about this guy over here, to be referred to by Christopher fucking Nolan. I mean, that's what's so great about it. It's like they, Warner Brothers wanted Christopher Nolan to do what he did with The Dark Knight to Superman. Right. And he was like, nope, that's kind of out of my game. But this guy who made this Watchmen movie, I think is your guy, because he really enjoyed Watchmen. I wish I would have brought that up a little bit, right at the beginning when it came to Zach. But of course, it was just kind of like, talking about this. But yeah, I mean, just coming off of Man of Steel and his approach with that, going into BVS, and the fact that, bringing in Batman, and of course, just the way that it was announced at Comic-Con. I mean, it was perfectly announced how they did that, with Harry Lennox reading that Dark Knight Returns quote that Batman gives Superman. It was so, and then of course people just being hyped for it, and then of course the first footage. I remember that everything was. I mean, that's where I really like dove into my YouTube channel. Was like, I was just so obsessed with like, oh, this is going to be so freaking great. So I mean, I think there was a lot riding on it. There was a lot of hype behind it, and again, some people like us, we go in kind of going, all right, let's not go in thinking this is going to be the greatest thing ever. We have to. Yes, we're fans, but we have to temper it down a little bit. And so I think the problem, and especially, I was thinking about this today too, when I posted my little short today and I started seeing some pushback. I was like, man, this came out right in the middle of the Marvel machine.
It did.
The Marvel machine was just, and not to mention there was a Captain America and Iron Man clashing together. I mean, I remember that whole thing. Yeah, there was that whole thing where, I mean, they were like, Marvel just came out with like, oh, we're gonna do our freaking battle between the two big giants here. And I remember when that was all coming out, and like the release dates were similar, and then all of a sudden it was delayed. So there was like, right in the middle of the Marvel machine. And I remember you telling me also that when you were looking at some of these reviews, you saw like the Marvel comparisons big time, right?
Oh yeah, reviews wanted to make everything Marvel. I'll see if I can pick out a few. NPR mentioned that Marvel had pretty much cornered the jokey, ironic detachment market, and they wanted all this stuff. Slate.com said "Make mine Marvel," which is an old Marvel slogan. Let's see, where's a really good one. They even talked about Joss Whedon and how he injected a nerdy enthusiasm into his Avengers movies, and BVS was a letdown because he did. Like they were comparing. Like I think one of them even said something about how Joss Whedon should have directed, and I was like, oh my gosh, this does not age well. And Time.com talked about the Marvel universe as being jaunty, and how that was in comparison to BVS not being as lighthearted or jokey, and it just was. And there was one that went on this whole diatribe about Marvel. Like there was a whole paragraph. I don't seem to have it in my notes here. No, it was Miami.com. It went through like the history of the Human Torch and the Submariner, and talked about all this stuff, and Captain America Civil War in a Batman v Superman review. It was like going through the history of Marvel. And I was like, what is this even doing here? This isn't a Marvel movie. So the critics wanted it to be a Marvel movie. And because it wasn't a Marvel movie, that rubbed them the wrong way, among other reasons. But that was a big one.
Yeah. And then I remember even somebody was pushing back today, and they said like, because I, at the beginning of my clip, I had his quote that was put in those articles full on. And, he was like, well, didn't people see the marketing? They saw the marketing and they went in knowing it was going to be a dark, gritty, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, Not, I mean, I was like, maybe in a way, but at the same time, I remember the marketing, they were really trying to be like, hey, we have the Trinity here, Wonder Woman's here, and they don't just fight and action, action, action. I mean, yes, they're going to fight, but then there's going to be, I mean, obviously they wanted the marketing to just show that, oh yeah, eventually they just Batman and Superman resolve whatever it is. We don't know how they do it, of course. And then of course Wonder Woman's involved. And I'm like, yeah, the marketing kind of lightened it up. And one of the things that I saw when it came to the discourse too was the fact that it's like when people just flat out go like, when they were taking that quote and saying like, no, we just didn't get your movie. You didn't execute it correctly or something like that. It's like, no, he made the movie he wanted to make.
So that I object to, because back on the day when I still had my personal Twitter account, I was engaged in a lot of dialogues and debates with people about BVS all the time. I would just hop into the Lion's Den and talk about that with people. And I would be even on Dragon Con panels talking about Batman v Superman, the lone person on the panels that didn't like it. I was actually called a liar one time because I said that BVS had humor in it. And I was like, all right, I mean, I guess you don't have a sense of humor, but those people, I shouldn't qualify them as a group, but some of those people who say that, oh, it's not because we didn't get it, we just didn't like it. I'm like, okay, some of these people said they didn't understand Lex Luthor's motivation to hate Superman when he explicitly says that in the scene up on top of the roof. He like lays it out for us, telling us why he hates Superman. There were things like that in the film where they just didn't get it. They just didn't understand these things. And so I have a hard time believing that the people who say, well, it's not because I expected something else. It's because it just wasn't any good. Of course I understood it. I don't believe that for a second. You had no idea why Lex Luthor was saying that he hated Superman. You didn't understand it, some of it.
I mean, all the way down to like, I mean, I remember even just watching it at full circle. I mean, it just all the way down to the way how he stands like this. He stands pretty much like in a Superman pose that we've seen.
Yes.
And it's like, yeah, that's part of him just trying to be that person that he's not exactly who he's not, essentially. And I liked how he did that because it was a representation of like Lex and, wanting to be this powerful person, but he, obviously he's very smart, but physically not so much.
Well, and he also talks about the problem of evil in that scene. That goes back, that's a philosophical argument by Epicurus that goes back a long time. I'm supposed to believe that these people who say that BVS just wasn't any fun, I'm supposed to believe that they understand the philosophical argument about the problem of evil introduced by Epicurus. I'm supposed to believe that? Okay, all right. So some of it's just hard for me to believe because I've had so many of these conversations. There was even one where I was discussing something with a guy on Twitter, and he was actually a nice guy. We had a long time where we discussed the movie and some things, but there was one guy that he didn't understand the Day of the Dead sequence, and maybe it's just an interpretation thing. Maybe I interpret it differently from other people. But he was saying that Superman was a jerk and conceited during that sequence because he looked like he was high and uplifted and like towering over everybody like a god. And I was like, yeah, that's the perspective that from humans about Superman. That's not Superman dictating how he wants to be perceived. That's us putting that on him. The dialogue is in that scene about that same that thing, and then also the visual cinematic language of that sequence. It's visualized and stylized so it looks like something else. It's different from other parts of the film, so it's a perspective thing. And there were people who didn't understand that, and I don't want to say that I'm right and everybody else is wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's what they were going for because the dialogue backs it up. But it's just things like that where they interpreted it as Superman thinking too highly of himself, when actually that was the opposite thing that the film was putting forth.
So the fact that people actually think that Superman was thinking, I mean, like I never got that at all from the first watch till now, is the fact that he is so full of doubt. And the fact that, I mean, even like Zach had said it when he was doing the commentary too, it's just like, I mean, even when it comes to Batman, I mean, it's like to find relevance. I mean, you have to especially since there's been so many iterations. It's like, all right, so when it comes to these characters, let's put them in this scenario. Let's have an older Batman, a fairly fresh-faced Superman, to find relevance between these two that are just polar opposite from each other. I mean, I think he fucking nailed it. I mean, he nailed it, in my opinion, with the, deconstructing them, and just the fact that you have Superman with doubt. You have a Batman who thinks it's his job to just be like, I got it. Just full on take on this guy. I don't care. Everything is led up to this. I can't seem to fix Gotham. So I'm just going to take this, like, I'm just head on. And it's just relevance. They're both trying to find their relevance in this story. And and I think he just absolutely nailed it, 100%. But yeah, the fact that some people thought that he was just being like all high and mighty, it's like, no,
I was so blown away by that. And that goes back to the fact that I think I hate to tell people this. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But BVS is smarter than a lot of people. I hate to be the person to drop that, but BVS is actually a really highly intelligent film, and it does take a lot of work to understand it. So I'm sure that other people would disagree, and that's your opinion if that's your opinion. But I found that for me, I mean, I don't think I'm that smart of a person, but it made me, and one of the reasons that I talked with Zach in that commentary about how you have to make an effort to dig a little deeper. That was my experience when I saw that quote of, if you seek his monument, look around you. I was like, wonder where that's from. And then when I did an internet search for it, it was about, I think his name is Christopher Wren. And so I did a whole like deep dive into that, into like St. Paul's Cathedral and all this kind of stuff. And there were things that I learned about aspects of, art history with the descent from the cross, and the stuff with the horses symbolizing death.
Oh yeah,
and,
the horses.
I mean, all those things, I had to make an extra effort to connect the dots. It wasn't just something that I could see on a superficial first viewing of the film. But I think the difference between like me and maybe you and people in your chat is that we don't consider that a bad thing. Some people would hear, oh, BBS is a smart movie, and push back on it like, oh, there should be no movie smarter than me. I am the smartest of them all. Some people would take that as an insult, but I think that's actually really intellectually stimulating and challenging. And so I like it when there's a film smarter than me. So I find that strange, but I think there are a lot of people out there who object to that.
Yeah, and like you said, when you talked about the layers, which of course they marked in those articles as a question, but you're just kind of just talking about the layers, and then he just went into his answer. But yeah, I mean, there's so many layers it's funny because when it comes to this whole trilogy, I mean, what I love about this trilogy is the fact that, first off, each movie feels different. It doesn't all feel like one like consistent tone, and I love that. I like that when it comes to like musicians that I like, bands that I like, when one album doesn't sound like the previous album. They try something a little bit different, but it still sounds like them. It's like, all right, Man of Steel when Man of Steel came out, I mean, I think I brought it up in my commentary. I love the fact that at first, and it was funny because at first it kind of threw me off a little bit, but I love the handheld feeling with the camera, how it's like, there's it zooms in, and it just feels very handheld. And he talked about how it's like, yeah, he wanted, like, when Superman would zip by the camera doesn't catch it and has to catch up. He wanted to have that feeling. And even when we saw in the trailer, when he's like flying up, it zooms in on him. And then just stuff like that, I thought was like, all right. I remember at first I was like, that's a little, I don't know if I like that. But then after more repeat viewings, I'm like, you know what? That is actually really cool if you think about it. Just taking that approach. He didn't take that approach with BVS. BVS was obviously a different cinematographer. Larry Fong did BVS. And the fact that, everything looks like a comic book panel, to be honest. I mean, even a Man of Steel, but I mean, I'm talking about in BVS, just so many great shots in there. But then there's like a different feeling when it comes to Justice League that he did. And it's funny too, because anytime I watch the Justice's Gray version. I just think, man, Zack Snyder really made an indie Justice League movie.
Yeah, it is like that. Yeah.
Yeah. If you
And
really think about it, even like with, but even with BVS and all the layers, I mean, it is art house. It really is. It can be like art house. And I would love to watch I think somebody actually made one, and I actually had a copy of it. Somebody made a black and white version of BVS. And I remember when I was traveling for my job, I watched it on a plane. And I was mesmerized by it because it's just, like I said, it was like, man, this is a movie with Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. And of course, this expanding world. And it was like, but it feels like so indie.
yeah, and Zack Snyder's films can get away with the black and white approach, like
Mhm.
if you took it down and made it black and white, because he uses those real deep blacks.
Oh yeah.
They're not all films do that, but it gives a great contrast, because black and white stuff, you have to have a good contrast between the light and the dark stuff. Yeah, it's so
Totally.
funny. It's so funny that you mentioned, like, it feels like an independent film and it's sort of art house. There was a critic from Us Weekly, Mara Reinstein, who this was a criticism
Oh no.
for BVS. This is what she said. She wrote, quote, "It takes itself more seriously than a Best Picture Oscar winner," unquote. That was her criticism of the film, that it took itself too seriously, that it had too much of a goal to be a great film, and that was a negative. And I find that so peculiar. Why would
Oh,
that be a problem?
I think it's just because people look at this genre, they look at it as like one in like one filter. Is it's supposed to be fun, the F
Yep.
word's supposed to be this kind of way. And then of course, like I said, this came out during the big Marvel machine. So everybody's used to this certain way to do these movies, and then all of a sudden, I mean, even though like, and it's funny too, because then we forget about look what Nolan did with Batman. It's like, did you guys forget that we can have a little bit more layers? And but I mean, even Nolan peeled back some layers too, but Zach was handling a whole fucking universe. Nolan was only handling Batman.
Right.
So, when it came to he didn't have to peel back so many layers. Zach was like, okay, I got Superman and Batman, and then we got Wonder Woman, and then I got to set up a Justice League. Holy shit. I got to like really dive into this. And then, bringing on Chris Terrio to really just nail that mythology that they did. And I mean, I think Chris Terrio was just perfect for the job, to just try to really, to try to take these two giants and pin them against each other, all while setting up the rest of the world. Jesus Christ, that's a task.
Yeah, yeah. Chris Terrio is such a smart writer. I really loved what he did with BBS. It's that when you actually go through, because I've done it. I know, like, the podcast Man of Steel, Insights and Answers Commentary, Justice League podcast. I know BBS by the Minute's doing it, DC Cinematic Minute. All those shows, do a deep dive into like the writing and the screenwriting of the story. And in my experience, when I've done that, I find that the dialogue and the themes connect, and the themes connect to the visuals that are being shown. And it's just so well in the way it's constructed with the screenwriting. And Zach really kind of obviously thought through how to handle the visuals to make those things really pop out. And to me, it stands out more than a lot of films, because there can be some films where they have a story and you can watch it in one sitting and maybe you don't get anything out of it. But Batman v Superman, I know this sounds crazy, but I saw it 15 times in the theater.
Wow, you saw it 15 times.
I saw it 15 times. I had back then they used to sell these ultimate tickets, and I think it was like $100. I'm an insane person, but I could see it. I could see it once a day for as long as it was out in the theaters, and I could see it in 3D. I could see it in IMAX. I could see it in 2D. So I was like, I paid all this money for this ticket. I'm going to watch it all that I can. And so every time I would go see it, I would see something different that I hadn't seen in the previous screening. And to me, that sparked the notion to me that it was actually, there was something more to it than what I was just seeing. You could watch it and just have a superficial Batman doesn't like Superman. They fight, Superman dies, the end. But if you actually go through it and really give it a good analysis, there's a lot more to Batman v Superman than a lot of people give it credit for. The problem is not a lot of people are willing to do that work.
Nope. They just go like, the Martha thing, the scene, what the hell? And then it's just like, you go, oh God, because that's always like that's always the thing that they always go to. But they always say like, oh, Superman doesn't smile. It's always so grim and dark. And it's like, well, I mean, again, it's a story that, and again, I love that Zack said this. You have two big, huge giants, these two characters that are larger than life, obviously, that are trying to find relevance in this world and in 15 times I'm wow.
I'm an insane person. That's
yeah,
all
no, but that's
justify.
awesome. I love that. I absolutely love that. I saw it twice in the movie, but then I remember when the ultimate cut was teased, and I remember just when they were teasing the ultimate cut, and I remember them showing the LexCorp with the footage, and you see Batman come down and take up that guy.
Yeah.
Like, I just remember going, why did they delete that? Like, it's so quick. It's so quick.
That's 2 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, why would that need whole? And like, it just made me frustrated. I'm like, what else? Like, what? And then just watching it and going, oh my God. I mean, the Lois arc really got just, that's what I think suffered big time, was the fact that her relevance in the story, Lois, and her just putting the pieces together, being like, when it comes to this, being trying to help, obviously, Clark with this whole story, and realizing that there's some fuckery going on when it comes to the situation in Africa. It just was so much more fleshed out, and just made the story. I mean, watching it, of course, I had full circle, and just watching on the big screen again, it just, I mean, this is why it's my favorite of the trilogy. I mean, and this is why I call it The Empire Strikes Back of this trilogy, because it bridges both so great. And it's just that movie that, it ends on a downer. It does. It ends on a downer, but
actually,
I love the fact,
I would disagree. I think it ends on hope, because you have a little bit of that with the dirt rising. You do have a little bit of an, something's gonna happen. So I think it's sad. There's a funeral, and it is sad, but I think that dirt rising gives it a little something.
Okay,
else.
but what's interesting too, like comparing it to Empire Strikes Back. I mean, even though it's like, okay, like Han is frozen and gone, and I mean, like, and then they have that shot where they're looking out. It does have a hopeful vibe too. Maybe like when you see that shot when they're looking out, that, and like Chewie and Lando are like heading out from that ship where, obviously Luke is recuperating. So I just, I get what you're saying too. Like, yeah, it does have like that hopeful vibe when you see and you hear that music, and you're like, oh, he's coming back.
It's a good ending.
It's gonna happen. So I totally see your point. Yeah, but I don't know. Just to me, I just always say, like, it is that Empire Strikes Back when it comes to that, and that's why I just, as much as I love the other two movies too, I'm just like, yeah. But when I watch BVS, I go, God damn, this movie is just, it's so good. It's just so good.
I think it's so interesting, because when we were at Full Circle, I was, talking to people. Some people knew me from my BVS videos that I'd done, because I have a whole series where I talk about Lois Lane and Lex Luthor and the cinematography and everything. And I would ask people, what's your favorite of the three that we're going to watch this weekend? And so many people, I think everyone I asked said BVS.
Right.
And I think that's really telling to me that that of all three of those, BVS seemed to be the most popular. And I don't know. For me, it's great filmmaking. Even if it wasn't about DC superheroes, and let's say I didn't like DC stuff, which is a crazy thing for me to say. But even if I didn't, it's a great film. It's a really well-made film. Acting's good, score's good, cinematography's good, directing's good, on all levels. Everything that I look at when I review something, it just checks off all the boxes. Everything is excellent.
No, I'm with you on that. I mean, it's like when it comes to just the CBM genre, it's in, I mean, obviously I love Dark Knight, but, we all love it. We all have our, I mean, obviously Batman is always, near and dear to me, of course, but BBS is always in the top three. I mean, I always say that when I always hate it when people are like, what's your favorite movie, or what's your favorite this? Just like, it's hard. It just depends on the mood. It depends on the mood, you know. There'll be times where I'm like, BVS is my all-time favorite CBM, but then I'll be like, oh, maybe it's maybe it's Dark Knight when I watch it again, or maybe it's some Batman 89 because I have that nostalgia for watching that movie. But I mean, but for the most part, like BVS is always going to be in my. It's just always going to be in my top 3 when it comes to this genre, and then it's just it could be in my top 20 of all time favorite movies,
absolutely,
because it's got 2 of my favorite characters, and it's the fact. I mean, you just didn't know what was going to be happening when it came to this movie. Obviously, when it was teased and announced and hyped with the quote from Harry Lennox from Dark Knight Returns, we knew it was going to have those vibes to it. And I think like what Zack pulled from that, and especially when it comes to the suit and when it comes to the fight, I mean, we were all just like, oh my God, he did it. He did it. I can't even imagine if he did a full adaptation of like that story, like what would that be like? But I mean, the fact that he pulled certain things from that so perfectly, and that suit. I mean, when we saw that first footage where he just he's lighting up the bat suit and he's looking up, everybody was freaking out. I remember just the vibe like, oh my God, he pulled off the freaking armored bat suit. Like what the hell? That is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
Well, that's pretty all right. We got some people that are going to be joining in right now. First off, I think you might know this guy.
Scott!
Rebecca!
Hey, Rebecca! Hey.
Oh, I just got, you were naming off shows, and I was like, oh, no one's talking about Man of Steel scene by scene. I see how
it is. I forget DC Squadcast. Y'all have done you have done so many episodes where you go through the films and do great analysis. I'm sorry, Scott. My brain froze. Yeah.
By the way, Rebecca was on DC Squadcast. We had her on for our second Wonder Woman review that we did.
Yes.
And I've been on a couple of Supergirl radios. I still remember when Rebecca invited me on for talking about Supergirl in Injustice 2. So it was like Supergirl through the lens of the Injustice universe.
Yeah, because she's a big part of Injustice. I mean, she's the big part. Yeah,
she was the big part, and she was hands down my go-to fighter in Injustice 2.
Nice.
Yeah. And then also I love that Rebecca mentioned defending the Helen Slater Supergirl movie, because I got to moderate that debate between Rebecca and Morgan as they tried to do the points. I just love sitting there going, oh, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, we did a debate style episode where I took the pro side and Morgan took the negative side, and we brought our positions to the table and argued for what we thought. I ended up winning that, surprisingly.
You did end up winning, but
I was like, how did I win over the chat that it was worth watching Supergirl the movie? Somehow I did it, but Morgan gave a valiant effort. So
well, I mean, I think it was just interesting that you kind of you had the harder position. Let's be honest.
To defend it.
To defend Supergirl 1984. But you gave it gusto. Gave it gusto.
People don't realize, and this is, I guess, another thing that goes back to film criticism is looking at what the film is and not what you want it to be. Supergirl the movie, if you actually, because I have, if you go back to Supergirl in the Silver Age, in the comics of the Silver Age, Supergirl the movie is actually a really faithful adaptation of the Silver Age of Supergirl. And so when I look at it through that lens, I see like, oh, that's what they were going for. Those are the comics that they pulled from in order to make that film.
And see, that's what sometimes when it comes to these CBMs and how we argue about it, it's like some people like you have like if we're like going back, I mean, somebody asks, some of the Snyder hitters, have they read some of the comics? I'm like, I'm sure they have, but they have their own, they have their section of books that they liked. And maybe they, didn't like this story. Maybe they didn't like Dark Knight Returns. Maybe they didn't really dig Death of Superman, or maybe they didn't dig some of the source material that Zach and Terrio were maybe digging through, but of course they were trying to do their own thing as well. But I mean, yeah, I think like when it comes to source material, I mean, there's 80 fucking plus years of material out there. It's like pick and choose. I mean, we're all not going to be fans of every aspect of like these characters because there's so much to take in. There's a lot that a lot of us probably haven't even like read or looked at or anything like that, So
Rebecca has. Just
Oh,
yeah.
Rebecca has.
I've done a study of Supergirl comics. I'm not an expert on everything, but
Yeah.
if you don't know, Supergirl was on a soap opera in the 1980s, so that's something for you to chew on. So
I don't think I did know that.
she was an actress on a soap opera called Secret Hearts and the Superman Family
Oh.
Issues. We're gonna do episodes on that on Supergirl Radio soon.
That
Why
is
am I
fair.
not shocked that Rebecca Okay, guys, let me tell you a secret about Rebecca.
Oh,
Now, if you followed her back when she had her own personal Twitter account, I'm OG. Like
Yeah,
I remember
a
those
long time
days.
ago.
I remember. Rebecca loves soap operas.
I do like soap
She
operas.
loves soap
The
operas.
Young the Restless is the best.
So the fact that she knows this fact does not shock me at all.
It's my favorite thing about Supergirl.
Wow, I didn't know that either.
But one of my one of the things that I think Dave, you were really hitting on is that one of the things I like about Henry Cavill Superman is that he resembles the Bronze Age, modern age version of Superman, the John Byrne Superman.
Yes.
And actually through the Death of Superman arc, that's very much the Superman that, because when I first started getting into comics, the Death of Superman was one of the big things that I tackled first. And I think I read Crisis on Infinite Earths is one of the first things that I read. And I was like, why did I do that? Why did I do that?
Why did you do that to yourself?
That's one of the most dense things to read when you first start reading comics.
That's heavy. It's heavy. Yeah.
It's so many characters.
So many.
But I think what some people miss is they think that the Superman the movie with Christopher Reeve is the only version of Superman, but that's the Silver Age Superman.
Yeah.
So when I see Henry Cavill Superman, I think, oh, that's that version that they were pulling from. And so I think sometimes I wish, and this is just kind of wishful thinking, I wish people looked at it from that lens, because if you did, in my opinion, the way I see it is that it's just different. It's like comic books. You have different people writing different comic book runs and putting their stamp on the character. It's the same thing with films.
Yeah, that's what I keep on telling people too. I'm like, when you walk into a comic book shop, I mean, you're getting, I mean, especially when it comes to the bigger characters, you're getting multiple different like versions. And not to mention you have like the weekly comics over here, but then you also have like they'll have just, I mean, I know the one I go to has all these books from past stories, like all right here, that are all written by different people, different takes, different everything. So it's like
when we all went through that era where we enjoyed the Adam West Batman TV show, and then we got to a point that we thought it was stupid, and then we got older, we were like, oh wait a minute, I see what they were doing.
Yeah.
Beyond just the 60s camp, when you go back and read some of those Silver Age Batman stories, you're like,
just like it.
I mean, that is
just like it.
so campy.
They were campy, like the show was doing. So that's always the thing, to Rebecca's point, is what were the people trying to accomplish, or what were they adapting? And then if you go with that, I feel like that kind of gives you a different frame of reference for, were they successful in what they were trying to do? I mean, I can enjoy popping in an Adam West episode every once in a while. It's fun. Do I just want to sit there and like binge it all at one time? No, because it gets old for me.
Just watch the Ethel Merman episodes. That's all you need.
Oh, no, I got Jill St. John in the first 2 episodes. I'm good.
All right. We got somebody else joining right now. We got Mr. Phil. What's going
Phil.
on, sir?
Hello.
Cheers, man.
Hello. It's going. I am knee deep in Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh yeah, that just came out. Right?
I know, and if Liam is probably going to want that, but I'm like, dude, you got to finish Breath of the Wild first.
Good luck with that. I've done.
Sorry,
No,
I was just going to ask. Has there ever been a live action Zelda movie?
No, that's that.
Why not?
I don't know.
Oh, there probably will be. See, the way I'm
Mario.
looking at, okay, so when it comes to the Mario success, I think they're going to do an animated movie version, sure. But I'm like, yeah, but somebody needs to do like a more grounded live action. I mean, come on. I mean, just why not? I don't know why it hasn't happened yet, but I think it will. But I'm just, but I think right now they're going, well, Mario worked and it was animation. They're probably going to keep things animation when it comes to this Nintendo world. Yeah. But somebody needs make a series. Make a
Ooh.
series somewhere. Amazon, where you at?
I would love
Netflix or
that.
Amazon. I love Legend of Zelda so much. It's like one of my near and dear. It's right up there with Pokemon. I love Link. I love Zelda. I love that whole story. I would love to see it adapted in live action at some point, be it by way of like Rings of Power, Game of Thrones, something in that same kind of mythical vein, because there's just a lot of interesting creatures you could use. And honestly, like, I think the perfect basis for it would probably be Breath of the Wild, and maybe if not, Tears of the Kingdom. Like, I'm like 4 hours into this game, and it is almost superior to Breath of the Wild in every way. Oh my gosh, it is so gorgeous. And
it was kind of funny because we were talking about, seeing the lines for Tears of the Kingdom. People were like, "Man, I've never done a midnight release for a video game before." It's like, "Oh, yes, I have.
I have worked at GameStop." Yeah.
Yep. GameStop.
Wow.
GameStop for both of them. Yeah. Mine was Arkham City and Arkham Knight. I did midnights for those.
I did. So I didn't work at GameStop when Arkham City came out. I worked at GameStop when Arkham Origins came out. I got a lot of merchandise for Arkham Origins at the time, and right before Knight came out, I did get a little bit of merchandise there too. But I was there for Grand Theft Auto 5. I was there for Battlefield 3, a lot of the big shooters, Call of Duty. I've seen a lot of midnights in my day. Some of them were fun, some of them not so much.
Rebecca, did you ever get into video games? Were you ever a video game kid?
When I was younger, this probably dates me, but
it's not going to date any of us. I mean, come on.
I was around when the original Nintendo had Super Mario Brothers 2 and 3 came out. Like I was kind of in that, like the Wizard movie that came out with
California.
Yeah, that was basically me when I was a kid. I was not like a genius at playing them, but I loved the original Nintendo. So I had that. I had Zelda on the original Nintendo. So I was a gamer in terms of like that console. Yeah, that gaming system, but I haven't pursued anything outside of that. But I loved original Nintendo. I played it all the time.
Sweet.
My grandma had a Nintendo.
Before we start, we got Mr. Anthony showing up.
What's good? How's everybody doing?
I'm good.
We're doing good, man.
Good. Glad to be here. Appreciate the invite, Dave.
Yeah,
appreciate the fresh time.
I know, right?
Georgia over here.
Yeah.
Georgia, exactly. I figured, it was time. It was time to bump it up a little bit.
Dave let me onto the Vodka stream before the original Vodka stream would have even started.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So I know it's not even 8:00 yet, so yeah. So there you go. So it's seeming like this is going to be definitely the new time. But no, thank you for joining, Anthony. And like I said, we veered off and we're talking video games right now. But I've been playing. That's what happens. Discussion goes
Jedi Survivor for all day.
That's another great one. I haven't I was telling Anthony, I think yesterday on 4 Nerds, I haven't even bothered playing Jedi Fallen Order, and I want to so I can get to Jedi Survivor.
Yeah, that's a new one out there. Yeah, right?
The Survivor it's fire, and the abilities they give him in this, he's quickly becoming like one of my favorite video game characters to play with all time. Cal Kestis. It's just I've gotten to a point now where he's gotten like this extra move where he's in the air. He can do it's dope. It's a great game. It's a great game. I played it for
thinking back to Rebecca when you're talking about you doing the Once Upon a Time and then him talking about that. I was thinking about The Apprentice with The Force Unleashed because it just made me think of Sam Witwer.
Oh yeah.
Because he eventually made it onto Once Upon a Time.
Sam Witwer?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to look at because I
you want to know who he played? Mr. Hyde.
Oh, he played.
Oh, he would be good at that. Yeah.
That's
he did
incredible.
Something similar on Smallville too, where he was Davis.
With Davis Bloom.
Yeah, that's right.
He can do that really well. He's a great actor.
Oh, he's amazing.
One of these days, I'm gonna binge watch Smallville. I just couldn't get into it when it came out.
Yeah, make sure you got about 3-4 years to do that. It's a
long
series.
10 years of a show to watch.
Yeah, there's a lot
of
there.
episodes.
You know what? When it came out, it's like I watched. I remember being excited for it and being all right. I'm gonna watch it. But then I don't know. I just couldn't accept like Lex Luthor and Clark went to like high school. What the fuck? I'm like, I just couldn't.
They were like Silver Age though.
I know.
That's in the comics.
That's the thing.
The comics.
I was one of those people. I'm like, not my stories. You know,
not my
So,
Superman.
yeah, exactly. So like, I just couldn't wrap my brain around it. So I never really, you know, I just never revisit it. And people
So-
keep on telling me doing that. But then when Gotham came out, I was like, let's do it. And I watched all of Gotham. I mean, of course, you know, people have, you know, obviously the way it wrapped up wasn't the best. You know,
but
I
hey,
loved Gotham.
I know.
Yeah.
I enjoyed Gotham. But
Yeah.
Dave, I'll tell you what, Smallville, it kind of has a Star Trek thing that goes on. You got to get to season 3.
Okay.
Season 3 is when it was cooking with gas. But it was kind of funny. It's like, for me, it was always like, not always, but like my favorite seasons of the show were like 3, 5, and 9.
Yeah.
For me, it was always the odd seasons were better. 1,
Yeah, the
3,
odds-
5, 7. I was
Well,
like, these are great.
7 was okay. 7 was the writer's strike.
7 had Supergirl,
7 did have Supergirl.
and she was great.
Oh, Laura Vanderhook. Oh yeah, yeah.
She's great.
Yeah,
So
one of
fun-
these days I'll get back. I'll visit it one of these days, but you know, I mean, it's just hard to fit right now, you know, especially watching, trying to catch up on things now, and then of course, you know,
There is no catching up.
I know, and then you know, me and Scott are going to be, you know, diving into Superman the animated series next, and yeah, it's going to be good stuff.
Starting next week, actually.
Yeah, I know. We got our little a little secret episode of Batman animated this Sunday, and then yeah, we're gonna dive right into
Last Son of
Superman animated.
Krypton Part 1.
Watch out.
Oh.
I know. See, that's what I mean. The animated shows were easy to get into, but yeah, when it came to live action, you know, I mean, I remember there was like a Birds of Prey.
Yep,
Sure,
I
there
watched
was.
that. I watched every episode of that.
That show is ahead of its time.
Yes,
it was.
I could make a case for it too.
It was on DC Universe.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
for a
was.
little bit.
It was on DC Universe. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I remember giving it a shot, but I don't really remember it that much at all. But I remember, you know, Dina Meyer being
Yo, she was a
Barbara.
great Barbara.
Good
She was
God.
Perfect Oracle, yeah.
Isn't
perfect.
Yeah. Crush on
Oh,
her
man.
because after watching Starship
Star
Troopers.
Troopers, yes.
Yeah.
wasn't the girl who plays Alice and Batwoman on it too? Rachel Scarston.
Yes, she
Yes.
played Black Canary's daughter.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah, those. I mean, shows like that just like were short lived, but man, you go revisit it and be like, man, and I would like to actually revisit that, but I know people are saying like, man, like there are things in there like, holy shit, they went for it. They went for it.
They did
They did.
Clayface. They did the first live action Harley Quinn. I mean, they did some really
Yeah, that's
interesting
right,
things.
They did. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, some of those shows went for it, man. Before now, like every other show, like is a superhero show. It's like it's crazy where we are right now. It's like, you know, there's so much superhero content, and
We're
And now
spoiled. I
we're
know people have
spoiled.
said that, but I remember when you watched a show because it was all you were getting and you
Yeah.
were grateful for what you got.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's funny you mentioned that because when I was in line waiting for Tears of the Kingdom, there were a couple gentlemen ahead of me, and of course, these gentlemen, from what the conversation I could gather, they didn't like anything they were talking about. They proceeded to just, you know, kind of just rag on how the Marvel Cinematic Universe is kind of going in an aimless direction and kind of just like going and, you know, I don't know what they're doing, that conversation over again. And then they proceeded to go about the DC films and they said Batman v Superman was the worst film ever and Suicide Squad was terrible.
God.
That conversation over, I just had to shake my head and just mind my business because it's like I've been in this conversation way too many times.
Well, at
And
this point, it's like if you're still having that conversation, trying to do the math here, 7 years later. Yeah, I mean, it's like there's nothing I say is going to do anything.
Change your mind. Yeah.
The thing that really turned me off was just when dude went, you know, I want to see Robert Pattinson's Batman written and directed by James Gunn.
Oh God, what?
Yes,
No,
shit you not.
Matt Reeves is doing just fine. Matt Reeves is doing
Yeah.
just fine.
I agree, Scott.
Yes, yeah,
Wholeheartedly.
There's a reason that we're doing the Batman scene by scene drink. You know,
Here.
so you know what?
Well, see, that's the
about
thing
that?
too. It's like, and it's funny because even when I saw some pushback when it came to my clip of, you know, posting about what Zach said and actually posting his quote and everything. It's like, you know, I almost wanted to ask these people. I'm like, well, how did you feel about? I mean, did you like the Batman? Because I've had numerous discussions with people going, "What the fuck? It was so freaking boring. There was like nothing happening," and blah blah blah. I'm like,
It's Batman's
did you
fault for
watch-
the car chase.
Yeah, say they start doing all that, and I'm like,
Mhm.
you didn't watch the same movie I did, apparently. You know, I'm
Yeah.
like, I welcome every iteration, and I, you know, yeah. Do I have my favorite? My favorite cinematic Batman is Ben Affleck, just because I love Batman vs Superman so much and how his character is portrayed in there. But I, you know, I have a love for Keaton. I have a love for Kilmer. I have a love for, you know,
Bale.
Pattinson now. Yeah, Bale.
Mhm.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
this is all these different
Poor
iterations.
Clooney. He just
Yeah.
never gets included in that conversation, does he?
And I'm
Hey,
glad
guilty pleasure, you know?
I'm glad you brought that up, because if not for Zack Snyder's take on Batman, I wouldn't have the appreciation that I have now, even more so for past and future iterations of Batman.
Hmm.
Because I think that the whole concept of what he did, just the faithfulness he displayed in terms of honoring the source material from a modern perspective. And I think that's where a lot of people tend to like kind of disassociate with Batman versus Superman and what, quote, they think how Batman and Superman need to be portrayed on screen for the first time. And the funny thing is like, I think, Dave, you mentioned it earlier, like Batman v Superman is the Empire Strikes Back of comic book films. And it's
Yeah.
the absolute truth, because that film is still being talked about 7 years later. Empire Strikes Back is nearing 43 years, 45 years in the next few years.
Always
And it's-
still about, yeah.
Yep.
And it's just, ironically enough, the parallels between the two films are just uncanny.
Yeah. And then you even like, didn't you tweet that out and you got a little dog pile?
Oh
on,
my
didn't you?
God. I tweeted that out, and my notifications have actually, no, they have not stopped.
They're still going.
They
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
still going. Yes, yes. And you know, I even tweeted out again to release the Snyder Cut in IMAX. If you can't bring down the charging bull, don't wave the red cape at it. You do, and it's this red cape. This red cape charges back. Release the Snyder Cut in IMAX, because this movie needs to be seen by everybody in IMAX. Oh my goodness. But no,
Yeah.
It's so
Crazy.
it's
Go
so
ahead,
funny
Lily.
to me that some people can't fathom that you would like Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. It blows their minds. I saw somebody tweet about how something about how Snyder fans or DCE fans are not comic book fans, and I was like, okay, I take great offense to that. I've been seriously reading comic books since 2005. I do a podcast about Supergirl every week, over 400 episodes. I'm most of the Snyderverse fans that I know of are knee deep in DC mythology. I have a good friend of mine. Check him out on Twitter at John Reads Comics, JON Reads Comics. He literally has read every Superman comic there is. That is
Oh,
one of
wow.
his life's projects.
That is
That he
incredible.
has read every single thing, not even just Action Comics or just Superman. Action Comics, Superman. Jimmy
Man.
Olsen's
Man.
Superman's
wow.
pal,
Okay.
Jimmy
How
Olsen.
Jimmy Olsen. Yeah.
Supergirl's Superman's girlfriend Lois Lane, the Superman family, all that stuff. He's read everything in chronological order. He's a
Wow.
huge Snyderverse fan. So
That's
it
awesome.
doesn't compute to these people that you could actually, oh my gosh, like a movie. It's mind blowing to them.
See, and
Well,
then
the
you bring
problem
up a
is
good
that they
point
have to
too. Is the fact
justify-
that well, I was just gonna say, like, the fact that this guy has, read everything when it comes to Superman, and he's a huge Snyderverse fan. You know, just kind of I don't know, right there, just makes me go, hey.
Yeah.
Look at that.
No, sorry, Scott. Go ahead.
Well, no, but what I find disingenuous, and Rebecca, because she attacks what she does. I mean, it's why Rebecca and I like instantly became like best friends. You know,
Are we best friends now?
we're best friends. We're best friends now.
You guys have been best friends for a long time.
That's fine.
Internet
As
friends.
far
That's
as the
internet
internet's concerned, Rebecca, we've
Yes.
been best friends.
Yes.
Let's
Yeah.
be honest here. But whenever you try to hit the easy button in an argument is when I just immediately go, it's because both sides like to do it. They try to point fingers at the other group and try to get away with some broad sweeping generalization that
Mhm.
they think is going to help them win the argument.
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
like, stop it. There's gray, there's nuance, there's reasons. It is possible to have been knee deep in comics and both like and dislike anything that you see in an adaptation.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's more nuanced than that. It goes back to what Rebecca was saying. It's what were your expectations? What did you want from the, because like Rebecca has said, most of it has come from the film didn't give me what I wanted. Thus, I'm going to stamp it a bad movie.
Which is what Zach said.
It's 100% true.
Yeah.
And you know what? And I am just as guilty about that with other movies that I go watch and go, that's not what I wanted this to be. And so I did not. Now, the difference is a lot of times I don't rubber stamp the movie as a bad movie. I take at least a step back and go, this movie's not for me.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem I personally find with people's arguments is that they can't be reflective enough to say the movie wasn't for me. That's just not my cup of tea. Why people need to on any spectrum. I'm not talking about just the movies that we like. I'm talking about even what we do to movies. It's like, why can't people just say it wasn't my cup of tea? Why does it have to be a bad movie because I didn't like it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can just not like it. Like that's a you're allowed to just not like a movie.
Yeah.
Like
You can dislike a movie for personal taste and still think it's a well-made film.
and I've done that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
I've
me in
I've
the
done that
Suicide
too.
Squad. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I've done that too. Yeah, I mean, I think we've all done that. Where we just kind of go like, you know what, wasn't for me, but man, there were some shots in there, and the way that it was put together, I could understand like why people, but it just wasn't. Yeah, like I said, it wasn't my brand of vodka. So, yeah, sorry. Yeah, but people have a problem, especially when it comes to comic book movies, though. And then of course, when you have Batman and Superman, I mean, the pressure was, I mean.
Huge.
I can only imagine. I mean, we only probably know a fraction of what Zach probably had to go through when it came. I mean, and we also got to realize too, when it comes to BVS, is at first, I mean, it was originally written by Goyer.
Yeah.
And and the first version, I mean, there was Metallo that was going to be in it. Not Metallo. Sorry.
Metallo.
I love it, Tucky. You did a good job, Tom. But anyways, we saw that was going to be in it. And I remember I've even talked to somebody who was familiar with what that story was before too. It was less political, more action, which of course I think a lot of these people would have probably preferred. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm glad. Yeah. But I'm like,
so
yeah, but
with
there's
that
nothing
story,
wrong with. Yeah,
was Wonder Woman a part of that story or no? Did she
think
come
she was.
after?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think Zach always could, like he said the Trinity was always where he wanted to get to, was the Trinity. So but yeah, like I said, it was less political, more action. But then at the same time, I'm like, I'm so glad that they brought in somebody like an Academy Award winning writer to take on these characters because it gave us something more. As like, yeah, we could have just had that, and I'm sure we would all enjoyed it and whatever. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, man, just what we got with BVS and the fact that it is like it's a political thriller type of kind of movie.
Like an All the President's Men classic 70s. It's kind of like why I wanted to watch. I still haven't watched it yet, but The White House Plumbers on HBO right now. Like,
oh yeah, I want to watch that too. Yeah,
yeah. But to the point that you guys were making earlier, it's like it's still crazy to me that after all the years we fought for the Snyder Cut, and I still remember when I got to watch it and I posted my first reaction on Patreon, I kind of went, "Guys, listen, the Snyder Cut is great. I still think BVS is my favorite."
That was
understandable.
It was like one of those things where you just kind of went, I'm just gonna
no.
hide as I say this.
I think I remember having conversations with people going like, yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, I loved it, but BVS is still better. It's a better movie. I'm sorry. It just, in my opinion, it was like, it's a better movie. So it was, I was with you on that. I think we might have had even a conversation about that, Scott, or something.
I'm sure come on, with all the years we've been talking, I'm sure at some point that conversation has happened. Oh, and Rebecca, I wanted to ask you, so like from your perspective, like you've talked so much about, BVS, like, so what happens, like when you look at those three movies, how do you personally feel about the three different films, and what are the pros and cons that kind of weigh in your mind for all the three different films?
You mean in terms of like ranking them?
Well, I'm not even saying going to the rate of ranking them, but I would just say, like we say BVS is our favorite, and I say for a lot of the reasons, the plotting, Larry Fong cinematography, like it just looks like, ooh, that's a movie. Like it's got the blacks and the color. It's not a colorless movie. There's lots of color.
Oh my gosh, it's actually really colorful.
It's really colorful
when you actually go through it.
Right. So the reasons that I like, but I'm just kind of curious. I don't think we've ever had this conversation of what is, not without having to quote rank them, but like, what are your give and takes about the three different films?
Yeah, and I think to Dave's point, it's remarkable because they all have different cinematographers, and it makes them look. I mean, there's a difference in perspectives that they bring to that kind of look for it. And I think because I'm a visual person, and I have a background. I trained in camera operation, and I do a lot of that still today. For me, like the visuals are kind of the top thing that I look at, but of course I'm judging it by, I have a standard of things that I look at where I look at, different categories of things. But I think for me, BVS has the best visuals and the best cinematography, because that Zack Snyder, Larry Fong team up has never missed. Not once.
No.
Not once. And so I think for me, it's the Larry Fong of it all that sort of puts it over. But I think also, I mean, the screenwriting is tops. I think there are a couple of lines in Man of Steel, like the dialogue after Superman and Lois kiss. I'm like, I wish that was not. I wish that line was not there. They should have just not said anything. But some of the screenwriting in Man of Steel, I wish a couple things had been changed. And like Zack Snyder's Justice League, it still had some of that Terrio feel to it, but it wasn't as dense as the BVS script, and where I talk about the layers all the time. There's so many. The themes are so clear in Batman v Superman. There's a whole theme that runs through the dialogue of God versus man, and it's so clear, and it's to me that's so interesting. So I find that very rewarding to be able to go through it scene by scene. And I know there are various podcasts that do it minute by minute, which even dials it down even further.
What?
But for me,
I wasn't aware of that.
But for me, I think being able to come away with themes and have such a good filmmaking experience, I think Batman v Superman, for me, that's what I got out of it most. And I just, it is hard. Like when you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, it's great, but there's something that's not quite there that Batman v Superman just has.
There's one thing that I point out too, but speaking of BVS by the minute,
throw a knife at Steven.
There we go.
I love how he enters like
I still
this.
gotta get the new drop when he says, sexy Steven.
Yeah, where is that?
I know. I know.
Let's go.
I know, right? New time. I need new drops. But anyways, thank you for joining, Steven. Perfect timing, of course. Obviously we're diving deep. But Rebecca, like what I wanted to say though is like one of the things that I think probably my biggest gripe about Zack Snyder's Justice League is like when it came to Man of Steel and BVS, you felt the world out there. Justice League, you don't feel the world out. You don't feel the world as much. It's very much contained to just the characters, which I'm okay with. But I mean, you just don't. There's no government. There's no anything like how are the governments reacting to this invasion? There's none of that. And I think that's where it just. When it came to BVS, obviously we felt that. Obviously, they launched a fucking nuke at Superman, and even when it came to Man of Steel, I mean, there was like we felt the world out there, but when it came to Justice League, you don't really feel the world out there. So,
yeah, I kind of agree with that because there's not really a whole lot of normal people commentary going on. I mean, you get a little bit of interaction with James McClure, who played Jimmy Olsen in the 78 films between him and Lois. You get a little bit of like, actually, one of the things I actually love about Zack Snyder's Justice League is how there's a transition at the beginning of the movie from the singing, worshiping Aquaman, and then it goes to like, it cuts to Martha packing up on the farm because it's a duality of like how people perceive superheroes, but how Martha perceives her son.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I love that. I absolutely love that there's stuff like that in those films. But I think to Dave's point, yeah, I think Zack Snyder's Justice League is a little less reliant on the human aspect, where Man of Steel and BVS absolutely relied on a lot more, especially with Man of Steel, because as Christopher Nolan, I don't want to say famously, but I think the initial pitch was like Superman, the idea of bringing Superman to a grounded real world and how the world reacts to that. And I think that concept in and of itself is brilliant.
True, but I mean, and the fact that and it's not even like I can probably understand, and maybe even Zach's answered the fact that why that he didn't incorporate that. I mean, there's so much that he has to cover. I mean,
Right.
when you watch that movie, it's like Jesus Christ. I mean, you have to give backstories to essentially, Aquaman, a little Aquaman, Cyborg for
Cyborg,
sure.
yep.
Yeah, and of course Flash. Even I mean, like Barry. I mean, there's so much that you have to do that trying to incorporate so much. I mean, but he still, it doesn't take me out of the movie at all. I still enjoy the shit out of it, and it still flows very nicely.
Yeah.
I almost think that had Justice League Part 2 been greenlit and shot, that would almost top Batman versus Superman, because things that would have happened in that film, I think, would have really left audiences
You might
going,
be right about that.
whoa.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot that happens in Part 2, between like the death of Lois Lane, the fact that the Justice League was united, the world against them was not. I think that harkens back again, and I think Zach might have talked about how things were structurally meant to mirror, like Man of Steel is kind of mirrored in Zack Snyder's Justice League in certain aspects, especially with Cyborg's story. And I think structurally Justice League Part 2 was supposed to mirror in certain ways Batman versus Superman, especially with the fact that Lex Luthor was going to be the antagonist again, but this time with his own team.
Oh yeah, with like a Legion of Doom type.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oof. Steven, you're quiet on, which is
He's
weird.
got laryngitis again, apparently. You have your tea, Steven.
I disagree with this whole thing, and I didn't want to start interjecting until I had a chance to
Hey,
kind of lay it out.
Please.
Go for it.
Go for
What
it.
do you have to say?
Well, I quit ranking stuff a couple years ago, just as a general rule, and so I kind of start to tune out when people start talking about which one's their favorite among the three. And that's not a judgment on like, how dare you guys rank it, because
He's judging us. He's judging
Yeah,
us.
I know.
But
Well, thank you for
much as-
showing up, Steven.
Oh, I
I
thought
think-
you were agreeing with like my structural take
Oh,
on JL.
I disagree with that too, but I'm building
Oh.
to that.
For sure.
But I think that I very much agree with the point that you guys make, though, about how different the movies are. There's 3 different cinematographers. There's 3 different genres. There's 3 different takes, and I think that there's an evolution that's very important there, where you have Man of Steel, and that's a very personal film.
Yes.
The point of view changes, and so you have the personal story with Man of Steel, and that's the handheld camera, the Amir Mokri cinematography. It's all introspective Superman, and then BVS is interpersonal.
Yes.
We have the Superman movie about how does Superman feel and think, and then you have but now there's more with people. What happens when Superman then has to integrate into the world? How does Lex see him? How does Bruce see him? How does the world see him? It's interpersonal. And then when you get to Justice League, I understand, and also I don't want to say that like I wouldn't have enjoyed getting more of the world's view of these characters, but also that's not what the movie is about. It's a distraction from we've moved past the interpersonal and the place in the world, and it's now how do they associate to each other. And it's about lost family, found family, and it's about them. And once you start focusing more on their relationship to the world, you're almost dragging it back into that BVS territory that they've already stepped outside of. And they do have some key parts. I mean, they've got Bruce and Gordon. They've got the girl, when Wonder Woman saves the people and the girl says, how can I be like you? But none of that is taking it back to examining that role. It's just demonstrating, the world looks up to them now. There's the big banner for Superman. Like, it acknowledges that the world has an opinion, but if we go back to re-examine that opinion again, it's dragging it back to that. It's not evolving the perspective on these characters. It's going backwards in terms of the scale of the storytelling. So then in terms of like Justice League 2, I think that's going to escalate even more, because now we're no longer talking about, like, we're even further from the people of the world. We're now talking about the gods of Earth versus the gods of the sky, right? We're talking about the new gods coming, and fighting against the Justice League. So we're even moving further and further away from how do they relate to
And the
what
Nightmare.
What does
And the
Jon
Nightmare
Stewart
world.
have to say about it, right?
Right.
like that type of thing is almost there's a story there, but I think the story was moving further and further away from that as it escalates. But
Okay.
then you get to like Justice League 3 or however it was going to be structured. There was just going to be a 2-part or 3-part, but you get to the end of that, and where do you get? You go back to the monument to Superman. They're rededicating it at the end of the story. You have the son of Bruce and Lois, the unity between man and Krypton, and so you kind of bring it back at the end. They're gonna have the Batgirl, and however, whether that was all Easter eggs or whether or not that was like an official introduction, that's where you bring it back. But I think that in Justice League and Justice League 2, the arc dips out of that human perspective and more and is much more broad before you don't get back to how do people on Earth actually see this until the very end. And that's my
Well, it's kind of also kind of like what I've always said is that Zack Snyder's Justice League, I think I said this on Lisa, I definitely said this on Lisa's podcast, I love that movie, is that Zack Snyder's Justice League feels like the Lord of the Rings of the DC universe. And if you think about the Lord of the Rings, you really don't see how the other people are getting affected by what's going on. It's about the quest that our main characters are on. It's kind of like, what is the rest of Middle Earth doing while Frodo and Sam are trudging their way to Mount Doom?
And when you do get that perspective in moments, it's to inform the characters, not to inform the world. So they'll bring in someone from outside in order to demonstrate the way the characters that it's focusing on, the way they're growing, the way they perceive it, not how they are perceived. How the Fellowship is perceived by the elves is way less relevant than how the Fellowship perceives the elves.
Good points.
Yeah, I mean,
Valid.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely good points. And I'm just kind of, like what you were saying, Steven, is like when it came to Justice League 2, it'd be even further, like, from that. And then also we got the Nightmare. We know that Zach said like the Nightmare was going to be a heavy part of that.
Yeah.
So obviously with that you already know what the world is, which is, fucking nothing. And so it's very much all about the characters trying to figure out how to, go back and prevent this world. So, yeah, I mean, maybe we should, you had the first 2 leading up with that. And then, of course, when it came to this, it was like, all right. And again, trying to balance all that out too much. Let's just have the characters trying to, balance out each other, I guess, and work as a team, focus more on that. And then, of course, when it gets even further, and then when it gets to that last and final battle, you probably would have world involved, because we saw the storyboards where technically it was like
the entire world became a
Justice League.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, take a break. Take a break from government and, people around a fucking table looking at screens, and you have your phone on speakerphone talking to the president and shit like that. Take a break for a little bit. And then, in the final act of this entire 5-part story, Superman story, you bring it back and go, the world is still there. Yeah. So that is a good point. If you think about it and like that. Yeah. I like that song.
Yeah, that just gave me goosebumps about the world becoming a Justice League, because it plays into if you seek his monument, look around you, which is basically saying, you don't have to depend on Superman all the time. You could be Superman to someone else. You could be Superman to your neighbor, your family, your friends, and the idea that people at the end of the story, as it kind of comes to its conclusion,
they will join him in the sun.
Yes. Yep. Oh my gosh.
Well, and it goes right back to what Steppenwolf says to Desaad in Zack Snyder's Justice League, where it's like, these people are too divided to be one. They will be easily defeated. We'll have their free will ripped from them. Because, the whole point is, how did we beat, because even that was going to be a parallel. How did we defeat Uxas in the history lesson? It was, the entire world at that point, which was man and Atlanteans and Amazons. Yeah. They all got together and they all kicked his ass.
True.
And then the idea, and then, the whole point is that Steppenwolf goes, yeah, there's no lanterns. Yeah. There's no Kryptonian. We got this.
Well, and not that this is the only way to do it. So it's really easy to kind of do a hyperbolic slam dunk on Joss Whedon. But
It doesn't take much.
You look
Doesn't
at the
take
stuff
much.
that's in Justice League every time where it brings it back to the people, like the rooftop scene and the robber and the stuff in the Daily Planet and the news screens that they do have, or like even in the Everybody Knows montage in the beginning, you get like the neo-Nazis like kicking fruit carts over.
Yep.
There's all this stuff where it's like they're trying to ground it, but every time they do that, you're like, and Steppenwolf is invading. Like, what is all this doing here? And like I said, that doesn't mean that's the only way to do it. Like for example, the Flash scene, I think in Zack Snyder's Justice League, that he's looking for a job and he's saving Iris West. Like that's the truck driver is looking for his sesame seed bun, right?
Yeah.
So there are ways to incorporate that, but I just remember watching like with the Joss Whedon inserts where he's like, but what about humanity? And you're like, do I really need to know what this lady feels about her husband being abducted on the news? Like,
Oh God, that was bad. That was just not
Trying
good.
Still trying to forget all that.
Yeah.
Well, that was actually a direct response to the film criticism of Batman v Superman:
Oh,
Dawn
yeah.
of Justice. I
That
can
it
read.
was.
I mean, I've got the receipts.
Oh yeah,
I can
Read
read
'em.
you. I can
Read 'em.
read you out all the things where they talked about how they wanted it to be fun. They wanted it to be more jokey.
Yeah.
And so I have a feeling that the reason why they inserted that stuff in there was probably because they knew that that was the reaction, that people
Right, well-
wanted more jokey bits.
the proof, and I don't know if you've done this yet, but the proof is that you go in and look at the Justice League reviews, and those same people that said this needed to be there, when they reviewed Justice League, the theatrical cut, they said it's a step in the right direction. And they gave it like a worse or just as bad of a review, but they're like, oh, but at least it's trying now because it's trying to do the things that we said it should do. It's not a good. They didn't give it credit for actually being a good movie, but they gave it credit for trying to be what they wanted it to be, which is like, well, so, but if it was what you wanted it to be, then maybe you would have given it a good review, or you just gonna admit that like it didn't actually need to be that from the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You give it the same score you did with the original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a step in the right direction. Like,
Yeah, they got exactly what they wanted. From NPR, Bob Mondella wrote, quote, "There will be a next time, even if this time has turned out to be a lot less fun than it should be," unquote. They wanted everything to be fun, which is that exactly what Zack Snyder was talking about in that watch party, is that they wanted the superhero romp. They wanted a good time.
Yep.
And Justice League is a result of what they wanted. And I would argue that it's not a good step in the right direction.
And then
But
it was
they got
funny.
what they wanted.
And then it was funny because then when they watched Zack Snyder's Justice League, they're going, "Hey, this now this," and we're like, "Yeah, we were
Yeah.
getting to there. We were trying to tell you,
Yep.
like we were getting
Yeah.
to that. This is what he was doing. He was going to break down the characters. You notice that Bruce is not the dickhead he is in BVS. Yeah, that's what we were leading to. It's called
Faith,
character
Alfred.
development.
Faith.
Yeah.
Hey,
about
Alfred.
all
Perfect,
the time.
perfect.
But that's
on-
what's so funny. It was like seeing those reviews of Zack Snyder's Justice League and them just going, "Oh, okay, this is what." And it's
Yeah.
like, come on, really?
That's what we talk about all the time on Batman v Superman by the minute. Drink.
Cheers.
That like Dice and I, as many people were, but like we're talking about the movie all the time, and it was so frustrating to us how like I don't even care, and I tweeted this because I say this all the time on the podcast too. Is whether or not a movie is good or bad is like the least interesting conversation you can possibly have about it, and that's not
Agreed.
I know there's people that are going to be like, oh yeah, you would say that if you like a bad movie, but it's like that's the reason people don't understand this quote is because they don't know how to talk about they don't know how to talk about any movie without labeling it good or bad. It's like let's stop talking about like, okay, you didn't like it, great, that's fine. It did things that you disliked. Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
It was provocative. It like let's examine why you didn't like it. It asked questions you didn't like. It gave answers you didn't like. Let's talk about. Well, no, that's they don't want to talk about where like the deeper reasoning as to why they didn't like these things or why they were bothered by the interpretations of the characters, why the character decisions. But like Batman being as violent as he was, or Superman losing hope, those are commentaries on like that doesn't happen unless you have a Batman that is like expected to be that. When you have Batman trying to kill Superman, that's not because you don't understand Batman. That's because you understand that the most important part about Batman is that he doesn't do that. And so you bring him to that edge in order to show the evolution of the character. Now, that's fine if you don't like that, but there's a conversation to be had there. But
Yeah.
when you say, and so the response to this new quote going around, where people are like, that's so funny is where people are like, well, no, it's not that people didn't want to think about it, it's that it was bad. And it's like, well, no, that's exactly what he's saying. He's saying that Zach didn't say anything about good or bad or too smart or too dumb in his quote. He just said that people don't want to talk about it beyond the surface level, and that has nothing to do with good or bad. That has everything to do with, let's talk about morality, let's talk about power, let's talk about responsibility, let's talk about rage turning good men cruel. Like these are provocative ideas and things to talk about. Even if you think Zach's take is simplistic, it's still a question that's worth talking about.
Yeah, Senator Finch addresses that thing exactly in BBS, where she says, you know, how do we determine what's good? And she says, good is a conversation. And for me, one of the things I love about, like, even just coming on here with y'all, is that we can actually talk about these themes and these characters in the film. And it makes me excited about talking about that kind of thing. And it's not something that's just like, oh, I liked a movie or I didn't like a movie. I enjoy the conversation about it. So I think that's a really good point, Stephen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's just, yeah. Good
Look
job.
at you.
Yeah. Look at us.
I got
Look
another
at
one.
No, but I mean, that's what's so great.
Look
That's
at
what's
us.
so great. But I mean, I even brought this up too, like on Wednesday, Film Junkie Live drink. Is the fact that it's like, it's just the fact that so we have the theatrical version, which Rebecca saw 15 times.
I'm a crazy person.
I saw it 6. I saw it 6 times.
I saw it 4 times.
I saw it 6.
I paid $100 for a ticket. I would see it as many damn times.
No,
as
no,
we
no. I
could.
totally get it.
Yeah,
I totally
true.
get it. I totally get it.
Yeah.
But no, but like the fact that we got that and we all enjoyed that, and the theatrical version is fine, but of course the definitive version is the ultimate cut. And the fact that when we finally watch that, and when we watch it now, and just how much more just like, oh my God, like what the hell were they even thinking when it came to like removing some of these scenes, and just kind of like, wait a minute, because just talking to people who didn't like the movie when they had certain gripes, it almost seemed like even like gripes I had at first. I remember, I even was like, oh yeah, well, what if it ended up doing this, like talking about a conversation, and then all of a sudden, like I just like watching that ultimate cut and just like taking it in, watching it again, I went, you know what? Any kind of gripe I had, like most of them got just wiped out, because I was thinking of it in this terms, but now this, like, wow, he actually approached it this way, and I really love that. And yeah, there's just certain things in there that just, man.
I've always been a little bit frustrated by how quick people are to throw the theatrical cut under the bus.
Yeah.
Because I agree that like the ultimate cut improves a lot of things, but there's nothing in the ultimate cut that is absent in the theatrical. There's things that are explained better. Obviously, Nairobi being explained better helps. There's Lex's plot is a little bit more clearly laid out, but just by paying attention to the theatrical, those things are all apparent.
Well,
and I think in an effort to like appease people, a lot of fans were like, "Oh yeah, the theatrical cut was trash," just to kind of like
not trash,
embrace the ultimate cut. But there's a level of like, people need to kind of pull back on that a little bit. And it's like, no, everything is there in the same way that like you just have to ask these questions and engage with it in that way.
Well, it's kind of like we love the theatrical cut enough to want the ultimate cut to happen. It was like, Rebecca saw it 15 times. I saw it 3 times. Like, I just think the ultimate cut is a better version of the film, but that doesn't mean that I think the theatrical version. I still love the fact that, just like you said, Stephen, by watching and I hate that I didn't bring this up when I was talking to Zach, because he threw me off by talking about a Green Bay Packers player, and I'm like, I don't know anything about the Green Bay Packers. I'm sorry.
I do.
I know you do, Anthony. Roll Tide, college football. Okay, but I still remember that one of my wins. Tim and I always loved it when we would make some random prediction, and then when we would actually get proven right, we love to like clip the audio out from like the old episode to go, look, we were right. And I did that because I remember during our review of Batman v Superman, the theatrical version, I remember going, I wonder if that guy who got branded. I wondered if Lex was responsible for him getting killed in prison. Like, was that part of his plot? Because remember, that doesn't get told to you.
No, you don't see that scene.
You don't see that in the
Mm-mm.
theatrical.
Yeah.
He's just dead, and the pictures get shipped to Clark.
Clark, yeah.
Yeah. And so I was like, I wonder if that was Lex's plot. Then we see the Ultimate Edition, and it's like just laid out there for you. I mean, we even have Knizev like talking to the guy who ends up shivving him. And I remember
that's my point though, is you had the pieces that you needed to say, and even if you were wrong, even if that wasn't actually the case, you were engaging with it on a level that allowed you to understand kind of what was going on, the part of the story that wasn't being spoon-fed to you. And that's what Zach is saying about paying attention and engaging with it beyond the surface level.
But I've talked to people. I know people, and just I can't understand it because it's not the way my brain works. It's kind of like what Rebecca was saying. I can't understand people who go, if I have to watch a movie a second time to get it, then it's not good. I'm like, what the hell?
Nope.
Like, nope.
That's not a way to approach that.
No, that's not a way for me to approach a movie at all. I mean, Blade Runner taught me that. That's what that was the movie in high school that taught me that watching a movie 5 times, and each time I understand it even more.
I think any filmmaker would want that because they want you to revisit it, and find new things. I mean, Jesus Christ. I know. I hate it when people say that. That's gross.
Well, and that's once again, going back to what Zach said in his quote about just the type of movie that people wanted it to be. That you highlighted the chat from a minute ago about what makes me think critics can analyze, and it's because they do it with the right movies when the movie fits the genre or fits the type of movie that they think it's supposed to be. And one of my favorite examples of that is Spy Kids has a 93% on Rotten Tomatoes. I can guarantee you critics didn't love that movie. Why does it have a 93% in Rotten Tomatoes? Because they said this is a kids movie, and it caters to that demographic. That's not from kids, that's from critics. Yeah. It's top critics love Spy Kids. No, they don't love Spy Kids. They think Spy Kids fits the mold of what it's supposed to be. And so with comic book movies, even like the more serious ones, there's look at the ones that they allow to kind of go to that place, like Watchmen or V for Vendetta or whatever, are all outside of the Saturday morning. Like there's never been a Saturday morning cartoon version of that to set expectations for what it's supposed to be. And so when you go in with an expectation of, nobody's going to say, I shouldn't have to watch Inception more than one time to get it. People are willing to watch Inception more than one time to get it. But if you say, oh no, you've got to watch, this comic book movie multiple times in order to understand they're going to say, well, no, that's not the type of movie. That's not Memento. That's not Primer, right? That's not.
I was gonna bring up Memento. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's a mischaracterization of Batman v Superman. That's a categorization of Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. It's not necessarily just a comic. It's a film based on comic books, but it's a drama. It could be a thriller. So if you just
take
see
off
it,
that hat before you, if you walk into it categorizing it in any way, really, without letting it tell you what it is. And sometimes that's I've gone to movies before where I'm sitting in it and I'm like, oh, I need to forget everything marketing told me to think about this movie because it's making me not like it. I mean, even Watchmen was I had read Watchmen, but I remember people didn't like Watchmen because it wasn't enough action. And it's like, well, no, I wasn't expecting. Yeah, people didn't
said that. They said that about BVS too.
Well, because look at how much action there is in Watchmen, or the type of action that there is. There's a few short, brutal action scenes. There's no. There's no big action set like the third act. What is the third act? There's no
exactly. There's no big. There's
no big
drama.
Battle. It's exactly. And so,
but that's the beauty of the book, though. That's
right. But if you're but in 2009, if you're going into a superhero movie, and the ending is a drama, and you haven't read the comic, you're like, this isn't a superhero movie, right? This isn't a comic book movie. This doesn't fit what these movies are supposed to be.
And that's so
so,
funny
yeah.
is that because in 2009, when I didn't really like the theatrical version of Watchmen the first time I saw it, it was because it was actually lacking all of that drama, like because of the stuff that had to get cut for time. Like that, once again, when we talk about expectations, like that's what I wanted more. I wanted more of the boring stuff. You know, it's like I wanted more of that going on. So once again, it's all about what you go in wanting a movie to be instead of saying, movie, tell me what you are.
Yeah.
Well, like what you know, Rebecca and I were talking about earlier is like, I mean, BVS came out right in the fucking thick of the Marvel machine, so that worked again. I mean, I know
the whole idea of like Batman v Superman versus Civil War is inherently a broken question, because how are you? That's like in the same way that I won't rank BVS against Man of Steel against Justice League because they're so different. I'm not a huge Civil War fan, but I wouldn't even say one is better or worse because they're not even trying to do or be or accomplish anything in the same. They're not trying to look the same. They're not trying to sound the same. They're not trying to tell the same story. They're not trying to ask the same questions, but everybody put them in the same bucket as if it was like Armageddon and Deep Impact level of like, you know, White House Down and what was the
Olympus Has Fallen.
Olympus Has Fallen.
Oh yeah.
Which
Far
Olympus
superior.
Far superior. Gerard Butler, he wins.
Yeah,
He wins.
Gerard Butler
that was like
wins.
that movie was like
Bruce
Die Hard.
Willis wins the
Olympus Has Fallen. Yeah, I remember seeing
Dante's Peak and
Volcano.
Volcano. Yeah.
Volcano.
Which,
Well, like,
you know what? Yeah,
BVS,
I mean,
but like BVS and Civil
Volcano in
War
LA
don't
was
belong anywhere in that comparison.
No.
But everyone, including the studios, want you to think of them in the same way, and that's not fair to either movie.
What's also kind of not fair, because sometimes, and Dave, you were saying this earlier, and I kind of bristled a little bit. If I talk about things that I disagree with, I often also have problems with, because comic books themselves are not a genre. Comic books are a medium.
Yep.
And so the idea of comic book movies being a genre, I bristle at a lot of times, because no, comic book movie is like a category of what its source material is, because the films themselves can be different genres. Like for the longest time on Squadcast Movies Patreon drink, you know, basically until we hit Batman Begins, the highest ranked movie for years was Road to Perdition. And on no God's green earth is anyone going to call Road to Perdition in their minds, if they just watch it, a comic book movie. Sure. But by definition, it is a comic book movie. It's adapted from a graphic novel.
Good point. It's a good point.
So that's sometimes because, damn, Road to Perdition. Great movie. Sam Mendes directed, Tom Hanks, Daniel Craig, Paul Newman, and a baby Tyler Hoechlin. And
speaking of comic book,
I was about to say, I mean, he was Tom Hanks' son in the movie. It's a great. Oh, Jude Law.
If
you haven't seen Road to Perdition, do yourself a favor and go watch that movie.
About anything.
Hold on, Steve, we got somebody else coming in right now. He's been waiting too long, so.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
What's going on?
It's okay, Dave. You could have. Yeah, Steven could have finished.
No, you were waiting back there. You were waiting back there so long. I didn't know how long.
Okay, Steven, now you may finish. Now that the sexy one has arrived.
No, but imagine saying that for. I mean, like, especially I'm talking to you here. Like, what is a book movie supposed to be? Like, what is a book movie? Like, or it's the same thing you run into with animation now. How these animators or directors get up in arms, rightfully so, whenever people talk about like animation being for kids. Even when people say like animation isn't just for kids, it's like, the fact that you're even saying that implies that like it ever was. Whereas anyone who knows animation knows that like for a decade, I mean, there was a long time where like animation was one of the only places you could really tell some more like these like more adult like fantasy or sci-fi stories, because you didn't have, you look at Frazetta or anything like that, it like you get this wild heavy metal and animation like that that's not
Even in
remotely
Watchmen.
for kids. Right.
Even in the movie, that story about the
Black Freighter.
Black Freighter, that
Freighter,
was
yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
No, that's a good point. I mean, the fact that like everybody calls like that's why we even talk about superhero fatigue.
Yeah.
When it comes to that, and it's funny too because and it was funny because that term, and then of course with Guardians of the Galaxy coming out, and it was just kind of funny because when you hear that, and then yeah, this actually kind of goes into what we're saying right here is the fact that I'm like, I never really considered the Guardians of the Galaxy superheroes. I mean, like they're not with capes, and I mean, obviously some of them have like power, like they're a little more powerful than the others, but to me, I'm like, people could just go into that as like they just want to see a space movie, a cosmic space opera kind of movie,
space comedy. You know,
a space
it's,
comedy. Yeah. So I was like, when it comes to like superhero fatigue, I'm like, yeah, but it's not Ant-Man that came
Right.
out. It's not Shazam that just
Yeah.
came out.
Even with Guardians of the Galaxy is a great example because, well, I don't, we'll say like a comic book movie isn't a thing. I think you could say like an MCU movie is pretty close to it. But like look at Guardians of the Galaxy 3. There are some similarities to other MCU movies, but like you're not going to get that No Sleep Till Brooklyn oneer in any other MCU
Probably
movie.
not, no.
Like right, like that type, like nobody's even going to try to do
Oh,
something
Taika Waititi tries, but
like that.
Yeah, he can try.
Does he though?
doesn't quite
you
do
see
it.
Jason Momoa posted some pictures on Instagram today
Oh, with
or recently
Taika, yeah.
with Taika in it, and he looks like I have such a hard time taking that guy seriously. But like next to Momoa, he's even like just this little scrawny like.
I know. Yeah, because Momoa is just a large. Did I see that he was like in some commercial with like? Did
He
you guys see
made
that on
commercials for a
Instagram?
theme park in Dubai.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like taking on an old lady who's like in this like water park. Of course, it's a water
No,
park.
go to
Oh,
his
yeah,
Instagram.
yeah.
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, there's
of
one
them-
where he's riding a roller coaster with some kids. It's really cute.
Yeah,
really
and
cute.
they're so like he doesn't have any shame about
Yeah.
like just being a big kid. Like it's they're not this is not a criticism, but like they're not particularly great commercials, but like he doesn't care, and that makes them great. So
That's what's so great about Momoa. It's just like
Yeah.
he is a big kid, but then when he shows you his angry face, you cower and shit yourself.
it was
Oh
like
my God.
watching. It was
Sorry.
like the Netflix movie he did over the holidays, Slumberland. I mean, that was.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a case where you just looked at Momoa and went, "You're just having fun, aren't you?"
Yeah.
Like,
Mhm.
which, by the way, if you didn't see Slumberland, decent movie. Like, and especially for something that was a direct to Netflix movie, it was like
Little
Hey.
monsters, almost like Little Monsters. Remember that movie? with
a
Fred
a
Savage?
little bit. I didn't realize as I was watching, going, "Oh shit, this is Little Nemo." It's just a modern. It's just a modern remake of Little Nemo. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't watch
And
it.
more Kyle Chandler is never a bad thing because
Never.
I went through a lot of. I remember around that like November, December, January. It was like everything I was watching, Kyle Chandler was in. It was like he's in Slumberland, he's in Mayor of Kingstown. It's like, dude, Kyle, you're just like you're just like racking it up there. Okay,
He's great.
good.
That
working
feels
man.
like 2005, like right when King Kong came out. He was in like everything. It seemed like for a minute there too.
Yeah, Coach Taylor. Yep.
Mhm.
God. But like, yeah. When it comes to Momoa, I mean, again, the great casting that Zach has when it comes to these characters. I mean, one of the things, I mean, even just leading up to BVS, and I remember, like, I still remember the day when I think it was announced at the same time. Was it announced at the same time that Gal and Jesse Eisenberg were?
Jesse Eisenberg and Jeremy Irons were announced at the same time.
Jeremy.
Yes.
Irons. Okay,
Gal
but-
Gadot was cast in December. They were cast in January.
January. There you go. Yes. Okay. I knew it was like close to each other, but I mean, going back just to the way to approach Lex. I mean, I even said it too, like before. It's like, yeah, some people just want the Donner. They want, like we were, Rebecca and I were talking about it earlier. It's like they think that the Donner Superman is the way Superman should be. So they want the Donner style, they want that atmosphere, they want that feel, and they want Lex Luthor to be, Gene Hackman selling real estate and doing all that. And it's
Which
like,
is
okay,
so funny to me because it's like for me, it's always like I want Clancy Brown. Like
Yeah.
that's like,
yeah,
like
exactly.
if you want to talk about who my Lex Luthor is, like when we get to Superman the animated
yeah.
series, I'm gonna be like, this is my Lex. All of this is my Lex, because the closest who came to this was John Shea on Lois and Clark: The New Adventures of Superman.
Yeah. Very true.
He doesn't get talked about enough. By the
No,
way.
he does not.
He's actually a great Lex Luthor.
That whole show is great. I did a rewatch when it was on HBO Max, so I was just like watching it every night. And yeah, not all the episodes work, but it was still a great. I know Dean Cain, some people don't like him now because of the way things are, but at the same time, I'm like, I remember Dean Cain I was like, was he like distinctive when it came to Superman and Clark? Was there like, though, how did he approach? I couldn't remember how he approached it because, I was younger, obviously watching it originally, but then he had a unique approach to Clark and Superman, to be honest. And I was like, you know what? Okay. Yeah.
Well, once again, because it was the John Byrne idea that Superman was the disguise.
Yeah.
Clark was
the real
person.
Yeah. And so, but, where was I going with this? I totally forgot.
I know. Rebecca, thank you for agreeing with me that John Shea should have more respect put on his name as a Lex Luthor.
Nobody ever talks about him, but he's
great.
actually a pretty great Lex Luthor. And I think what's awesome about Lois and Clark that I sort of think about when I think about all the different Superman iterations is Lois and Clark was very specifically what it was.
Yes.
It was trying to be a romance between Lois and Clark. We've had this conversation about how do you categorize these different things. This is not necessarily a comic book TV show, even though there are comic book characters in it. It's a romance between Lois and Clark. And so I shouldn't say you have to view it this way, but that's how I view it. That's how I distinguish it from other things, is that Lois and Clark is the main relationship in there. Their names are in the title. And so for me, that's how I view it. I don't critique it where it didn't have this comic book character in it, or they didn't follow this comic book story. It was just trying to be, how would they actually work together and fall in love? And that's part of the fun for me watching it. Fun fact, if you don't know, it was originally supposed to be called Lois Lane's Daily Planet. So it was actually Lois Lane was supposed to be the lead of the show. So anyway,
Terry Hatcher, I still would have watched that all day long.
Well, see, that's what I was going to bring up. I'm like, they brought a lot of sexy into it because I remember those promo images. You had,
oh my God,
with the shirt open and like and he's just like, and she's like behind. They were going for the sexy vibe big time. You look up those old promo things, you're like, whoo, holy shit.
Now I'm going to, in case people are too young to remember this, I need to find these.
He doesn't even know what the hell we're talking about.
Oh yeah, there's promo pictures where Dean Cain's wearing like a wife beater with his arm muscles, the Superman tattoo on there. Yeah.
It was the Superman tattoo. I remember that one. It was all,
I think both of them have a little Superman tattoo on their arm. It's like a temporary tattoo.
Oof. I mean, you had something for everyone in that series, when it came to those two. And it was very much that, it was that romance. It was all do you have something here, Scott?
I have things. I have
the most downloaded picture on the internet way back in the day.
Right there. Yep. That's it's a good one. It's definitely a good one. This one right here with her just wrapped up in a Superman cape.
Oh yeah.
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 And the other one is the one that Rebecca was referring to just a second ago.
Oh, is this the one with the tat? Yep.
Yeah, the tat. Yeah.
They knew exactly what they were going for when it came to this series. There it is right there. Whop. Yeah. Shirtless Dean Cain.
Trying to hit both demographics, the men and the women.
Exactly. That's what they were trying to do. And I think they succeeded. I think they did.
Yeah.
That was appointment viewing on Sundays on ABC.
Sundays, yes. That God, even the theme song was I could still hear that
and you can still hear, and it follows the tradition. You can still hear Superman in the music.
Yeah. Casey, watch Lois and Clark if you can.
It was only 4 seasons, and if you only have to watch
That
one,
promo did not do it any favors.
Oh, you young buck. I just give it a shot. Why not?
It's
I mean,
definitely not for everybody, but if you enjoy that, the Daily Planet dynamic is kind of the best part about it, I think, because Perry White
Lane
and Jimmy
Smith-
are big parts of it.
Elaine Smith's Perry White was like, like that was my Perry White. Great shades of Elvis.
oh yeah, his infatuation with Elvis was fantastic. And then what was great too is both parents were still alive. He still had Jonathan and Martha, and I loved it when they always talked. They were always on 2 phones talking to Clark, and you had that little sitcom-y dynamic when it came. So it was very much sitcom-y, like obviously. But yeah, I just like that dynamic of the both parents being alive, which some people are kind of wondering, is James Gunn gonna kill off Jonathan in his version?
I doubt it.
You don't think so?
I doubt it. I think he's gonna
I liked both like that. Once again, that's another
Yeah.
John Byrne thing was both parents being around, because Lois and Clark had both parents. Superman the animated series had both parents. I like that. I don't understand why does Jonathan have to die? Because actually, there's some interpretations where Martha's dead and Jonathan's the one that's around.
Superman and Lois, they killed Martha pretty quickly in these series, didn't they?
I think in the pilot, that's how they
Pilot.
moved
Yeah.
to
It was
Smallville.
in the pilot. It was.
It's the reason they
So-
moved back to Smallville.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, it makes sense to me that I think James Gunn would maybe, I'm not saying definitively, but like it wouldn't shock me if he kept them both alive just for the sake of like it's been a while since they both have been alive in a Superman story. So
And also just to
and he is younger. His Superman is younger, so they
true.
could still be alive.
And also just to have that, to affect storytelling later, maybe they, to develop his character more, they can kill him off, later as the universe goes on, because he already has 10 years planned out. So he probably has certain points where he wants, them to get to and then go. So
Well,
I
and
wouldn't be
even-
surprised.
And also, and to say what was the last time they've done that, but actually in Peter Tomasi's script for the Death of Superman, the more recent animated film, as part of the New 52 continuity films, they had both parents alive in that film as well.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, if you've not seen the Death of Superman, that
Like
is
Death and Return of Superman?
Well, Death and Return of Superman is when they did the super cut. They took the Death of Superman and the Reign of the Superman and
combined them. Yeah,
and combined them into one movie.
Yeah.
Which,
So much.
which actually, the Death and Return of Superman, in my opinion, is because they've done that 3 times now. They've done that with The Dark Knight Returns.
yeah, that's fine.
They did that with Death and Return of Superman, and they did it with Long Halloween, because those are the 3 times that they've had 2 parts.
Yep.
And they've always come out with a version that's edited together.
Yeah.
And Death and Return of Superman, in my opinion, is the best of the supercuts, because the other 2, you can tell they aren't really cut together. It's more just part 1 stops and it just rolls into part 2.
Well, because those are both. I guess they were released not necessarily that way, but they're basically graphic novels that were adapted to a movie. Whereas Death and Return of Superman is a whole like years of comics.
Yeah. But what they did was there was the one time that the transition between what would have been the 2 movies, they did some re-editing, like they re-edited some audio and took actually post-credit scenes in Death of Superman, but they took audio and what didn't exist, and they played the audio over the post-credit scenes, so it doesn't feel like there's not a cut to black, and he was like, oh yeah, that's where part 1 ended, and that's where part 2 picks up. it made it feel like, no, this is just one
Big movie.
Oh.
big seamless movie. And I've always appreciated the fact that it's not like I could just play part 1 and play part 2. I'm getting a different experience by watching this supercut.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, sorry, Scott gets on his soapbox when you talk about animation.
Well, I mean, the same exact thing could be said for The Dark Knight Returns or The Long Halloween. But again, like I believe Stephen pointed out, those are graphic novels just adapted in 2 parts.
Yeah.
Not one. But now with Death and Return of Superman, again, that's like a much bigger, longer term story. So there would probably be some things you'd have to kind of dance around. But it makes sense they would kind of cut some post-credit sequence and just kind of seamlessly put it together.
And the comment right there, Peter Weller's voice, bro. Let me I watched RoboCop literally like 4 days.
Peter Weller's voice.
He kills that shit in the dark.
It's
Oh,
funny
yeah,
when
Dark
the Dark
Knight
Knight Returns
is a great
starts.
Batman.
I mean, especially being a Conroy kid.
Yeah.
When that movie starts, I
Yes.
was like, oh, I don't know what I think about this. And the further it gets into it, you're like, oh no, Peter Weller
Is fucking killing it.
He's
Yeah.
Batman.
like, for this story. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only thing that worked against it for me, and we'll talk about it when we get to season 3, is there was that episode of season 3 of Batman the Animated Series called Legends of the Dark
Knight.
and they do a Dark Knight Returns segment, and Peter Weller, he's good.
Michael Ironside.
Michael Ironside. Oh, like that just
Yeah.
that rocked my world hearing
Yeah,
Michael
okay,
Ironside as old Batman.
Yeah.
And even the animation they did inspired by The Dark Knight Returns for that bit of the episode was just pretty solid, all things considered. It definitely paved the way for that movie to happen.
Oh yeah, but to Jay Oliva's credit, the action in that direct-to-video movie was just
Top notch.
I mean, I still love the fact that Jay Oliva took a Batman Superman fight that literally in the book lasts 2 pages.
Yes.
We talk about this fight. It maybe lasts 8 panels. Like that's it. And
It's a 10-minute fight in the movie.
It's a 10-minute fight, and not only is it 10 minutes, it's real time. This was the blow. I mean, I remember listening to the commentary because this was back when they would do commentary, and Jay Oliva's on the commentary.
Yep.
Batman sets a clock on his armor, and you realize the clock he sets is the actual runtime of the fight. So, like, when the time runs out on the clock, that's how much of movie you have watched.
It's impressive for them to do that. Like, it's a pet peeve for me when they do that in a movie, and it doesn't have to be exact, but when the time is like wildly off, it bugs me. But to do that in animation is even more, because like animation is like, I would never expect them to set a timer in animation and then have it actually run at the same time as the a ticking bomb or anything. No, there's no way. So for him to do that is like elite.
Oh yeah, sometimes in movies or something you have like you have that movie time that happens, like ticking time bomb 10. They give you 10 minutes and like a scene happens.
Well, you get from 10 minutes to 1 minute. It takes like 3 minutes to get to 1 minute remaining, but then there's 10 minutes of 1 minute left on the timer.
Yes.
Yeah. But some people can do it pretty well. But I mean, going back to like what we're discussing when it comes to BVS, I mean, and the parents and everything like that. I mean, one scene in BVS that always just like I love that scene when Clark just calls his mom and just goes, "Hi." It's like he doesn't know what they even fucking say. Again, going back to a Superman who just is so doubtful on himself that he's calling his mom late at night and he doesn't even know what to say to her in that scene. And I just, going back to that whole thing and getting back on BBS, of course.
Yeah, the Ultimate Edition, if you follow it, it's really interesting because that scene was not in the theatrical cut.
No.
But that, and there's a line of dialogue from Lois where she talks about, I think it's something about how she's having trouble sleeping or whatever. And there's this running connection between all these main characters that, Bruce has all those nightmares and Clark can't sleep. So he calls his mom in the middle of the night and Lois is having trouble sleeping. It's like, that makes me ask the question, why is this happening to these characters? Why are they having trouble sleeping? So it's things like that I think are really interesting. And I would argue that Henry Cavill's Superman and Clark Kent is probably one of the most wholesome versions of the character that we've seen, that he calls his mom because he doesn't know what to do. So I love that so much.
I know, like, who hasn't like having a relationship where in the middle of the night, you're just like, hi, mom.
Yep.
I just want to talk to my mom. Like, I mean, I really relate to that. It's like, I just want to call my mom right now.
Especially considering the relationship between Clark and Martha.
Yeah.
It's not a simple relationship like we probably have with our moms, where we're just like,
No.
I just had to take our son out of school because he just did whatever. No, it's literally like he's Superman. So he's like literally Superman is calling his mom.
Well, and look at their relationship as established in Man of Steel. When the world is too big, right? The world is too big, Mom. What does he do, right? He listens to the sound of her voice, pretends it's an island. That's how he tunes out the world and makes sense of his place in it, is his mom's voice. So, yeah.
God, I love. I mean, one of my favorite lines in Man of Steel is just "nice suit, son," and she gives him a hug. I mean, it's so small, and it's so like, it's just like after a big huge fight, the fucking house is destroyed.
Yeah,
and he's just standing there in his full attire. She's not seeing it, and she just goes, "Nice suit, son," and then just gives him like a one-armed hug. And
it's kind of like in BVS. My favorite thing. I'm a friend of your son's.
Yeah.
Yep.
I figured. The cape.
Yeah.
Yep.
But once again, Rebecca, BVS has no humor.
I mean, I would count that as a joke, but I'm somebody who does have a sense of humor, so I would count that. Yeah.
I don't know. I laugh at Lex Luthor's little twitches and just things that he does. I mean, again. And I love that Zach actually talked about this in the commentary too, of like how precise we have Superman and we got two adversaries. Obviously we got Doomsday that comes later, but it's at first Batman and Lex Luthor, and they have to be so precise. And one of the things I would actually want to ask Zach too is the fact that I love that he has like an old timey oven, like a little timer.
Egg timer. It's an egg timer.
Egg timer. He doesn't use digital. He doesn't use anything else. He uses that. And I'm like, I'd actually want to I don't know if he's ever explained why would Lex just go, use that as opposed to, on his phone or like a watch or something.
Because it makes a sound.
Yeah,
Is that what it is?
Things. Well, I also love the fact that it gives him the opportunity to be sitting there, and it not only makes the dinging sound, it also makes the click, click, click sound.
Yeah.
You're like, it's like twisting it. I always thought it was something. Once again, this is why with Stephen, to your point, that we just fill in things because it's kind of cool to think about. I almost feel like that's something like his dad would have had, or his mom would have that was like a timer he would have had from like his
could be that
childhood. Because I mean, one thing I did get Zach to talk about in our watch party segment was the characterization of Lex. Because I wanted to know, because Jesse Eisenberg has always been so complimentary of the writing.
He loves Chris Terrio so much. He loves Chris Terrio.
And that's what Zach said in the watch party was, Lex is the way he is because that's kind of Chris Terrio. Like, that's just the way Chris Terrio's brain works. But then Jesse, because I got to bring this up because Jesse's a writer. I mean, if you've not read some of Jesse Eisenberg's stuff, do yourself a favor, pick up his short story collection, Bream Gives Me Hiccups. It's a great collection. So Jesse was engaging with Terrio on a writer's level, trying to understand how to play the character, because he would read the script, he would read the lines, and Zach said that Jesse would be questioning punctuation because he wanted to understand, how am I saying this? What am I meaning by this? And so it started off as Terrio, and then Jesse saw what Terrio was cooking, and he just, kept it going. And I was so glad to get to talk about that, because I have always loved Jesse's Lex Luthor. And I'm just so jealous of Rebecca because she got to do the rooftop scene. I'm just like, damn it.
You want a real hot take? I'll give you a hot take. Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor is the best Lex Luthor in live action.
That's the correct take. I don't know about hot take. That's
Okay,
good.
He's
That's
the
good.
only one who outsmarted everyone in the movie.
I guess when I
He
say
killed
best,
Superman.
yeah, I guess when I say best, I'd probably say personal favorite, and the fact that, you know, of the ones that have been shown in movies specifically, he's the only one who actually won. Like he
Yeah.
brought
Against Batman.
and Superman. Like
Who
he brought
wins against
Superman to
Batman?
his
You
knees.
I know, right?
Yeah, like he brought Superman to his knees and said, "And now God bends to my will." Like he won, and then he said, "And now God is good as that," and he killed God. Well, yeah, it was great.
I mean,
no,
he
that's
basically
correct.
he wins overall. I mean, he's even like, I'm sorry, he's in a prison cell, and he's still smack talking Batman to his face.
Straight up, he's like, "Yeah, I know who you are. I don't give a shit what you do," and it's great. It's so beautiful. It's beautiful because it's on point for who Lex Luthor is. If you really think about it, if anyone were to have the capability and the know-how and the resources to figure out who Batman and Superman were personally, secret identities aside, yeah, it's probably Lex Luthor. So
Can I go back to the timer? Because I just want to.
Yeah, go back to that.
Yeah.
I had a thought, and I'm like, is this the first time I've ever thought about this? And I'm a little disappointed in myself. Could the timer be representative of Martha? Would Martha have made pies and used the timer to bake pies or something?
I like it.
Because the timer is what's used to dictate how long until Martha is killed.
right.
So
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else has thought about that.
too.
So I don't know. I just had that thought, and I was like, am I late to the party? Has anybody else connected the dot
And
to
he
that?
did say, "Gotham roast, break the bad news."
Oh,
Yeah.
When you got here, you had
His
an hour.
runs in the
Now,
movie was
even
were
less.
amazing.
I still love the fact that he's such a bastard that he starts the timer before he goes on his monologue.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like, oh no, standing here listening to
So
me rant was part of your time.
Yeah.
I'm
If
sorry.
Superman shows up, he's like, zzz, 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 zzz. He winds it.
Boy,
As
we
soon
got
as Superman-
problems up here.
Boy, do we have problems up here.
Boy, do we have problems up here.
It's insane.
No, I mean, but I mean, there's so many little details when it comes to even Lex and how complex. I mean, and I do love, like I said, that Zach said that, you know, these two have to be very precise to taking on Superman. You know, that's their super strength. I mean, is to be like, okay, I have to think outside the box, because Superman not going to probably think ahead as much, because he could just, you know, plow through every brick wall and do whatever the hell, you know, because he's Superman. So you have to be, you have to think like, you know, you have to be like 12 steps ahead just to, you know, just to make sure you can take down this guy, which is cool. And I really like that Zach mentioned that during the commentary of that, and the fact that they have to do that. And, you know, when it comes to even Lex Luthor, just little details of like, he's already thinking in like, oh yeah, Superman's here. I mean, Batman's just going, I need to take down this guy. Lex Luthor's go, yeah, but you realize there's more fuckers coming. You know, he's like, you realize that there's shit coming. Like, I'm just saying, you're just thinking about this guy. I'm thinking about all the other guys that are coming right now. I mean, I'm just saying, there's more that's coming. You're thinking, yeah. So it's just kind of funny, just even like, you know, Bruce and Lex, just how they think, you know, too.
Wow. Okay. Why did I do? Because now we're talking about the egg timer, and then I think about his line at the end where he's like, "The bell's already been rung."
And
Ding, 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 ding,
Yeah.
and it's like the cosmic
thing
egg
too?
timer has gone off. It's like, oh no,
Oh, yeah.
time is up, like in a grand sense. 'Cause I still remember when I saw the thing theatrically in my head, he was saying ding, 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 but because my brain had already connected the dots with all the new God stuff,
Yeah.
all I was hearing was ping,
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 ping, ping, ping, ping. Yeah.
Yep.
Everybody was, I know there were some people that were like, why didn't he say ping, 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 ping? I was like, well, I don't think he was going for that.
He wasn't trying to make a mother box sound.
Yeah. He wasn't doing that.
Well, but that's a thing that, like, going back to Zach is very particular with a few things like genre and tropes. He's very particular about like fitting the genre of the movie that he's going with and fitting with the tropes of that genre. But another thing is like the mythological language.
Yep.
And so even if there's not an answer to, like, I don't personally think that there's necessarily a reason behind the egg timer. I don't think that there's not
Not a reason.
but there's nothing to me that immediately suggests that there is. But what is so great about the way that these stories are told is that you can find something there that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it exists within a structure that asks you to say, does this mean something? It could, and then apply it in a way that gives more meaning to it. Even if that's not what he intended, he provided a structure and a language, a cinematic language that allows you to say, oh, this egg timer is a manual instrument. It could be because it is something that Kents would use. It could be because Superman could hear it. It could be for none of those reasons, but there is more for your brain to absorb and question about the choices being made that ultimately add to the story. Even if it's just a totally random decision Zack made, it still fits within a language that means more than just what the exposition tells you it means.
Well, it's like good books. It's like, how many times have we sat through a college professor telling us about literary theory and what a book means or what this scene means, and then you talk to the author, and the author's like, yeah, that wasn't at all what I was thinking when I wrote, but that's cool.
Here's a little brag moment. Scott will like this. I've been reading Lord of the Rings to Shepard, he's now 7, and we're on the Two Towers, and it's been taking forever to get through the Rohan chunk, but he always remembers these things that I didn't always. He has a great mind for metaphor, and so when they meet Éomer, it specifies that he has this white plume on his helmet. And so whenever there's something, language, whatever, we talk about it, to explain that that's a plume is like the tail on a helmet, so he can visualize it. That was like a couple months ago. We're just leaving Edoras now, and Theoden gets on his horse, and it says the horse's name is Snowmane. And so I say, Shep, do you know why the horse's name is Snowmane? And he says, well, what? It's snow, and then mane is the horse's hair. So why do you think the horse's name is Snowmane? He goes, well, probably it's got white hair. And he goes, I bet Éomer's helmet has hair from Snowmane coming out the back of it. And I was like, that I'd never even put that together myself, but like that's a very token thing, right? To say like, oh, it's probably a gift from Theoden to Éomer, and maybe that's not the case, but once again, there's the world building is there for us to now have greater symbolism in this connection between the name of Theoden's horse and Éomer's helmet. There's a connection between these two characters in the subtext that is deeper than Tolkien ever takes time to lay out. My 7-year-old is saying, that's cool. His nephew's helmet has a white horsehair coming out of it, just like his, like that's good storytelling to me. Like even if he didn't do that intentionally, it's there to draw deeper meaning from.
Yeah.
Well, and as you pointed out, Tolkien could change his mind and make stuff up later on.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why one of my favorite episodes of Batman v Superman by the Minute is your review of Rings of Power.
Oh, that's right. You did do one of those.
Yeah. Well, for the same reason, because the way that it was being reviewed is very much people with any genre or existing IP, they review it as there's a checklist of here's what Superman is. Red underwear, red cape, blue suit, smiles, and it's a checklist. And they watch the movie and they say, okay, check, check, check. Okay, it's good because it matches this description of what is Superman. But here's some language. There's a difference between a feature list and a structural functional organization of what makes something what it is, right? You could have a bird is feathers and bones and a beak, but like you could just have a bag of those things and it's not a bird, right? It's the collection of features, right? It's the way it is structured and functions that makes a bird a bird. It's not just the pieces of it. And so when you say like, oh, it
bird
doesn't
is
have
the word.
Bird is the word.
So you could say, oh, Superman's got, you could say red trunks, blue suit, red cape, smile, spit curl. That's Superman. No, that's a feature list. You're just writing right. That is a bag.
That's an AI version of a bird.
That is a bag of Superman components, right?
Feature
It is
list.
it is the structural functional organization of what makes Superman. Superman is about the ideals. It's about what it is that what he stands for. It's about the struggles that he faces. It's about the choices that he makes. And how do you know those choices? Well, you give him difficult situations, and the way that he deals with those choices are different based on who he is. The same thing with Batman. Batman struggles with the way that he uses violence. So you put him in violent situations, and the choices that he makes is what makes him Batman and not Green Lantern.
Yeah.
But he doesn't kill, Steven. He doesn't kill.
But that's also that's why I love about the way like Jeff Loeb wrote their relationship, because I always love that line from Hush. the difference between the two of us is that deep down, Clark is a good person, and deep
Deep
down, I'm not.
Yeah.
Oh,
But wait,
man.
Scott, I thought fans of Zack Snyder didn't read comic books.
No, I read a lot of Jeff Loeb because, I mean, between Jeff Loeb on Hush, which, once again, hot take, I'm not that big of a fan of Hush, but his, I know.
Great art.
Yes.
Story, not so
Oh,
much.
yeah. But his Superman Batman story, like Public Enemies and, Supergirl from Krypton and,
Apocalypse.
Well, that's what the movie got called, but the original comic book art was called The Supergirl from Krypton.
That's right. You're right. Yeah.
Mhm.
Michael Turner's art. Yep.
Oh, Michael Turner.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah. Now, have you reviewed that yet on Supergirl Radio, Rebecca?
Yes, we reviewed the comic and the Superman Batman Apocalypse movie.
Oh, man.
We did the Superman Batman Apocalypse movie on the Eternal Night.
Nice. It's a good one.
That is.
I
yeah.
thought you probably would have, because I remember that was the one, because, another fun fact about Rebecca, and Rebecca can take a bow about this, is that Rebecca is an expert on the different variations of Kryptonese.
Yes, I'm not a nerdy person who translates it whenever Kryptonese shows up.
That's
I
pretty
even created an alphabet of Bridwell Kryptonese. Some people think that there's just one version of Kryptonese, but there's not. There's Kryptonese that's I forget what the other one is called, but then Bridwell Kryptonese is a totally different Kryptonese. And I had a font to that, and I created an alphabet based on the keys so that I could translate the Bridwell Kryptonese. I'm that weirdo. So I do,
awesome,
but which is frustrating because the Man of Steel Kryptonian language is so difficult for me. I've never been able to crack that. But if you have a key to it, I can follow along.
Yeah, because
Subscribe to Supergirl Radio, ladies.
Yeah, hang out with us.
But no, I was just thinking about the way that they approached that in Man of Steel. I mean, obviously we have like writing that's on the S, on the costume right there.
That
but yeah,
Supergirl also has.
Supergirl. Oh, what? Well, hey, how dare you, Casey? We can't connect.
I think she has
killing the
something
Snyderverse.
different.
She has a different.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if they've said what it says yet.
Well, thanks to Rebecca, the linguist who created the Kryptonian language for Man of Steel. I follow her now, and she follows me, and because Rebecca pointed her out one time. I forgot. I think someone was asking that question about what Supergirl's.
Yeah, we were trying to figure it out.
We're trying to figure it out, and we reached out to her, and she totally she was like a follow Friday kind of person. She's a friendly follower. She's like, I'll follow you, and Rebecca, she's put out like a document that like has some of the ways to translate the Snyderverse Kryptonian.
There used to be a website. Well, you can go to kryptonian.info that has all the different versions of Kryptonese. You can actually download the fonts if you want to, but I don't know if she's put one out about the Man of Steel Kryptonese as of yet. Okay. A lot of times I think she likes it when people try to figure it out. So she never really tells anybody what it is. So I think she just wants people to do the work, and I'm too lazy to do it.
Interesting.
All right, we got somebody else joining right now.
Oh, great Odin's Raven.
Travis.
Happy Zoa Fridays to everybody.
You're still drinking that Dwayne Johnson piss water?
Not really. Well, I am literally, but it was a case of it was on sale for like $5 off at Costco. It's like, sure, I'll get it. It's keeps you up sometimes. So how's it?
You love it.
I know.
Oh, I do. Yeah, that's all I drink. It's just it's a Brita.
Speaking of Dwayne Johnson, I'm sure we all saw, we were all shocked that he's coming back to the Fast and Furious franchise.
No, I didn't see that.
Spoiler.
Oh, now.
Yeah, apparently he's coming back. I mean, it's
not
whatever.
surprising.
I don't think.
I mean, if we're gonna, if we have to have this conversation, but if you're going to end the franchise, you kind of. I'm sorry, I would want Hobbs there.
Yeah.
By the way,
You need all the players, man. Right?
there's a part 3 coming for that.
Oh yeah, did you see that too?
I
Okay.
did see that.
Fast X
So not
Part
only
3. Yeah.
not only did Vin Diesel kind of go like, yeah, okay, yeah, it's gonna be part 1, part 2, but we're thinking about the studio wants a part 3, so like a trilogy to end this whole thing. And it was like, yeah, I think a lot of us kind of went like, fuck, okay.
I
And then all of a
thought I
sudden-
was that close to being done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like
Nope.
2 more movies, it's gonna be done. I know. And then I made the joke. I'm like, yeah, the next time, like, when Fast and Furious 12 comes out, he's gonna be on the red carpet. Like, well, actually, we're gonna reboot the whole franchise, and I'm gonna star in the reboot. Like, Dwayne or Vin, that doesn't make sense. You can't star in the reboot.
No.
Yes, I'm gonna star in the reboot. I'm gonna be Dominic's father. I don't know, but it's just And then all of a sudden, then the news comes out that Dwayne Johnson's Hobbs is gonna be
He's back,
returning,
baby.
and it's just like, okay, yeah. I mean, and then of course I know we're totally veering off BVS topic, which is what we do, but at the same time,
We're at
we
hour
have to
3. This is when we start changing topics.
Yeah, I know,
It's
we're
kind of-
getting
it's
an
kind of a
hour 3.
tradition at this point.
But it's like, and then all of a sudden, like, I think we've had this discussion. I think Steven even like called it like, oh yeah, this whole beef between Dwayne Johnson and Vin Diesel, even if it's real, they're gonna use it for this. But there's a chance maybe it was all for show.
Well,
You're gonna get a
imagine
Civil
now-
War poster of half the crew on the Rock side and half the crew on his side. Legit, they could do that.
No,
you
and
know?
they're just gonna give him permission in the marketing, and like the press tour. They're just gonna shit talk. They're gonna kayfabe the whole thing, right? Like they're not gonna put them in interviews together. They're gonna be dropping sly like jabs at each other in all the interviews. It's gonna be, and everyone's gonna it's gonna be totally
It's gonna be a great time.
It's going to be a wrestling show in
Yeah.
the form of a car movie. Yeah.
The press tour will be more fun than the actual films when they come out.
Yeah,
Possibility.
That's what's gonna be interesting,
possibility.
too. Yeah, but I mean,
possibility.
I don't think Dwayne Johnson's going to be. Obviously, he's not going to be involved in. Well, they're already doing press tour. And
Yeah, not for this one, but for
the next one.
Fast 10 Part 2 and Part 3. Those
It has to outdo Kevin Feige and Amy Pascal's.
I hope it's still. I still hope it's part 1 and part 2, but it's part 1 and part 2, part 1 and part 2, part 2.
Oh yeah.
like that's the way the it's not the Fast and Furious franchise unless it defies naming and numbering conventions. Yeah.
Oh my
True.
God, I know.
Very
It's
true.
gonna, God, I can't even imagine.
Fast 10 part 2A maybe. Fast
Furious
and-
A,
and-
Furious
but it'll be Fast 10 part 2A and then Fast 12.
Yeah.
No, Steven, no, here's what it is. Because if Dwayne Johnson is coming back, it's got to be Fast 11, Hobbs and Shaw Part 2. I'm like,
A fast story.
Oh, they're gonna bring in the spin-off name. Yes. Ooh, that's interesting. God. Oh, that franchise. My God.
That was the last one I saw in theaters was Hobbs and Shaw.
I enjoyed Hobbs and Shaw. I will say that. I mean, it's ridiculous, but I enjoyed
Oh yeah.
No.
It is.
You understand? Fast 9 was the first one I ever saw in theaters.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because the week because if you guys followed me, the week leading up to Fast 9, for the first time ever,
Right, I remember.
I binged
Yeah.
all of it from the Fast.
Oh,
and Furious,
yes,
like,
right.
in order.
You did.
I even watched Justin Lin's
The short film in between.
short.
I have not seen
Los
not the short
Obreros
film,
or whatever.
the independent movie where he created the Han character that he later
Right.
brought
in.
in.
Yeah.
Well, did you watch Los Bandoleros?
Yeah, I
that
watched
one.
that. Yep, I watched all of that.
Still have not seen that. I remember you talking about it. I'm like,
It's
just
just
never-
it's just like a very shallow depth of field drinking Coronas in Mexico kind of thing.
Jesus Christ.
So, Rebecca, have you ever seen a Fast and Furious movie just out of curiosity?
I've seen like the first 2, maybe. I remember seeing the first one in the theater, and I drove really fast on the way home.
Yeah.
So I
Everybody did. Everybody. If you saw that movie in theaters, the first one, when you left, it was.
Yeah,
Even
cops
if you-
would camp out outside our theaters. when,
yeah, I can't go
yeah.
see any
Speed
more of them
guns.
because I'll get a ticket. Yeah, I can't. do it.
What is the? I'm always confused about the consensus here. People are not all unanimously on the same page that Fast Too Fast, Too Furious is actually really good? Is that like a real?
That's the second one, isn't it?
It's
It's
fine.
the second one. Yeah.
Too Fast,
fine.
Too Furious is the second.
It's
one.
not. I mean, it's. I mean, it's
a lot of
good.
Tyrese.
It's good. It's yeah.
It is
and-
good. It is good.
And,
Yeah.
and it's still got. It's got Paul Walker and it's got Eva Mendes.
It's
which,
one of the
Doesn't
first
even
ones.
Mendes.
Okay. Yeah.
Because there's two kinds of Fast and Furious movies. There's the movies that are like the first few that know kind of like what they are, and then there's the ones that think they know what they are but don't. And Too Fast, Too Furious to me was one of those ones where like they were winking at the camera, but like they were on the same page as the audience.
Yeah.
Whereas like Fast 9, what got frustrating about that was like they were like some of them were winking at the camera and then some of them weren't.
Yeah, anytime Vin's on screen, he's going for the Oscar, and then the flip
Yeah.
side is like a B-rate action.
And then Tyrese is like, I can't believe we're going to space. And it's like,
I'm immortal. I'm immortal.
yeah, and it's like, okay, but yeah, bring like if you can get everybody on the same page, that movie is great. But like, I'm not sure. Like, literally, one person is like narrating the movie and telling me this is crazy, and then the other person is like, but no, this is serious. Like, well,
But he's my brother. How can I kill my brother? I don't know.
it's family.
Yeah,
No,
it's
I think
you
what
never,
it-
never kill
I
family.
think well, when Too Fast Too Furious. I mean, obviously they wrote that and they wanted Vin Diesel to reprise his role, and then when he said nope, because I don't know, he was like, I'm on to Triple X. Look at me,
Yeah.
fuckers. You know,
He didn't do
One where they-
sequels. That was his thing.
And then he
didn't do
he didn't
sequels,
want to
yeah.
do sequels, and
That's
then now
ironic.
that's all he fucking.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh man.
Because remember, they had to
Funny
kill
how
him
that
off. They had to kill him off for Triple X. Remember the first State
Yeah.
of the Union? They did a short film where they blew him up.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
ridiculous. But then, like
You
so
spoiled
Too
it,
Fast, Too
Travis. I
Furious
haven't
is
watched
not
those
bad.
films
Oh,
yet.
sorry, I'm really bad.
Yeah,
at that.
man, so
Piece of
good.
cinema
Whatever.
ruined for you.
Yeah,
Too
totally.
Fast, Too Furious is also that's the one where they do
He said a piece of
the
cinema.
watch
upside down
Bloodshot
bucket.
while you're at it.
They put the
Upside
rat
down
on his chest.
bucket?
Is that the one where they put the rat in the bucket and then heat the bucket up?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
That
That
one?
is, I like. It's funny because like the rest of the movie is so campy, but like, man, that is what I think of that daily.
Why daily, Steve? Why is that coming up?
I don't know. It comes up to way too regular. They're like, man, that would suck if someone put a rat in a bucket and then
Yeah,
put a
and heated
blowtorch
the
on
top
That
of it. Yo, that shit was insane.
Yeah, that would really bother me a lot if that
It was
happened.
old
I
dude
think-
from it was old dude from Batman Begins who's like, your kids don't like falafel? It's the same fucking dude.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I have kids to feed.
So what? They don't like falafel? He's like,
I mean, I think Too Fast Too Furious did a great job of like expanding the world. It introduced more characters like that we obviously got, but then all of a sudden it was like it went to Tokyo Drift, and they're like, hey, we're going completely different, and it was just
Tokyo
like
Drift is the one that always lost me more than Too
Yeah.
Fast, Too Furious.
Yeah, 100%.
such an offshoot. I mean, it's a big spin-off, and then all of a sudden at the very end, that's where Vin Diesel was like, hey, can I get back in there? I'm not getting work.
Yeah.
Or all my movies are bombing right now, you know? Shit.
Pacifier wasn't as big as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Pacifier is a
That's
great
actually
film.
pretty good.
I like
There we go.
Pacifier.
It is
No,
good. It is
100%.
good.
I'm Team Pacifier. I don't know what it did box office wise, but
it's just
Yeah, it's a good movie.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
fun.
Not bad. It's family film. But Rebecca,
that
I
with
know
my
you have to
mom.
take off. I know you have an early morning
Oh,
tomorrow.
yes, too
so
early.
we'll go ahead and send you off, especially since we're diving into Fast and Furious talk right now.
Now's the time to run. Yeah,
now
We're
is the
talking about
time to
Tokyo
go.
Drift.
Well, I've
Okay.
had such a good time chatting with you guys. I learned some things about BVS, and it was great to talk to you about film criticism. That's one of my things I'm really passionate about. So I really appreciate y'all letting me be part of your space and join you in conversation.
Anytime. Doors open for you all the time. Yeah.
All right. Well, cool. Well, y'all have a good rest of the
Yeah.
stream.
Superhero,
Yeah, nice to meet
Supergirl
you.
Radio.
Yeah. Check me out,
subscribe.
Supergirl Radio. You can follow me, subscribe to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/duckmilkprod, and I'll see y'all later.
There you go. Thank you for
All
joining.
right.
Have a good
Talk to
night.
you
Bye,
soon.
Rebecca. I need to go too.
Yeah,
So-
Scott needs to go
Oh.
too. Boo! This is why I have
Boo.
to see. Like I said, I'm
Oh,
doing it
no.
earlier now, so it actually helps. Because Scott is we're actually in the 3 hours. It's weird that it's 9:30 my time and we're 3 hours into this thing. So
Yeah.
strange, but we're gonna keep on going. Scott, yeah, go ahead. You're
I thought he was
teasing me.
frozen for a second.
I know
that
we're
was
teasing-
good.
teasing.
No,
Yeah,
he's
you're
about to
teasing
break-
me with that bottle.
He's about to break
it.
into it. It's been a long day
Without you, my
Killing it.
friend.
I'll show you again one day.
And I wonder if I see. Anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, good God. Oh,
Where are they going to? Their wife and kids are at the beach. Like, where the
Oh
fuck
my
are they
God.
driving on to?
Just don't even. Oh, you're gonna get me started, Travis. Go ahead, Scott. Send yourself off.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found, which, a matter of fact, we just dropped a new episode 1 hour ago. So check your podcast feeds as Tim and I give our review of the Blue Beetle trailer and the Flash trailer #2.
Yay.
So go check that out. And of course, we're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. We are a fan supported network, so head on over to patreon.com/squadcastmedia, where you can find over 400 pieces of content, which does include one of the newest pieces of content, which is my unboxing of the Superman Christopher Reeve Steelbook collection that just came out this week. So if you want to check this out, head on over to Patreon and watch me unbox and show you all the goodies. And then, of course, this Sunday at, okay, say this with me, Dave, 7 o'clock Pacific, which is 9 o'clock
new banner, I know.
Central. We will be doing our next episode of Batman the Animated Stream, which this week will be the, quote, lost episode of Batman the Animated Series, which, if you don't know, is the Sega CD game, The Adventures of Batman and Robin.
Yes.
So look for the link on my Twitter, on Dave's Twitter, on my Vero. Watch a super cut of the cutscenes and come watch us discuss it on Sunday night here on the Film Junkie YouTube channel. Good night, everybody.
Yippee. All right. Thank you, Scott. All right. Thank you, Scott. Much love. Oh, man.
Where do, so well, before we get back
to
into
the rats
too far, people
Go
are
ahead.
mad that the Rock thing. They think the Rock thing is a spoiler. Where does everybody?
So Umberto tweeted it.
There is no world in which that's not gonna be known everywhere before this movie comes out.
That's what I thought too.
It's a post-credit scene. Like, I don't know. It.
And there's been word it hasn't been tracking as well as some of the other ones. So I feel like it's almost like the Henry Cavill Superman thing again of, hey, let's leak this news and get people talking about The Rock.
When I saw it, because they reported he's in a post-credit scene. But to me, especially with Umberto, if you've got Vin Diesel and Umberto in the situation, there's no way it wasn't like, hey, we need this news out there.
Yeah.
Not that, or The Rock, any of them. Like everybody in the situation is very much like, hey, let's get this out there. Like,
I think the camp of the side that thinks it's spoilers is there's people that did see the movie tonight. So I think that side is saying either Umberto or some of the raps saw it and said, hey, The Rock's in this.
So
and
they're
they
mad
use
they
it as a
didn't-
scoop. Yeah, instead of
it's not a scoop. It's
not a scoop.
not.
It is
But,
It is a spoiler. I mean, it is a spoiler,
It
but
is a spoiler,
but the fact that you didn't expect that to like actually happen. And when I saw it, I went,
you didn't
"Oh, yeah,
expect
there it
it.
is." Huh?
Yeah, The Rock
You
was
didn't.
come back.
Honestly,
from the
I
show.
didn't.
Yeah.
And you didn't expect it. Yeah. No, but I mean,
This
like,
spoiler goes
yeah,
on
when I
back of the
saw
car.
it, and then of course, it's just like, well, I mean, I think we all
It's
just,
like we're talking about it openly here, and like the chat's getting mad, and like
Yeah, nobody's mad.
Joey said the spoiler goes on the back of the
yeah.
Are
Sorry
we
if
mad?
we-
I guess we can get mad about the Fast and Furious 10 cameo. I guess
I know,
don't
exactly.
I just
You guys got to realize this is the 10th fucking movie. I mean,
did we not
No,
think Rock was
it's
going to come
also-
back?
Look, it's also mad weird to think about. Like I saw earlier today once the stuff started coming out, and I saw where The Rock is coming back. He was in the post credit scene or whatever, and the first thing that hit my mind was this dude, this fucking dude, literally movie failed, bruh.
yeah.
I feel like he filmed his post credit scene last weekend.
Oh,
Like
so
he
it's-
literally
Yeah.
movie Black Adam failed.
You saying he
got
Henry
sick.
Cavilled it?
well, no,
Him
but see,
literally, he
this
was
is-
like, "How can I be relevant? Wait a minute.
He put a
don't
jacket
think
over
I'll be
top his
back
Black
for
Adam
Fast and the
suit."
Furious because I hate Vin Diesel. Let me film. Can we film something? Universal was probably like, the movie's not tracking well.
I'll
Of
do one
course
extra
you can
movie
film
for
something."
you at the end.
Yeah,
this
yes,
is
yeah.
really difficult for me because
I
there's no
swear to God, that's how it struck me. It struck me as the movie's not tracking well, and he ain't tracking well right now just because of
either Vin Diesel
It was
is
like
winning the
they joined their
feud.
forces and was like,
Either Vin Diesel is winning the feud, which I don't like, or
don't either.
this was planned from the beginning, and like Vin Diesel and The Rock colluded to like make a fake beef in order to make this moment happen, which like I also don't like.
Yeah.
Or they really needed a huge box office push, and it just brought in The Rock to make that happen, which I also don't like.
No. The only thing I like about the first thing you said was them being colluding. I don't think that's the case, because if Black Adam had exploded, you ain't seeing this post-credit scene with The Rock on Fast and Furious.
I need someone to Photoshop Vin Diesel onto Thanos's. Make a purple Vin Diesel. Like, where does that bring you? Back to me.
Yeah. You couldn't
That's
deal with
already
your own
done.
failures.
I've already seen it. I've already seen it on
It's
Twitter.
happened a
It's already
lot,
been
yeah.
done.
Yeah.
You saw
It's
Vin
hilarious.
Diesel photoshopped onto it?
Not
or you
that
just-
I haven't seen. Oh, you have? Oh man.
No,
I've seen Vin Diesel's
saw
face
a tweet.
photoshopped on
I need a
Thanos.
purple
Yeah.
Vin Diesel.
Yeah, no, I saw a tweet that somebody said like, people returning to,
Yeah,
and they showed that scene from Endgame. That's all. But yeah, somebody needs to Photoshop that. I'm sure that's coming. I'm sure it's already out there somewhere. but-
By the end of the vodka stream, I need a deep faked Vin Diesel as Thanos.
What did that bring you back to?
Right back to me.
Deal with your own failures.
Oh, I'm sure we can AI the voice too. Can someone do an AI voice to
jeez.
get Vin Diesel saying
yeah.
that?
Oh, I think. Oh yeah. Mr. Axel can do that. He's just nodding his head backstage. Yeah, Axel, you have to get on this now. That's
with what? Vin Diesel. saying
Vin
what?
Diesel also has the Guardians franchise, by the way.
That's he
The
does.
Rock
Does he?
I always-
Does he?
I
Does he
always
have the
forget
card?
that.
How do you let Vin Diesel come out on the top of this beef? How?
I always
dude
forget
wearing-
his
Black
voice is
Adam
great.
hurt The Rock that much. That's how much
Yeah.
it hurt him. That he's willing to go back to the Fast and Furious franchise.
How?
I feel it, Travis.
Oh man, how
that's-
do you let that happen?
No,
Yeah.
You get in bed with Warner Brothers. That's how you let that happen.
Yeah,
Nah,
he's
but
like, you know what, Finn is not as bad as dealing with WB and all this shit.
Watch, watch. In Fast 11, Vin Diesel's
That
gonna
is
be 3
very
inches
true.
taller than The Rock. They're gonna show him side by side, and he's gonna be 3 inches taller than him in every scene.
Yeah, and Hobbs can be like, "You've grown," you know, and
Like that-
Dom will be like, "You've shrunk."
That's what happens when you've got family.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Oh my
You went
God.
outside the pack there, Hobbs.
like what? That's what happens when family is the foundation of your.
and then he's just gonna
natural
beat the
existence.
crap out of him. The Rock
Yeah.
is gonna bleed on screen for the first time at the hands of it. Like, oh man.
I want to see if we ask ChatGPT to write a script for a fast movie, if it will mention the family thing.
Oh, I've actually been using ChatGPT recently. I'm just saying, oh, what would Zack Snyder's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie be like? And it just writes it out. It's pretty
Brutal.
cool. Not gonna lie.
Awesome. Amazing. I don't know. If Zack Snyder did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I'd watch it. Then again,
Yeah,
I
I'd
don't
watch
watch
it too.
so.
Hey, Joe said, "Dread it, drive away from it.
Doesn't
Doesn't matter if you're a quarter mile away, guessing it."
in your eyes.
Oh,
Jesus Christ. Oh man. But yeah, I mean, when it came to today, when it was like, to me, all the news today was just like, of course. We're gonna get more Fast and Furious movies.
Yeah.
Of
Did
course,
you guys-
Dwayne Johnson's coming back. I don't think it was if you're shocked by any of that and you're like, spoiler, god damn it. It's like, really? I mean, you really
Yeah.
take this fucking franchise that seriously?
Did you see the clip of him revealing
Yeah.
that it's a that
Rodriguez looked like she was
it
in
was so
hostage mode
fake.
again. She's just like, "There's gonna be a third."
Dude, it was.
Yeah.
It seemed like it was planned. Like Michelle
Oh,
Rodriguez, then all of a
it
sudden
did.
like,
They
chimed
asked
in
her.
and was
Yeah.
like, "Oh yeah, we can't." And then all of a sudden, the reporter girl was just like, "Oh my god, exclusive here!"
There's gonna be a third.
Yeah, she started freaking out, and I'm like, "Oh, was this staged?"
I would love the
it's totally
scenario
staged.
where they actually didn't agree to a third, but Vin is just like putting this out there, of like, "Oh yeah, they're asking for
Hey,
it."
He got The Rock crawling back to him. He's he's
Yep.
feeling bold right
He's
about
playing
now.
chess while other people are
He is
playing
bold.
checkers.
Oh man, he's standing high in his lifted boots. I mean,
Oh,
come
yeah.
on. Yeah,
He
almost
put,
fell over.
he put on his 6-inch lips
You
today.
imagine Rock had to make that. You imagine Rock had to make that call after literally declining, coming back for so many times, and then he finally's like,
he hung up the phone with The Rock and then picked up his phone and called his apple crate guy and said, "I'm going to need 2 more apple crates."
Great. Oh man, I know. No, he called up Robert Downey Jr.'s guys like, "Hey, how do you make him so, you know?"
Did you guys see the picture of him with Tom Cruise at the Kentucky Derby?
Yeah, when he stood like
he's standing like he's got shoulder. Oh man,
he reminds me of the magician in Prestige when they're like, "How does he do the fishbowl trick?" That's been he's always thinking about like, how can I make sure I'm taller than everybody else? Like it's always on his mind. Like he's never not thinking about.
He's not that like it wouldn't be fun. Like he's not that short.
No.
He's not short at all.
He's an average height.
Yeah, he's just short enough for his obsession with looking tall to be really funny.
Yeah, isn't he like 5'9" or 5'10" or something?
Yeah, that's a good size.
Allegedly. Yeah.
Allegedly. True, yeah. He's probably like 5'4".
Allegedly.
You put him beside Joe Pesci and Pesci towers over him or something like that.
But The Rock is no even at his actually it's hilarious. Google any actor's height and Google comes up with a fact box at the top where it says their height. Google Vin Diesel height and it does not have a fact box for his height.
No, it doesn't.
That's power right there to get that
Right?
removed off. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody that is not my real height. Just because they published that once 5 years ago doesn't mean it's accurate.
Somebody said like the Hal Jordan in the chat said Ja Rule said he's 5'9".
Ja Rule.
I don't know. Take that with what you will. I don't know what.
That's the best sentence I've ever heard on the vodka stream ever.
I know.
Well, Ja Rule
like,
says he's
Ja Rule,
5'9".
Guys, I think this is better than Google. Ja Rule.
Yeah. Ja Rule, you got to trust with everything. Ja Rule says
when I'm thinking about heights of actors, Ja Rule. No.
Yeah.
Ja Rule knows best.
Rule. He better be in Fast 10, Ja Rule. I need him in a car ASAP.
Which part? Part 1, 2, or 3?
But no,
yeah, he'll be with like the racer flag guy. Like they always make some sort of like cameo somewhere, right? And he'll be in the race.
No, but he was in the first one. He was just like Menage when he lost the race and shit. He's like, that was fucking hilarious.
Right, he was in the first one. Huh?
The fact that they found a way to bring him into the crew is like one of those moments in the franchise where you're like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Monica.
Monica.
But anyway, I mean, I guess we get back to BVS talk here. I mean,
Yes.
I mean, obviously, when it came to the fact that
Let me ask you this. Was it really reignited or was the conversation just continuing?
Well, I mean, it's always been there because anytime when you talk about the discourse when it comes to BVS, it's always about Batman killing. Right. So that's always that shows up in my timeline every 6 to 8 weeks.
It's either that or Superman was too evil. Or,
that too.
Or Lex Luthor.
But I mean, I think it was just
or
got
the Martha
when we say reignited, it just like it was very much talked about because then we got Zach talking about why it got the bad reception, and then people started going like, well, and then of course they only read the headline when it comes to certain things, and then I mean, the fact of the matter is like it just seemed like there was a lot more. I mean, I had people. God knows how that tweet's doing with my clip today when I actually had that. I don't know what. I don't even want to look. It's probably a mess right now. But yeah, I think people just, when it comes to this, I think they just want to just be like, well, no, you didn't do what I want. I mean, that's the way I look at it. It's like you didn't do what I was hoping.
They always talk about what it wasn't instead of what it was.
Right, and some
they
people
complain
even
about
not only that, some people just take it a step further and they go, "Well, they botched the Death of Superman, they botched the Dark Knight Returns," and it's just if you're in the entirety of your criticism is rooted in the fact that you didn't get a straight up 100% page for page adaptation of either of those stories, I'm sorry, I don't really have much of an inclination to
99% of the MCU is that
exactly
Yeah.
That too. Like look at Civil War. Civil War is Civil
even
War is
though
not
Watch
Dan
it, Casey.
adapted.
Watch it, Casey.
has
Yeah,
praised BVS
keep it
several
civil over
times.
Yeah, in the words of Megan, she told me this shit one time. She said, if you want 100% comic book accuracy, read a fucking comic book.
Yeah.
Don't fucking put the
That.
DVD in the movie book. Like, if you want that, then fucking read the book. It's literally that fucking simple. If you want that amount of accuracy, just read the fucking book. Because when it comes to like these adaptations, and BVS is not an adaptation. BVS is
Inspired by, I'd say.
Inspired by.
Heavily
Yeah.
inspired.
yes, it is. But it's also a sort of
Amalgamation.
I'll say this thing. When I first saw
Amalgamation.
There we
Yeah,
go.
when I first saw Man of Steel in movie theaters, and I watched it, and I'm a huge Superman fan, and I absolutely love the movie. But watching it, and then it gets to the end, and the third act, and there's a lot of destruction. And I remember thinking, holy shit, that's a lot of destruction. And I remember thinking immediately after that, as I'm experiencing this movie for the first time, if Kryptonians really fought on this planet, that's exactly how that would result for everybody else. Because especially one who's only been on the job for a fucking day. So it's I remember seeing the discourse this past week, and I remember laughing to myself about the fact that there's a lot of movies that I don't like. There's a lot of shit that I don't like. There's a lot of comic book movies that I do not feel. At no point in time do I reach out to people who do like those particular films and say, hey, you like that movie? Fuck you, that movie's trash.
You're wrong.
I never do that. I never do that. I always, if people enjoy shit that I don't like, I tend to be like, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm sorry that I didn't, but that's to each his own.
And the fact that they always talk about it, they still bring it up 7 years later, it must have left a huge impact on them.
Of course,
it must.
Well, regardless
they're
of
obsessed
what,
with
They like it.
look, regardless of what people
no,
think about the movie, the fact of the matter remains, like, this is the first movie with Batman and Superman in it, and also Wonder Woman. There is nothing that's ever going to take away from that fact in this movie. Period, bar none.
Yeah.
Like, that is historical, no matter how you feel about the movie. And
I like the fact that I don't know if it was you, Steven, that posted it, or was it Dice, like on the BVS by the Minute Twitter, like basically saying like 7 years later.
Yep.
This article that says like, how important this
I wrote that in 2020.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's why it's funny, because as the guy that does the podcast doing BVS 1 minute at a time, it's funny because even in like the first episode we said like, this is not like, we don't want to like relitigate this movie. That's not what this is about. And
how it's morphing.
Oh, is that me?
I don't know what the hell that was.
I thought that was somebody else.
But
jeez, your alien overlords are coming through.
We're attacking now.
You're meant to say
You
the
are not
Snyder Cut
alone.
didn't exist.
For the guys that were in at Full Circle now, I was joking about this. How often these like streams with Snyder fans, even when this isn't a thing that's actively talked about, somehow everyone ends up talking about, oh, BVS wasn't reviewed properly, and why doesn't Snyder like more? And like, there's almost a level of like, that's what this whole thing is here. It's like, we've talked about this, and anyone who's like not a fan, who's like, oh, they're talking about how they're mad BVS wasn't reviewed well again. It's like, but what the whole reason like the podcast exists is because that's all the conversation has ever been.
Yep.
Like from the day the movie came out, it was a rush to say it was bad, but then even the fans are worried about proving that it's good.
You know what's
it's
funny,
like,
Steven?
Even if everyone were to say, it's a great movie, and it comes around on it, that still doesn't accomplish the fact that it hasn't been talked about. It hasn't been critics, actual criticism of the movie, talking about what are the ideas presented, how is it communicated, how effective is it, what, none of that stuff is examined. It's all even and this isn't to bash on like a lot of good analysis of the movie has come out, but even a lot of the fans are too focused on this good versus bad divide, and it's so frustrating. There's people who love the movie that I don't like talking about it with, because it's just the same thing over and over and over about is it good or is it bad? Were the reviews good? Were the reviews bad? Whereas the
It's
whole
a
point
masterpiece.
the whole point that Zack was making with his quote was that
It's
people
all subjective.
when he says pay attention, he's not saying that people aren't smart enough. He's just saying people didn't want to engage with it on the level that it asked them to. And the level that it asks you to, having gone through it minute by minute for 120 something minutes now, or actually even more than that, I think we're in the 130s, is that every minute of this movie has something, like, we're not repeating ourselves. Like, there's something different to talk about thematically, visually, tonally. Like, there's enough going on to literally talk about it on that level. And that conversation just didn't happen because it was immediately the people who hated it said it's bad, the people who loved it said it's good, and it's just good, bad, good, bad. It's like, what is that? That doesn't do anything for anybody. And so then when Zack says people didn't want to engage with it on that level, everyone reignites that same conversation again. Instead of being like, well, no, let's maybe pay a little bit more attention. Let's talk about it on that level. Even if you don't like it.
You know what's
you
really
can engage
frustrating
with it
about
on
that
level to criticize it.
You know what's
And
really
the
frustrating?
context even was that it was basically the conversation started by Rebecca. So he didn't just out of the blue say that, oh, people just
people
didn't
act
understand
like
that.
he just went online and said it. No, it was literally
Well, even like some of those articles are like, yeah, during the Q&A, the question was this, and I'm like, well, it wasn't the Q&A, it was commentary, and there wasn't a question. She just brought up layers, and
they didn't source right.
She was literally
Anyway.
talking about the negative reviews.
Yeah,
Right.
So that is why he commented on that.
And the even more frustrating thing is this movie was shown, I think, a week or two before, early for fans specifically, and it got nothing but praise from fans, if I'm not mistaken.
It was the first movie that I heard about the standing ovation thing.
Yes, same. Same. And then the reviews from critics came out, and that the whole conversation, as Steven pointed out, has just been nothing but a back and forth ever since of the same conversation repeatedly over the last 7 years of whether or not this movie is, quote, good or bad.
Yeah.
So weird.
It's
just
it's
weird.
insane.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you said, like you said, Phil, like the discourse never is really like ended, but it just got totally just somebody just lit up, torch under it because it is weird too because I mean we're fucking like almost 2 weeks out, and then all of a sudden like. You had one, I think it was just the direct that, and nothing, I get it, slow news week, slow whatever. Let's go back and let's watch all the footage and see if we can find some things to talk about when it comes to certain things, and especially Snyder's always a topic of discussion. Yeah. So they went back and found a certain thing, and then they just. I'm not saying like they misquoted or anything like that. I mean, I think like when it came to details, they didn't. I mean, it was weird when they didn't source the actual video or who was actually talking with them.
The articles that I'm seeing, the articles themselves are. I haven't seen anything that's relatively balanced. It's the Twitter discourse is wild because, and this isn't just with Snyder, although it seems to happen especially with him. Is someone will do a 10-hour interview, and then people, the news will report on one specific quote. Which is the way that works, right? Because that's going to get more engagement. But then everybody that reads that then reacts to it as if that quote, like as if the person just opened their front door and screamed that into the void. And they're like, why were they screaming that into the void? It's like, well, maybe go back and look at what they were responding to when they said it.
Yeah.
And that's too much for them. So,
and that's like on the and again, and this is. There are the press doesn't always handle this stuff correctly, but I have yet to see someone actually write an article on this and say like Zack Snyder is being crazy saying this. It's everyone seeing the headlines, or I'm assuming they're not even reading the articles because the way I've seen it presented, and then they're saying like, oh, he's saying we're too dumb. It's like he didn't say that anywhere. He just said I made a movie that wanted people to engage with it on this deep level, and people said they don't. And the response is, yeah, I didn't want to engage with it because it was dumb. And it's like, well, so you admit you don't want to engage with it. Like,
and even if he did say that they were dumb, he wouldn't be wrong.
It's so funny Steven mentions that because I saw Brad Curran make not necessarily a thread, but he made mention of the fact that even after the fact that 7 years after the fact that this movie is still being talked about, and he also shared the stuff that's making the rounds in regards to Zack's quotes being misconstrued, taken out of context, whatever way you want to spin it. It's funny to see so many other people come out of the woodwork who also might happen to be content creators in their own right, whether they're comic book artists or whether they're creators. God, yeah. And it's and to see them say like, well, yeah, no shit, we didn't understand, we just didn't like it. It's like, okay, he didn't say that explicitly. So please stop putting words in the dude's mouth.
But he didn't even say didn't understand. He just said they didn't want to engage
Yes.
with it on the level that I designed it for them to engage with. And
Right.
then so if you say, yeah, I didn't want to engage with it because it was dumb, doesn't change the fact that so you're agreeing with what he's saying, that you don't want to look at it deeper. For any reason you don't want to look at it deeper. Some people just don't want to look at stuff that deep in general. Some people just don't believe there's anything there to look at. Whatever the reason is, the people diminished it to and to be frank, part of the reason is because there are fans who their entire argument is, well, you just didn't like it because you're too dumb or you didn't understand it or whatever. And so when Zach says anything that borderline resembles that, there's a lot of people who have been told by fans, you're just too stupid to understand it. They assume that Zach is parroting what the fans have said, which is, not his fault. But once again, that's still not what he said. He actually was being very respectful of people, giving them the opportunity to just say, yes, I didn't want to engage with it. So when they say, I didn't want to engage with it because it was dumb, they're really just telling on themselves. So cool. Is that really coming from me?
Maybe. I don't know.
so.
It sounds like you're playing Atari, but
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah,
I hear
actually,
it.
move your phone away from your microphone.
We're in Tron Legacy right
What the
now.
fuck am I doing?
Pick your phone up and put it towards your mic.
I don't know.
There you go. Yeah, it's good.
I don't know who's that from. I don't know.
You had your phone close to your mic. It was like,
Sorry about that. Sorry.
The most gripping thing I have from this conversation is I want to know, where did Steven get that cup you're drinking out of? Because I know it's what cup you're drinking out of right now.
Oh, is he drinking the Fast X cup? Yeah.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice.
That's the only reason why Steve wanted to join tonight. Yeah, he wanted to get in the heavy Fast X talk.
No, it's the large drink at I think it's Regal. No, Marcus Theaters.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Nice. I like it. No, but back to all that. I mean, like it's just kind of funny too, because when I saw people's responses, and I saw on Twitter, and I saw people respond. I mean, but then when you actually look at the quote and you hear his tone and you see like him talking about it, I mean, it comes off different, of course, because he's not calling people dumb. He's not doing all that. I mean, like, it's a very casual conversation. It's a response, and he's just kind of like, and then of course he makes reference to, the fact that there were critics out there that were going, hey, why are they fighting at night? It's like stuff like that. I mean, it's so funny too, because when people push back, you're like, no, I mean, like, again, this is where Rebecca came into the whole thing and her analyzing some of these reviews and how ridiculous that they were, when it comes to like comparing it to Marvel, or saying that why are they fighting not during the day or something like that. I mean, that's the thing.
Well, the thing that he said during Full Circle that blew my mind, that I don't think he's ever said before, is that the MPAA were giving it an R rating because Batman is too mean to Superman.
yeah.
We're like,
oh my God, it cuts his cheek.
I've seen some wild MPAA, like it's anyone who knows anything about the MPAA knows it's totally bogus. I have not heard something that dumb from them before, though, that Batman is too mean to Superman. Like,
That's so stupid.
Well, it's just it just shows you like how these characters are so, like, I mean, they transcend. I mean, any actor that plays them, I mean, that's the thing. It's like when it comes to Superman and Batman, I think especially Batman, no matter who, I mean, you have Ben Affleck that plays him, but you're not going to get a poster where he's, doesn't have his fucking mask on. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you get a Marvel poster. I mean, you got Tom Holland, no mask. Everybody's doesn't have their cowls on or anything at all. But when it comes to Batman, you cannot take that fucking thing off. I don't care. It doesn't matter like who you are. I mean, you have Ben Affleck, which everybody knows, but he ain't taking that. You're not going to see a poster without his fucking mask off. And then when it comes to even Superman, I mean, anybody who you always hear about the Superman curse, I guess you could say, when it comes to actors portraying Superman, it's like, oh yeah, then all of a sudden it's like they don't have any other, opportunities or whatever.
And this isn't even fanboys that are saying this. This is the level of like cultural zeitgeist of this is the MPAA saying that's not Batman, that's not Superman, to the level that it's impacting the rating. They don't do that. Like, they don't let that impact the the rating unless it's like, oh, that a child shouldn't be that violent, right? And so they'll knock it for that, or they'll say like, oh, that amount of violence against a woman is different than that amount of violence against a man. So so for them to incorporate Batman and Superman as a character into their assessment of that, they didn't say superheroes shouldn't be that violent. It was Batman and Superman.
Yeah,
It shows you how hard it is to deal with these characters at this scale, where people who aren't even fans are having trouble processing that this is.
I love.
You're like, yo, have you read?
I love how
books, bro.
I love how Zach said even in that do these people even have the right to comment on this stuff? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but like 1,000,000% though. Like no, that's story. They are complaining about they are penalizing the storytelling choice.
Penalizing.
Penalizing.
Not
Oh, okay.
not the actual content, which is a wild, like, that's not their job.
Yeah, even though it's Batman and Superman, it's like, hey, guess what? And then I like how Josh mentioned, like, his response was, "I'm sorry, it's in the title." It's like,
Yeah.
really into the. I mean, the people, the reason why we're all excited for this movie is because we literally, like, obviously when it came to that Comic-Con tease with Harry Lennox, it's like, you just freaking the sequel to Man of Steel is a Batman and
Superman
movie. Like, what the fuck,
I still say that title is amazing.
Yes.
From marketing perspective as well. But the only thing that they fucked up was in the marketing part, where they were
They
just
made it look
trying
like who
to
would win
do the
stuff.
Civil War thing. Yeah, who will win and whose
It should have
side
been
are
like
you
something
on?
different.
Yeah,
And I'd also
it was
say
kind of
that.
the trailers kind of sold it like a fun movie.
Yeah.
Like they're
Well,
fighting, whose
almost all
side
the
are you
jokes-
on?
Except
and
the
all that
first.
Yeah.
The first, the today is the day for truth. That trailer
Yeah.
didn't sell it as a fun fucking. That shit sold as some fire. Like that
trailer's still good.
To this day, that trailer scared the shit out of the motherfuckers on the other side of the pond. When it came to like, it scared them. That trailer was dope, dude. Like it hit, and I was like, what the?
We all felt like that.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It was like 3.5 minutes of fire, and it wasn't sold as like you were saying. Like the rest of the stuff, though, they had like music
as it
with
came closer. Yeah, the music too much, the action parts, and the text.
Well,
And
all
the
that.
revealing Doomsday.
every joke,
yeah.
every joke from
I was
the
like, oh god.
every joke that's in the movie was in the you should not pick a fight with this person. Like
or Is She With You? That was
Yeah.
in
I thought She Was With
that
You.
in a Potter or something like
With
that.
balls like yours, you belong.
I know.
Today is the day.
No,
for
that
truth.
wasn't in the trailer. Yeah.
That wasn't a trailer, no. But I mean, I got that too. It's just like, it's like when you see them, somebody mentioned the marketing, and I was like, yeah, the marketing kind of lightened it up a little bit,
did.
They would ask celebrities whose side they're on, like in just random interviews.
I remember that they asked like the CW cast of stuff. Like,
They asked Marvel people that.
Yeah, they did.
yeah, I remember
But it's
that.
but then you're like, whose side are you on? They didn't have a trailer where they're literally teaming up. Like, you fucked up on this. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, that was.
And that's another complaint they had. Like, they only fought for like 8 minutes.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Not as long as they did in the
Did
Dark
you
Knight.
watch the
They've been
movie?
fighting. Their whole thing has been fighting the entire movie. Like they just wanted a physical fight.
I just think that's the marketing for the movie didn't do it any favors. So let's be real.
No.
And now also the fact that they released Doomsday, but the
Oh,
December
third
trailer.
The third trailer.
That was just not. That was just not good.
I've always said that the three things that ruined BBS reception was first the marketing, second cutting 30 minutes, third not explaining to the general audience what this universe is.
And fourth,
they had to
Superman
communicate.
didn't have enough lines of dialogue. He needed to say more words for it to be a better movie.
And you know what
That's how
I think
it
would have been
works.
cool? You know what I think would have been cool if Wonder Woman was not in any of the trailers? Like she would be
Yes.
like Pride.
Yeah.
That would have been
Okay.
amazing. Like Gal
If she
Gadot
was-
is cast. Yeah, go on, Phil.
If she was just
Yeah.
if she was just like Diana Prince in the gala scene between Bruce and Clark,
That's
yeah,
true.
that would have been great. Not show an ounce of her as Wonder Woman, yeah, sure. But at the same time, I think the Wonder Woman money shot of her saving Bruce's ass also probably got people to go, okay, yeah, Wonder Woman's going to be in this. I'm going to go see
her
this.
on posters, stuff like that. Being the first like live action on the big screen Wonder Woman, there is no way they're going to.
And
keep
remember,
that
Wonder Woman was in production,
hidden.
so they announced
exactly.
who she was. Like there was no. It would have been the idea of that being a surprise reveal of like, is that Selena Kyle? Is it Talia al Ghul? Who is it?
And there was that leak of, you know,
that would have been cool, but that was just never going to happen.
Yeah,
there was also that leak in 2014 of, you know, Kryptonians might be related with Amazons, you know. Remember.
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, which is talked about again, of course, at Full Circle. No, I mean the marketing really cheesed it up because again, you got suits that are trying to be like, hey, how do we sell this movie? I mean, but it was just, I mean, it was kind of like, I don't think people knew exactly what was going on when it came to, well, like the closer we got, and all of a sudden it's like, it's Batman versus Superman, but I'm watching a TV spot, them teaming up together with Wonder Woman. What the fuck? You know, it's like,
most of the complaints, I don't know if most, but a large number of the complaints would go away if they had just said that it's just going to be 5 movies. A lot of the complaints were like, how could you kill Superman so early?
And
early
like,
opposed to what?
Well, they should have said it's an Elseworlds.
That was the most frustrating, especially
frustration.
because we'd been saying it for since 2017, or 2018-ish. But when Zack Snyder's Justice League was coming out and people were finally saying like, oh, if I had known that this was just this 5 movie arc, I would have been okay with it. And it was like, if they had just said, like when they announced BVS or whatever, when they announced the slate, they announced it on an earnings call, whatever. If they had just said Zack Snyder has a 5-movie plan, that totally changes the content, because like people are looking at it like, ooh, like they're comparing like, oh, I don't
they're
like,
looking
like
at
Batman
20 years.
This is the start of the 20-year dynasty.
And everyone thought the dead Robin was Jason Todd, et cetera, et cetera. Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
and people still have a problem with that. Like,
yes,
it was
they do.
never mentioned in the movie that it was Dick Grayson. It's, oh my God. Fuck, these people give me a fucking migraine sometimes. Sorry, it's just, oh my God, these guys are just
okay. Let it out. Let it out.
Let it out. Let it all out.
Okay. Well, then this video will get demonetized. So no.
No, but I mean, like, it's just the marketing was just, the who will win, and it was, and then of course, like I said, it was like that thing where it was like it was Batman versus Superman versus Civil War. That whole thing. I mean, I remember that where I think wasn't it like scheduled on the same day at one point?
At one point,
there was like Captain America was called Serpent Society at first, and then they changed it.
Which I thought that was smart.
Civil War came out in May, so it's a couple of months later. But the trailers came out before, and the trailers just had the Spider-Man moment, and then it had the airport scene.
Well, when I saw BBS, other than Hulk and Thor,
so they're just play fighting in the airport scene, right? And that's in the trailers, and there's Spider-Man. So contrast that with BVS, and you can see a lot of people, complain about that.
Well, and also that the Civil War was never Serpent Society. That was a joke.
Yep.
That was
smart.
That was a gag.
When they did the slate reveal, they said Serpent Society because they didn't go back to reveal that it was Civil War until after they had revealed, I think, the Infinity War stuff, and they're like, oh, by the way, that's actually Civil War.
Yeah, it was the same day they did the Serpent Society title. It like started the panel, and then at the end, they added the panel like, actually, that's not a real title. So that was
actually
never a real thing.
That was a cool moment because then, we had Chris Evans and Robert Downey
Jr.
and then
he just signed back on with Marvel at that point.
Yeah, and then Boseman came up.
Yeah, Chadwick came out.
As one of the smartest things they ever did was that press conference, and that right away put Chadwick on a level as them. Of that shot, I remember of you had Downey, Evans, and Chadwick in the middle. It was right away said, "Hey, this guy is going to be on their level."
That was before they got Spider-Man, and at that point in time, Chadwick was going to play a similar role to what Spider-Man played in Civil War, where he was like the one caught in the middle. He still kind of did that a little bit, but
but Amazing Spider-Man 2 happened, and the rest is history.
Well,
Because
Amazing
honestly, if that
Spider-Man-
movie does great.
Amazing
like, that doesn't
Spider-Man,
happen, you know?
Amazing Spider-Man 2 happened. Then they had that reveal in October of 2014 that they were doing their Phase 3. That's when their Phase 3 announcement happened. And then
the email leaks
they
happened
in 2015, right?
Oh, the email leaks. I forgot.
And
about
then
that.
Andrew Garfield didn't attend something because he was sick, and that's how he got fired, which was stupid.
Yeah, it's all shady. It's all shady. No, but I mean, I just remember that time, and then and then I remember both those movies were scheduled to be on that, which is always funny. Anytime like two movies get set for a same date, everybody just goes, one of them's gonna fucking balk. There's someone's gonna move. It doesn't matter,
So
unless
far, Barbie and Oppenheimer aren't doing
I know,
it.
dude, but that's the thing,
staying steer.
I saw somebody go I saw somebody. It was funny because on my Twitter after the new trailer to Oppenheimer came out, I was like, Barbie doesn't stand a chance, and I went, Barbie is not the same audience as this. What the fuck are you talking about? Like,
it's not the same fucking.
Yeah,
nobody.
Barbie will do better. I'm going on record.
Probably. It's a family, more family.
Well,
movie.
I will say that new
Mike.
Oppenheimer trailer was awesome.
Yeah, it was great. I just think.
It's
I think
not
Barbie's just a great summer flick for people to like. They've been to the beach, they've had a couple drinks. Let's go see the new Barbie. No one's saying after a couple drinks, let's go see Oppenheimer.
That's true, unless Barbie is trash.
Exactly.
Literally,
Right? Yeah.
Barbie to me has to be exceptional. There's no middle ground when it comes to that because of think about the property they're adapting for this movie. I don't think there's any wiggle room.
It's kind of like when the Lego movie
it has to be great,
and if anybody else made Oppenheimer, it's you'd expect it to be like 200 million at the box office would be like peak. Whereas with Nolan,
the fact it's a Nolan movie. That's
got the legs.
The fact it's got to be a Nolan movie, and the fact that the theaters are now at full capacity. This is not going to be the same situation as Tenet. This is going to be different. So I'm with Steven. I think it's going to be a little bit more. It's not going to be
but Nolan's box office though comes like he defies a couple rules, but one of them is that he gets that long tail box office. So I'm not necessarily. I'm expecting Barbie to have a much easier time at the box office. But yeah, it's they're not competing products. Anyone who is gonna see Barbie opening day was probably never gonna see Oppenheimer opening day. If they were, they're gonna see both of them. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
yes,
that's me.
Like
Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing double feature that day. It's gonna be a wild It's gonna be a wild 5 hours.
Which one are you gonna see first?
I gotta see Barbie first because I know everyone will say no because I'm gonna say this. Nolan is my favorite director. I just don't have any interest in this story. Like I do because it's Nolan. If it wasn't Nolan, I'd catch it on VOD.
Also, you don't want to be sitting in the middle of Barbie being like, man, what a kind of pressure, the power to destroy all of mankind.
Barbie's a better let's settle, have some fun, and then get a little deeper.
Yes.
As you're
gonna start finding parallels, like the Barbie doll and the atom bomb. It took over the world.
As you hear the auditorium next to me, just like
change the world.
They're gonna be watching Barbie. They're gonna be talking about beaching each other off, and you're gonna be like, "Man, he really did become death to destroy the world."
Yeah,
like what?
He must have had a tortured soul the rest of his life.
Jesus.
Well, people need to make memes of that of someone just staring into the middle distance in an auditorium of people clapping or whatever, and being like the guy that saw Oppenheimer before Barbie, as opposed to
like the Homelander thing, like when he's watching.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think I don't know if anyone's gonna move on that. I think that's too.
I think it's too late now. Yeah,
I think it's a little too late. And at the same time, like I said, it's two different genres. I mean,
if it was,
and even then,
opposites.
Neither of them might not even win the second weekend because remember, Mission Impossible was out the week before, and I think Mission Impossible is going to have a great second weekend too.
Mission Impossible and Oppenheimer might compete a little.
Yeah. Also, I mean, we can't forget that. I mean, obviously, when it comes to Barbie, that's Warner Brothers, and Chris Nolan probably pitched that shit to Warner Brothers. They said,
"Oh, we're not fucking moving. We're not moving."
He probably said, "Okay." Well, I mean, obviously, we all. I mean, I don't know specifics or whatever, but he took that movie.
It's Nolan. He probably told Universal from the beginning of the pitch. He's like, "Now, after we announce the release date, Warner Brothers is going to put something against this."
Yeah.
you will not
Yep.
move.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You will not
he
move.
will not move. And they're
You
like,
will not
"What do you mean
move."
we're not moving?" He just laid out a cast list of everybody who's in Oppenheimer. And they be like, "Okay, we won't move. Okay, we got you. Yeah. We're down with that. Totally, 1000%."
I mean, the last trailer showed off like one of the best looking, in my opinion anyway, like Albert Einstein's on screen I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So
Who's that actor?
I don't know.
It's
but
the
it
real
looks like
Albert Einstein.
Yeah.
clearly
I
the real Albert
I think someone pointed out that he was in
Only
Dark Knight
Nolan could have done that.
Yes, somebody,
Nolan's like, I need the real Einstein. or not.
Somebody who was it discussing film or someone posted like first image of Alex Einstein or Albert Einstein in Oppenheimer, and someone quote tweeted it, and they're
the
like,
actor's
"Who's
name is Tom Conti.
someone?
Okay.
Someone
Tom
like
Conti,
quote
yeah.
someone quote tweeted it, and they're like, "Who's he playing?"
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
No, just-
His
And
name
he
is
was actually
Albert.
also in.
His name
was
is
also
Albert.
in,
Conti?
No, Tom Conti. And he was
Conti?
also in
Conti,
the
yeah,
Dark
yeah.
Knight.
Why
A
does
couple
that
drinks,
make
you're
me
gonna say
familiar?
that wrong.
I know. I'm already saying it wrong right now. Conti?
And he was
That
also
sounds
in
familiar.
the Dark Knight
Real-
Rises.
Hey, I know you Australians throw the C word around like it's
Yeah, we
fucking-
do.
They do. They really do.
Yeah, is
Yeah,
that what his
it's
real
just
name is?
hilarious.
Conti?
Somebody, it's the
Conti.
real Albert Einstein.
Conty.
No, with an I.
Who was he in the dark? Who was he in the Dark Knight, Axel?
He was like one of the guys in the pit. Like
Okay, the
I
Dark
think
Knight
it's-
Rises.
Oh,
yeah,
is he the
yes,
is he the one
yes.
that gives him the stuff and like, oh, you're not packed enough for your trip or whatever? Is he that guy? Is he the guy?
I don't remember that scene.
Yeah.
Oh, because I fucking
that's
love
him.
the Nolan trilogy,
Yeah,
man.
that's
That's my bread and butter. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, he's
Oh, yeah,
like,
the dude in the
oh,
pit,
packed for your
yes.
big trip, and he's like, they
Yeah.
laugh, and then you get everyone fucking chanting, and you got
Yeah.
fucking Hans Zimmer's going at it, and the best part is Bale jumps, and it's quiet. They stop cheering, the music's dead, and then he hits, and you hear the yeah, and then the da-da-da-da, and then he throws that rope down, and then probably they all get executed 5 minutes later. But
And somehow he gets across the world.
Here's what
they
everyone
showed in Batman Begins that motherfucker can travel without money. They set it up. He knows what he's doing.
Here's what everyone will know him from. He's the judge in Paddington 2.
Oh.
Yeah.
Watch out, Paddington too.
Hey, look, he looks like a hell of an Albert Einstein. I mean, obviously, we'll wait for judgment until the movie comes out, but he looks really good in that little
does.
clip I saw in the trailer.
Real life.
Okay, yeah.
Somebody, who just said that? He said it's a real Albert Einstein.
Phil's camera reminds me of the Flash because it's kind of distorted. Is
Yes,
your
we're
camera
told-
fisheye?
No, his
We're
lens
told-
is curved.
His
Yeah,
lens-
yeah.
No, I mean, his monitor is
Bothering-
curved.
His lens.
No, I mean
bothering me
even
by
the
whole
door at the
document.
back.
Lens
Even the
curve.
door at the
Oh, yeah,
back.
the
Oh,
door is
yeah.
a little
Yeah.
curved. Yeah.
Yeah,
It does
my
have
lens is
some
curved.
distortion.
Yeah.
That's
Curved
what
lens.
has been bothering me in this whole Flash stuff. Like, it's just the camera stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. You
how
did
it's
say- I know. You commented on mine. You're like, why is it? What's up with the headshots or whatever?
Yeah, I
I'm like,
know.
don't
It's
know.
always-
Ask Andy.
I can't
don't know.
believe
so
they put a ring
cool.
on his fucking pointer finger. Are you fucking kidding me? This movie
want
is
to
gonna
find
be
about that.
complete trash.
Are you fucking for real?
Yeah, fuck man.
No, but I know
Pointer
you were
finger?
talking about like those shots that are like kind of.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
They're
I
using
like how
they're
the
using a
faces
really
come real close to the screen.
yeah, they're
Yeah,
using a
it's-
real wide angle lens on it, like a spherical.
It
I
doesn't
don't know.
look good. I'm sorry. It just doesn't look good. Like,
It looks a bit weird, but I like it because it's kind of different from whatever other people do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it stands out.
Well,
I'll
I mean,
judge
yeah.
it more when I see the full, like the full film in motion, because I think
Yeah.
there's some stuff that looks great,
Yeah.
some stuff I like, but once
Yeah.
I see it all together, then it's gonna be, all this look
Right.
completely
It's
makes
not
sense. you
Well
know?
suited because there was a lot of shots that looked weird to me, and once I saw the kind of field of view and how wide the shots were, everything made more sense visually, especially like the weird like heads popping out thing that it does.
yeah.
And so it's one of those things where whenever you do anything weird with lensing, it trailers look weird because there's no context for it.
Yeah.
But like it's gonna give the movie
Oh, like
there's
with the Black Adam scene. Right, when
yeah.
it was
Yeah,
before it
yes.
came in, I was like, oh god.
So who knows how it'll look? But it's the same thing with like the color palette, for example. The color palette in this movie is wild, And I don't
Yeah.
think people fully realize that from the trailers because it's all.
I
It's a lot
love
of
it.
context.
I'm loving the color palette, to be honest.
But look at how blue the sky is and all these shots. Look at the sky in any other movie. Speed Racer is like the only other
Thank
movie I've ever
you.
seen that
Please,
make the blue
yes.
sky.
Speed Racer.
But
One of my
Steven,
favorite
Batman's out in the
things.
daylight. Batman
Oh,
should
I
never
was
be
just
out
about
in the
to say
daylight.
that, Travis.
Fuck off, everybody.
Dude, I know when people
Jack-
kept on saying that, I'm like, all right, this is a different. Oh god.
I would understand if we had.
He has
this
a
was
yellow
the very first.
logo on his chest.
Yeah, I would understand if this was like the very first Batman, but like how we've had Batman theatrical films, well, really since like what 66, but let's skip to that 89. We have copious amounts of Batman in the fucking dark.
No, dude, but this
I'm
is-
fine if for a scene he's in the daytime. Let's
He
mix
was
it up. a
literally in
little.
the daytime in the Snyder Cut.
No, but this
Yeah.
is this is always every comic book like.
It happened in the Batman last
you
year when he's
watch-
helping fucking people.
No,
the
but
sun's setting.
you
It's coming
you
up.
saw Batman
was
kill
awful.
5,000 people, and then he shoots some cars in BVS, and everyone's like, Batman doesn't kill. Which, fine, whatever, that argument is what it is, but you always get to this point, and then people are like, oh, this doesn't happen in these movies. Like, literally, this happens in every single movie.
Yes.
This is
Yeah.
not the first time Batman has been in the daytime.
Fuck it. Dark Knight Rises, that's the whole thing. They're fighting in the snow in daytime. Like Bane is
Yeah.
punching a fucking like pillar in the
And I-
day. Like
I hated that too because I could tell it wasn't that cold.
no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No. But,
That's
you
the
know.
sad part is I saw the set photos and I'm like, oh, this is all during summer, and I'm like, it just didn't. That's the only thing that like takes me out of Dark Knight Rises, the fact that I'm like, I know it's like all fake snow. I could see it's summertime. Everybody's hot and there's no breath. There's no nothing. I'm like, damn, Nolan was just trying to get. I almost felt like Nolan was just like, let's
Yeah,
just
he
go.
was. Like with
Go,
Talia's death in that movie, it was just,
Oh, yeah.
that was the
It was-
worst.
It was
That
gonna
was-
be real in BVS though.
They're gonna what was gonna
The
be real?
snow thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh,
seeing
yeah.
that, but-
I
Oh,
wish
yeah,
I wish
Dave,
they
put
did
up a
some
weekend.
sequences in snow though in BVS.
That would have been sweet.
Batman in snow is some of
Rain.
my favorite stuff. I love Batman
Yeah.
in snow.
And
I
no-
really hope the Batman 2 takes place in the winter. I want
They should.
want
They should.
yeah. That's why I love
we don't-
Returns. All that aesthetic is just it's great stuff.
Yeah, but Returns felt like it took place in a fucking snow globe.
And that was
Anyway.
fantastic. I shake that all the time. I got
like,
fucking
God
Michelle
damn.
Pfeiffer right here.
I'm like, how big is Gotham? It's not that
You
big.
shake
but then
what all the
again-
time?
A snow globe.
Yeah, you're Michelle
That's
Pfeiffer
Returns.
right here, and you shake it all the time?
Yeah, that's only on
But,
the weekends.
But Anthony, I know you gotta go. You gotta
Yeah,
take
man.
off.
I gotta go
bounce.
too because I gotta go look
Okay.
after a little one apparently. So
Have
All right.
fun.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll probably be wrapping this thing up. We'll talk a little bit more, but yeah, go ahead, send off, guys. Plug.
Appreciate
that.
you having me on for one day.
always,
You guys have a pleasant evening. Good conversation. BVS is fire. That's all I got to say.
That it
You know,
is.
yeah. You know, you can find me on social media at 2279ACS. And again, appreciate you having me on the Vodka stream, man.
No
it's a
problem, man.
blast.
Always.
The new time is incredible. I'll tell
Yeah,
you.
I think
Yes.
it's gonna work for people. I think it's gonna be okay. So, all right, thanks, Anthony.
All right, peace out, y'all.
All right, go ahead, Travis.
fuck the
Casey
new time, but that's okay.
I just noticed you said Casey Stim.
Oh, of course. That's why I came on. Until Casey's on, I gotta be there. But Batman Returns is fire. Thank you for letting me on for a little bit. In the future, I'll try and get on for a full show again. But it was always fun to talk to you, gentlemen. I hope you guys have a good weekend. Happy Mother's Day to anybody in the chat that is a mother and whatnot. Get them flowers and make them watch Batman Returns and say it's cinema. So.
Batman Returns.
The perfect Mother's Day movie.
Yeah,
you
right.
know?
Yeah, Christmas movie. Yeah,
Exactly.
All right.
Thanks, good night,
Travis.
gentlemen. See you.
Have a good night,
But
Travis.
Speaking of Mother's Day, did you guys see that little spot for Flash?
Yes.
That, it was like 19 seconds of just like all about Barry's mom, and it was like
I did not.
oh,
I'm
fuck.
kind of actually kind of avoiding it now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they're
I'm-
showing a lot now. We're in that period where there's just like new.
It's
shots.
the BVS marketing all
It's
over
final.
again.
It's the final stretch.
And-
Like
Yeah. They just got to stop showing, like, just
But they
enough.
can't. But they have to sell the
They
movie.
Well,
have
yeah, I
to,
know,
yeah.
but like,
But I thought this was perfect for the weekend because I mean it mainly. I didn't think it was spoilery, but it does show. It shows like some interesting like
No,
what's happening
you,
here.
You don't watch it, and it doesn't give away a twist or anything, but you watch
No.
it. You're like, that would have been nice to see the first time
Yeah.
in the movie. Like,
because you could tell like there's some like okay, seeing whatever this is it's not playing out like how it is right here because yeah, just the way that it plays out. But I was like, oh damn, I'm like this, and people who have seen it are like, oh yeah, you're gonna get fucking totally, the mom strings are gonna get tugged big time in this movie, and I'm like, all right, good. I want to fucking, I want my eyes to water. I want to fucking get a lump in my throat with this shit. I mean, that's just, it's what happens. I mean, I become like such more of the older I get, the more soft I get when it comes to fucking movies. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
Casey, you're still young. So is Axel.
I've
but
always been like that, Dave.
Oh, you just have that sensitive. You're just so sensitive. No, but I mean, like, dude, there's movies where I just go, I brace myself and I literally go, oh shit. And this movie never used to get to me like this, but shit. But I think this movie's gonna totally gonna get, and I'm just.
How many weeks left until it's out? Like,
it comes out on the 16th of June. So we're about a month out. We're a month.
Yeah.
We're about 4 weeks out.
Yeah.
4 weeks out. Yeah. Oh.
I'm seeing it a day early.
Nice.
Look at you.
Oh yeah, Mr. Pop.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm gonna try to fight to get an early press screening thing. Although the last time I did one of those, it was Justice League. Oh god. Oh man. Oh yeah, that day when I went to the Warner Brothers lot, all happy and like, oh my god, here I am. This is gonna be great. First scene, we all know what the first.
You ever fight a hippo?
Live look at what I look like. Oh fuck. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. It was just like brown turned upside down, and it was like one of those things where you went, where I like literally thought in my head, oh my god, all the rumors were right. Because Steven and I, we fought tooth and nail. Oh, they're not gonna do that. We're not fought, but we especially me saying like, no, there's no way that they're gonna try to reshoot a film in 6 months, and the mustache thing, ridiculous. And then you saw that first scene and went, oh yeah, well, I guess they tried. Shit, but I don't think that's gonna happen on The Flash. Of course not.
I hope not.
I don't think so.
It'll be fine.
We'll see.
Yeah, but how? I mean,
Yeah.
Oh,
Steven has learned.
I know. We're all damaged goods. We're all damaged goods, but I don't know. Like there's like a shot. There's like a still that got released of Barry with not with his cowl on and just the suit, and the the Flash emblem was lit up. I thought that looked pretty cool. I'm like, I know the suit has always been a little controversial, but I think like. I don't know. I think it looks great, to be honest.
It's just the cowl.
The only thing I don't like is the side thing that covers Ezra's cheekbones.
Yeah,
it becomes very small here.
Dave, put up the tweet I'm sharing right now.
Oh yeah, because it's a Spider-Man thing or something.
Yeah, Flash cinematographer. Baby.
Oh yeah, true.
That's actually real because, like Steven was saying, people think it's bad CGI because it looks like video games, right? And that's how the video games are. The field of view is very high, so you see a wide environment in the background.
Well, look at my camera is like 2 arms lengths away from me. It's 50 millimeter, and this is how much screen space you get on my room behind me here. Like, look at that shot of like Supergirl, for example. You've got the camera not much further away from her than this is from me, and yet you've got the whole like side of this balcony on this building. Yeah. Like that is a wide angle lens, and the wider you get, the more of the fisheye effect you get. And the fisheye effect is gonna apply less to whatever is in the center of the frame than what's around it. So once you start looking at the edges of that, you start seeing there's all sorts of weird warping and stuff going on. That also explains all these shots where like the heads are like bobblehead look going on. I don't know why they chose that look, but it's clearly an aesthetic choice that they made. I'm wondering if it makes more sense in the movie. Maybe it's the timeline thing. Maybe because they did that in Sandman. In Sandman, they used like a fisheye or something like that for all of the Dream World stuff. I don't know, but I mean, they also the color grading on it is really wild also. So it might just be an aesthetic. I don't know.
I mean,
what happens at the center of the frame is also kind of, to explain it better, it would be like comparing a flat TV versus the old, CRT ones where there's a slight bulge
I don't know what
in
that
the
is.
middle.
Slight bulge.
You don't know.
You got to zoom in.
Yeah. Jeez. Oh man, Steven, how dare you? Nobody understands. Anyways, no. I mean, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. Like you said, Steven's like, yeah, in a trailer, you don't know what the hell. But in the context of the actual film, it's like, okay, then you kind of go like, oh yeah, and then especially if it's all throughout. I mean, even that shot of like, in the first trailer of Batman where he's just like when he has his hands up and he goes like, try not to die. That I'm like, fuck that angle. I mean, yeah.
Are you talking about the one
So
on the rooftop?
unique.
Yeah.
With
Yes.
And he
that's,
does
that's,
that.
that's another really good example of look at how the camera is just down
Yeah.
here. Yet you get or the one of him punching the guy with Supergirl coming in. That is a wide.
You know, the guy that
wide,
he's
wide
punching
shot.
kind of looks like ACS. I'm not gonna lie. The guy that is punching in the trailer. He
Yeah,
looks
the
a lot
cameo in
like
the
ACS.
movie. No,
Yeah,
but I mean, like, just
And did you
how-
guys know that Scott has a cameo in BVS? He's the guy in the warehouse fight where he throws the grenade.
He kind of looks like him. Yeah. You're right.
That's him.
Yeah.
I haven't seen either of the It movies. Does he do? I don't know. Does Muschietti do like?
I don't
It's
remember.
not his aesthetic at all. I think it's the cinematographer, because that's the same one that kind of did similar shots in
Joker?
no, in
Joker.
the Suicide Squad and in Guardians. So
It's-
I think it's
yeah.
his choice.
Yeah.
Andy's
Andy was just all
movies
bad.
never looked like that before.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
No. Yeah. When you look at both It movies, they're shot well. They are,
Yes.
but they're not. They don't look like how this is looking. But I mean, but there's like even a shot of like Barry that I saw in another one where he's like turning and he doesn't have his gloves on and he's just like it slows down
was
and
so
he's
cool.
about to go. And I was like, that looked like a really cool shot. Whatever the fuck that was.
Because this also makes me look back. I remember everyone freaking out about the way that his mask looked in those first trailers. Once I realized the lensing, I went back and looked at those pictures, and it's very much that same thing. You got that kind of like almost fisheye effect going on with this stuff, and it's people are. I pointed that out on Twitter, and people were like, "Well, that doesn't make it. It still looks bad," which whatever. But
Yeah.
I'm more curious about the how do you get used to that in the movie? I don't know. It's a wild it's not a normal aesthetic. Usually when they do that, it's more in small doses. So if that's the entire movie, I'm curious how that kind of sits in.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting because, I mean, obviously when we saw the first reactions of, people talking about it. I know people are like all like, oh yeah, but these people are just, and I get like when you get access to like a premiere or whatever the fuck, you're going to be positive. That's usually the way it is. But I mean, like, just I was just comparing to just recently with The Little Mermaid and how those reactions compared to this, like Eric Davis, I've talked to Eric Davis on here, and he's obviously, he gives a lot of praise to movies and stuff like that. But then he even like tweeted the other day, he's all, I can't wait to watch The Flash again. I cannot wait to watch The Flash. And he said he loved it. When it came to Little Mermaid, he was like, yeah, cool. It was fine. Like he gave a positive review, but it wasn't like, just because he got early access. When people, it's weird to gauge reactions, I guess. And I know some people, if you're against a movie, you're going to be like, well, look what he said about Wonder Woman 84 or, all this kind of stuff, and we saw that. And I'm just kind of going like, really? Like you have to really look at the words that are being written out right here. And the fact that when like specifically Eric Davis, it wasn't just one tweet. I think he had like 3 tweets talking about The Flash, which gave me the impression that he really fucking loved this movie. Like there was something about this movie that really struck, where he had to use a thread to talk about his initial reaction as opposed to just one tweet. So I was just kind of emphasizing that. I mean, take it, whatever.
Well,
I know
Tom Cruise loved it. So
that is still a weird
That
one.
he did.
That's one thing that I'm very curious about, because this type of reaction doesn't happen for every movie, right? And I look, I love the trailers, obviously, and this character, this universe, whatever, but I'm very curious as to what is that one thing in the movie that is getting this reaction from just about anybody who is a fan of this universe or not, just regular people, Tom Cruise, all of that.
Yeah.
that makes
So
sense.
Well, I think that and I think part of the reason that people aren't talking about it is because it's Ezra.
Yeah.
Right? I think what they do with Ezra in this movie and what they bring to it is not the normal kind of comic book movie role. Like, you don't get something that's emotional and character focused in that way.
Yeah.
And a few people have pointed it out, but I think a lot of people are really uncomfortable talking like so effusively praising Ezra specifically, because that's such a complicated topic. And so instead, people are just saying the movie's great, and then but nobody's really saying like, wow, Ezra plays multiple
Some are
characters
though.
in this
There's
movie.
some people that are saying like
Oh.
his performance is like.
Well, right, but that makes it the dog that's not
Yeah.
barking and all the other reviews is everybody that is giving it huge praise. I won't say specifically. I think it's because they're uncomfortable knowing how to praise Ezra's performance and the character work without getting sucked into the like drama of what happened with that.
And you know, I've spoken to a lot of Flash fans, like who are like comic book fans who like read a lot of the Flash comics, and they're not really excited for the movie, which, you know, I can understand why. And like, because they usually say, "Oh, it's adapting Flashpoint," and I'm like, they hate Flashpoint, and it's usually Wally West fans that hate it. But, and I'm like, oh, it sucks to be you then.
Yeah, Wally West will show up in the new DCU maybe, but
Yeah.
probably that'd probably be the.
What if Ezra stays? That'd be fun.
But Mr. Dice, who's in the chat right now, he brings up a good point. Says Ezra Miller playing more than one character is definitely what's putting people on their heels. That is a good point because he's not just, he is playing two different versions of himself throughout this, and then of course, I mean, they're gonna when it comes to marketing, heavily is gonna be, of course, on the Batman aspect of it, which I think that's what I'm so curious to see, the legs that it has, and just the initial opening and then the legs. I'm still curious about what the Guardians of the Galaxy 3, like what legs is. I mean, there's nothing that it's really going up against. I mean, there's a new Ben Affleck movie that came out this weekend, but I don't think anybody's really.
Anybody seen Hypnotic?
And that J-Lo movie.
Well, that's on Netflix, so nobody's going to, But I'm just saying, like,
so
that's
it's
on
not a
Netflix.
movie.
No, it's streaming. Well, it's streaming, so it's not in theaters.
Okay.
But the Hypnotic movie.
Patty Jenkins.
Low blow. No. But no, I thought about seeing it last night, but I was like, I just didn't. I was like, fuck it. I was like, I didn't feel like going. I didn't feel like leaving my place. But from what I tell, people were kind of like, oh yeah, it's kind of cool, but it's really messy and blah blah blah. And I don't know. I'll catch it when it comes out on streaming, sure. But there's no competition for Guardians, and I'm like, all right. I saw people like, oh yeah, it's gonna make a huge drop. I'm like, is it really gonna drop that much with a good word of mouth?
I think
the first one had one of the better drops in the MCU, but that also came out in August.
Oh,
and then had nothing coming out afterwards. The second one had a below average drop, so I'm really curious how this one falls because Marvel's second week drops have been like
bad,
a problem, a real problem.
But
Not
also
just for like Ant-Man,
not
but
been
like
good.
for the drop, like the drops overall have gotten worse since Endgame. So I'm curious.
But also specifically with this movie, I think the rewatch value is less because of the content in it.
because it's heavy. It gets heavy with the animal stuff.
I don't see people going back to seeing it again because of that.
See, and that's what sucks about that too. It's like that stuff. Like, yeah, as hard as it can be to watch for people, it's really the core of the movie and what makes it great. Because
I'm going again tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, like I just you just got to be like, hey, it's CGI, but again, you have a bunny who has robotic spidey legs strapped to it and a muzzle. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, like a cute little white bunny is like fucked up. Like
he went it's really funny that like I don't know. I hate this conversation because it's so trite. But that like Zack Snyder is the one that's criticized for being an edgelord, where like James Gunn literally came out of trauma And then is putting like the fucked up like he's like, oh, how can I like dismember bunny rabbits in this movie? Like,
dude,
what?
And otters.
And
Yeah.
otters and a fucking walrus and
Yeah.
oh my god. I mean it's fucked up. I mean like Rocket's first words and I don't even I know. I mean like when he just like when they put the little Rocket in the cage and he's just shaking and then he sees the other and then he's just like how you feeling and he's just like hurts and I'm like that just killed me. That was like fuck. I'm like, God damn you, James Gunn, what the hell are you doing? And it's just, I was telling Steph, I'm like, it's a little bit of I'm like, I didn't tell her what it was. I'm like, Rocket's first words is going to hit you in the fucking heart. Just the way that it says, and
it's gonna hurt in the heart harder than Peacemaker stabbed Rick Flag in the heart.
Pretty much. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious to see what the drop's gonna be with it.
It was impressive because the like even talking about Rocket's first words, just the notion of having this like stitched together raccoon have this little squeaky voice being like, what's that?
Dude.
Like
Yeah.
Dude, that was killing me too. The way that they
the fact that he even
voice.
went the fact that he even went there was like, what are you like? I mean, he pulled it off, but like, who fucking tries to do that in a movie in the first place? Like,
dude,
I actually was surprised to know that it was Sean Gunn playing the young versions and not Bradley Cooper.
Oh yeah, that was his voice.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought
Young Rocket was Sean Gunn.
Oh, I thought it was Bradley Cooper. They just lightened up the voice.
I thought the same
Sean
thing,
Gunn.
and I was like,
wow.
wow, Bradley Cooper is doing a good job here with the teen Rocket.
God damn, but the fact he was like, yeah, we don't like that. It was like, we like that. Just the way he would say that stuff. And it was like, oh my God. And then there's times when, the high evolutionary dude is like grabs his like face and just like holding it as he's like just going off on stuff. And you're like, God. I'm like,
the CGI is so good though.
Dude, it's so fun. Those scenes are just fucking, oh my God, they're heavy as hell.
Yeah.
Man. So that's our Guardians of the Galaxy talk right there. We haven't really talked about it because we're too busy still talking about a movie from 7 years ago.
Right?
Yeah, and all that stuff. But I think this is a good way to end it. But before we do, what do you have right here for me, Axel? What is this?
Oh, these are some drawings I've been doing lately. This is like it's called Tales of the Snyderverse. So I've done 5 so far, and so this one here is the Kryptonian from. Based off that Man of Steel prequel comic, and
nice.
Here's Darkseid versus Doomsday on the moon.
Look at that. Oh yeah, because he does mention that the moon got destroyed by.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
I like that. Cool.
Next one is Martian Manhunter is teleported to Earth via a boom tube that was being experimented on by this scientist, Dr. Erdell.
I like it.
Yes.
That's pretty sweet.
Here is teenage Jesse Eisenberg, Lex Luthor, and as you can see here, there's there's a Space Odyssey shirt, which
perfect,
which
nice
has a homage in BVS, and I actually gave Lex Luthor Sr. the same clothes as Bruce Wayne wears in the animated series.
You're right. Yeah, he's got that color scheme right there. I like that. Wow.
And the one I did yesterday is of I think Nicotina is going to be using this artwork in a video he's making. But here's a Batman apprehending Killer Croc in the sewers.
Cool.
Based off that little script that was allegedly leaked. Yeah. And after this scene, I'm going to have Batman go back to the Batcave, and then Zod's message, "You are not alone" transmission comes in. And
Sweet. I like it. All right, cool.
Yes.
Good art.
Cheers, bro.
Yeah, I like it. All right, cool. It's a good way to end it right there with some awesome art by Mr. Axel Droga right here. All right, let's go around the horn. Yeah, this is weird. It's not even 11 o'clock here. I'm trying to get used to this new time, and I'm like, okay, cool. I can actually sober up a little bit before I go to bed. But I appreciate you guys joining the stream. and talking, chatting. And of course, thank you to Rebecca. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to Travis for joining. So let's go around the horn. Let's start with
ACS.
Anthony.
Oh, ACS. Yep. Sorry. Again, vodka. All right. Phil.
Thanks
Phil,
again, Dave. It's always a blast. Still just kind of taken in full circle from seeing you and Steven. It's been, just an honor getting to talk to you guys again. If anyone wants to follow me, just unfiltered Twitter or Instagram, and you can follow along the Eternal Night podcast, just a Batman podcast I do with my good chum Craig. Podbean, Apple Podcast, all that fun stuff, and of course the Four Nerds every Thursday with Anthony, of course.
Nice. Steven.
You can find my writing at screenrant.com. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at smcolbert. And you can find my podcast with Andrew Dice at snyderminute.com, where we just did a bit of a breakdown of the everything that happened at Full Circle, including the video of my interview with Zach that wasn't part of the live stream. That's up on our Patreon, and we've always got more stuff coming soon, so keep tuned there.
There you go. All right, Axel.
You can find me at Droga52 on YouTube. I've been working on the president's talking about Full Circle. It's really, really funny. And
speaking of AI.
Yeah, speaking of AI, I've been doing that. And you can find me on Twitter via Axel R. Droga. And that's where I'll post my art. And thanks for having me on, Dave, even though I came in pretty late. But always love coming on here. It's really good.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, thanks for sharing those drawings. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's all good.
I like the style of the DCAU, I guess you could say, like the animated.
Yeah.
KC.
All right, you can find me at Krypton Cage on all social media, and I have a recommendation for you guys today.
Watch out!
I gotta go.
Yeah, we gotta end the stream. Yeah. Come on.
Sorry, my brother's just giving birth.
What?
No.
What?
No.
Okay. Hey, it is 2023, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Another Apple TV Plus recommendation. It's Scott approved as well. A show called Silo.
Okay,
thank God it wasn't
ghosted. Talk about it.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
I don't know. Okay, so Silo is it? It's not as Severance is still better though, right? Severance.
I mean, Silo hasn't ended yet, so we'll have to judge. But yes.
Okay, so it's up there with Severance. Okay.
Maybe.
Oh,
I don't want to hype it too much, but Scott said it was great, and he has read all the books and shit.
Okay.
And
yes. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw you guys talking about it. I was like, oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah. It's
Anyways,
pretty cool.
Sorry. Is that all? Did you already?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. All right. Anyways, all right, guys. We appreciate it. Like I said, thank you to Anthony, Scott, and of course Rebecca for especially her. Her videos and her breakdown of the the reception of BVS. Kind of crazy how it was just all kind of the discourse was like in full effect this week, but what can we say? We love the movie, and even if you don't, give it a shot. If you don't like the movie, just give it a shot again. Try to engage with it, like Steven was saying, and what Snyder was saying. Engage.
Don't be dumb.
As someone, a good friend of the show once says, "Hey guys, don't let anyone tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. Seek to have good conversation."
Fucking hard fact.
There you go.
There it is.
Jack says right there. All right, guys, we love you, and we'll talk to you later.